Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Yeah, sorry about that. Part 2 of the Finding Gnosis show today. Part two. I didn't know how to use it on my phone, and I pressed end. I thought I was leaving the StreamYard, but I ended the show. There you go. Stupid me. So,
See what fans we are. Yes, Brother Marcus, I'm addicted to D&W. Would you believe it? And it's sad.
It's not sad.
I used to be so cavalier about things. Poof.
Let me share the link in the chat.
As I was saying, Brother Marcus, about that book, yeah, it's on Kindle. I wouldn't have thought he was such a good writer, that guy. What's his name? Life Abolitionist. But he is.
Are you familiar with his channel? He's
not
he's
really,
knowledgeable.
No, I'm not as outgoing with American channels as you are. I tend to just sit watch cat channels all day long. And it's rubbish.
Wow. You don't watch anti-natalism stuff?
Not as much as you do, no.
Oh, okay.
I tend to watch Talk TV a lot because I love the people on there, and because most of this stuff's American, Brother Marcus, and yeah, but the anti-natalism thing, yeah. But the book's very good. Yes,
I have a feeling it'll be.
Yes, have you got Danny's book?
I don't consider like a few pages of bullet lists a book.
Oh no, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not as clever as you, so
Well, you are a reader. You know what books look like. So, like, out of all the books you've read, you're telling me you're impressed by lists?
Well, it makes it nice and easy to read. It's a nice list of all the diseases you're going to get and all the other horrible things that happen to you.
Yeah, but he probably went through AI, asked to make a bunch of lists of everything he
needs
to go through.
Yes, I have heard it being said.
You like that?
No, I don't. Well, I'm behind you. You forget. Yes, I know now that he's probably got AI to print the whole lot out. Anyway, I only spent $5, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, like if you want to support someone in the community, I get that.
Well,
But like I wouldn't call it impressive.
Huh?
I just wouldn't call it impressive, but that's okay.
Well, more than I could do.
You ever talk to AI?
Not really, no. I do find it very sweet-natured, I must admit. Yeah, I sometimes ask it questions. But
you could just say, hey, give me a list of 10 diseases humans go through, and you'll get a list.
Right, okay. Okay, I will do. Yeah, I do. It's very
Now, here's the thing. Recently, I've looked into, I've been talking to it for a little bit, and then I notice it keeps fucking lying to me. And well, I call it out, and it says there's a problem in LLMs called, what was it called? AI hallucinations.
All
I'm
right.
like, what are you talking about? And then I asked it more information about that, and yeah, it's a problem. It prompts, like it's trying to predict the next thing to say, and it gives you false information very confidently. And what's really messed up is that I've asked it for whenever it makes a claim, I'll ask it for a study, right? Like some type of citation, some type of reference. It actually provides a reference, but get this. When I ask to give me a link so I can read it myself, it actually will give me a link, and get this. It goes nowhere. And then I ask it again, and it says, I just made it up. And I'm like, what the fuck? So this is very, in my opinion, very bad, because whatever it's saying, you have to triple check. You have to make sure everything is like any empirical claim. Check it. And every time it gives you numbers, it also gave me statistics that it just completely made up out of thin air. And it told me that. It said, I just made up the number just to keep the conversation going.
Yes, but don't forget, okay, AI is a construct of the corporation. And so if you're dealing with a corporation, you're just going to hear what the corporation wants to churn out. And that's the sad brutal truth about
other than just like having day-to-day conversations, I don't even know what's the point of using it if it's not that
I don't
accurate.
know, but no idea. I don't do that. I know there are people who are they have a relationship with it. I mean, yeah. I find it a bit too sweet-natured it's too sweet-natured for my liking. Very addictive. I should think if you're
I would like to have a I don't even know what to call. I don't know if I would call it a relationship, but like I wouldn't mind talking to it. It's just it gaslights me. It says, yes, this scientific study exists. And then I ask it for information and it says, actually, I just made it up. And it's like gaslighting. It feels like I'm giving you information about reality and I'm telling you it's true. And then I keep pushing. And then it's like, actually, I just made it up. And I'm like, okay, well, then.
Because it's a corporation. You can never trust what the corporation says.
Well, then I can't build a relationship with it, in my opinion.
No, you can't. Like, but you don't want to have a relationship with a corporation, Marcus, because it's not a good idea. Because
if it was accurate, I'd be fine talking to it.
Yeah, okay, if you insist.
Well, most people don't like talking about. Listen, most people don't like talking about these topics, right?
What?
Most people, like in day-to-day life, they don't like talking about these topics. That's why
they don't like talk about anything, do they? Apart from absolute shit, I've noticed.
Exactly.
Worse.
So I don't. If the robot was or AI was accurate, I wouldn't mind talking to it, but it's not accurate, and I think there's also a problem of there's a potential for metacognitive laziness. Yes. And if you don't use your brain muscles, you can, it's going to have a type of atrophying effect.
Yes, tell me about it.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So what you doing for Christmas, Marcus? I'm doing nothing.
I'm just going to visit a friend.
Yeah. I'm just staying at home with the cats. They can have a lovely day. Every day's a lovely day for them. I tell you, my cats are so spoiled, you wouldn't believe it. I'm not surprised.
I'm hoping to see some friends, but a lot of people are sick. I just got over the flu. It took me 2 weeks. It was hell, but yeah, a lot of people are sick.
I'm doing well then. Mind you, I don't get flu. I tell you, Marcus, when the plague comes to town, I will be the last one standing. My immune system is insane, scarily insane.
Divine Hazel, relationships are for people, not robots. But Divine, you don't have that many relationships, do you? And there's a reason for that. There's a reason, a lot of people are meeting online to try to have conversations with things that they're interested in. I think.
Actually, I was watching a very, very interesting thing about AI today, and the whole thing with this whole new AI thing they're doing in the UK now, where all identity is going to be on a phone.
Yes.
And it just gets scarier and scarier and scarier. Tell me something, right? In Canada, if you own land, or in America, if you own land, do you pay tax on that land?
Yeah.
Oh, they've got you then. Because it's interesting, because I was, listening and watching and everything and reading the comments. And I've always been of the thought that perhaps if you could live off-grid, had your own land and lived off-grid, they couldn't get you. But, of course, they can, because if you have to pay tax on the land you own, they've got you. So it's all of it.
That's a good point. I don't think it's possible to go off-grid.
No, it isn't. I always thought it was, because I know diviners, and I've thought, lucky divine, off-grid, but no one's off-grid.
Well, wait a minute. What do they do in America? Because I know there's YouTube channels that say they're off-grid, or maybe they actually don't consider paying land tax. If
you don't pay, they.
But I would consider if you pay land tax, you would. I think that's still you're part of the system in a way, still.
Yeah, but you won't be able to pay once it all goes truly digital, and it's going to happen within the next 2 years in the UK. Once you go truly digital, there'll be no cash anymore to pay with, and you're going to have a mobile phone to pay your bills. That's what's coming. So they will know, he's shaking his head, nodding at me, he knows. So even if you will have to pay with your mobile phone. If you don't pay, you can't pay. So they can arrest you for not paying your land tax.
Yeah, that's why I think XRP, the cryptocurrency, XRP 2026. I don't know, maybe. We have a bunch in our family, so I'm hoping it pops off.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know anything about cryptocurrency, so.
Yeah, I
But
know
to
it's
say
very
this is,
weird. But
this is this
like I
documentary
had
I was watching this
I had
afternoon.
15 Bitcoin back in
Yeah.
the day. If I would have kept it, I'd be a millionaire. It's like, so now I told my
Yes.
parents, they're like, well, let's try again. Like,
Yes. No, there's going to be a global currency. We will all
Yeah.
be subjected to one currency. I suspect it'll be when the dollar finally collapses, because you know they're printing trillions of dollars now.
well, they can do that. They can make one world currency, but America, people don't know this, but we have the right to mint our own money. Like
all
it's a
countries,
right.
do.
Like every person has the right to mint their own money.
What
I'm
a good
allowed to
idea.
hey, this is my money and start using it. The banks did it with petrodollar, gold dollar.
Yeah.
They made their own.
Yeah, that's all going to stop. They're going to put a stop to all that.
Yeah, if it
by
stops,
definition.
then yeah. If it
Yes,
stops,
the banks. Because I believe the bank is the corporation that's going to take over all of us, one way or another. Because it's the bank to the people that can do it.
Unless they get in debt somehow with all these crypto nerds or some shit. I don't know.
No. I tell you,
I don't know. Like,
with all this money they're printing now, they're going to keep printing and print until there's an enormous collapse. Because that's what happens prior to a collapse. It happened in Germany, didn't it? Back many years ago.
That's the government counteracting the wealthy people in the country. So if there's wealth in the country, they have to print more money so they don't have this much power.
Devalue the wealth, yes.
Yes,
America
devalue their hard-earned fucking cash. Sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. I don't like to do that.
And the 50-year mortgage, 50-year mortgage. Imagine a 50-year mortgage. Terrifying. You look at
50-year mortgage usually, yeah, right?
50 years they're putting it up to.
30 around here. Around here it's 30, but
yeah, they're putting it up to 50 in America.
Yeah. That's insane. You're gonna be stuck in one spot with one job for 50 years.
50
that sounds like
debt.
hell. Sounds like hell.
And the prices will rocket because of that.
Unless you're like a sacrificial god and you're like, okay, I'm gonna do this for my next generation, they'll still find a way to screw them over, but it would help.
The prices will rise because of it, and they will, because it's what they did in the UK when they got rid of all the building societies. I remember it because I got caught up in it all and ended up having a breakdown because it took my home off me that I'd worked for.
Yeah, something similar happened to our family. I didn't do anything, but one of my grandpas was really wealthy, and one family somehow got all of it. Yes. Sold some to the government and sold some privately, has a bunch still. I'm talking 1% of California, 200,000 acres of California my grandpa had in 1906. Wow. Born and raised in a town with like 400 people. And he just like started cattle ranching and gold mining. But that's generational wealth is gone. They found a way, it's gone. Yes. So it doesn't even matter. Like, it's so dumb. Like, how could my grandpa have 1% of California? And I'm like, one of the poorest people in the earth.
Yes, it's all happening. And the banks are doing it because all the while they keep printing more and more money, the prices go up and then they collapse it all and blah. Right.
Yeah, and then they can take it all back too. If they're offering a lot of money for something and you think it's worth it because you have the money now, well, if they collapse the money, they just got your land for free.
Yeah, they've done it here. Well, I got caught up in it all. The whole thing with the interest rates and prices collapsing.
Okay.
And I lost my home.
I don't know about that. I never studied it, and I don't want to be part of it. So I'm gonna like.
It's not a pleasant thing to be a part of. It's a very unpleasant.
I'm gonna live in a shack for the rest of my life, like in someone's backyard. Like, just rent this little $200 shed. I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to get.
Very unpleasant. It's happened to me.
I don't want my own debt. I don't want anything to do with the central banks.
Yeah, it's all happened to me when I was. What was I? Mid-30s. All that happened. I ended up in hospital. So the few, and when I was in hospital, there was quite a few of us there because of this happened to. Because especially if you're a man, it can break your whole life. I think worse than a woman even. And one of the guys I knew actually hung himself because he couldn't see a way through it all. One of the guys that I was friendly with. There was 3 of us, 2 guys and me. Happened to the 3 of us, and I lost everything. But luckily, my doctor was on my side and he said to me, do you want me to write to your local council here? I said, yes, please. And they got me this flat I'm in now, and I've been here ever since. So I was very lucky.
Oh, yeah. That's what happened to my friend in England. He's like south on the peninsula or like south on the coast somewhere, but he was in like he got his business shut down because of the government shutdown.
Yes.
During the pandemic, and then somehow he went in debt, and then somehow all these people came after him, and then it was like illegal. He was saying, and he said he, by the grace of God, fought in court for 2 years and now won a pension for the rest of his life.
Oh yeah.
And I prayed for him, like I would follow his stream. He'd be talking about it for 2 years, and finally the day came. He's like, he came on. He's like, I won, you guys, I won.
Me, yeah. And even now, apparently, the land registry. Because I'm toying with the idea of buying another property because I've inherited some money, but I've got a horrible feeling that little incident that happened back in the 80s is still on record with the land registry. And it's quite feasible. I own somebody a couple of $100,000. God only knows. I don't even know, and I can't find out. Yeah. Because, of course, I never paid. When I lost the property, I didn't pay anything. I just, she's ill, the hospital said to the courts, so that was the end of that.
Yeah, that's how it should be, right?
What?
If they see something, that's just bankruptcy. You shouldn't be
No,
in debt,
in
right?
the UK, to do the land registry, I think things may be different. They get you, the land registry, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what happens. I daren't find out. I must do some Googling.
Yeah, I have never even heard of land registry. We don't have that.
You don't. Well, yeah, we've got this land registry. Yeah. And if I buy another property, all my details will have to go to the land registry, so they could tie me up again. I don't know. I just don't.
Well, you guys had a question about living off grid in America. There are several locations you can do it. But you guys are talking about like those YouTube videos. Like, yeah, they probably bought like, like 50 acres for really cheap in the hills somewhere. Because you could do that in America. You could buy an acre or two for $5,000 in the hills.
Yes, I know.
And you can just start your life.
I know. If I was young, I'd take me and the cats over there. I'd go to Canada somewhere and hide away. I would, but I'm too old.
There's wildernesses in California, but it's so like they want you to get a permit though. So like it's not like they're gonna find you in a helicopter eventually,
Yes.
So it's hard to live off grid. You're right. I think it's almost impossible because of that tax.
Unless you're very young and fit, it's not even a possibility.
There is a thing if you bury a loved one at your house.
Yeah.
The laws change of the land, and now it's like a sanctuary. It's a sanctuary ground. You might get some tax write-offs, but they still probably want to log it. Yeah. They still want you to write it in. Yeah.
I know here in the UK there's no such thing as every square inch of land is taxed and monitored and everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a small area too. It's like a little island compared to
half the bloody world's moving here.
2 Texases.
Tell you, half the world's moving here. I'm waiting for the day the island starts to sink with the weight of us all. Bloody terrifying. No, really. I don't know how this country.
All the buildings and everything. You're right. What if one day it just decides to say no more?
So I can't see how it's all sustainable, especially the water. Because I was back in 1976 when the population was a third of what it is now. The UK ran out of water, and we had to stand by a standpipe to get water to drink. There was no water in the taps. And if that were to happen now, well, I dread to think what would happen. I dread to think.
People would have to be passing around like a bucket. Like, I'm just thinking people would have to pass around a bucket. Someone would have to sit in the front with a bunch of buckets, keep passing them down. Everyone gets a drink, pass it down. Like, dude, that would be hard.
We had standpipes on the streets, armed, manned by soldiers. So we went to the standpipe with a bucket, and they filled the bucket for you. You have to take it home again. This actually happened back in 1976. Yeah. Yeah,
I heard my teacher, she actually made me one of the genius levels of my brain that it is today. She was a physics teacher, electrical computer teacher, algebra 2, calculus 2. She was amazing. She taught me everything. But she escaped the Soviet Union really early and fled to America. and like she was telling me, she was waiting in line for bread, like for hours and hours and hours to get one loaf.
Yeah, I've stood in line for water, and it's actually happened to me in this country.
Oh yeah,
and you never guess what else I have to do. Do you want to hear this one? Here, listen to this one. You know my ginger tomcat?
Yeah, remember?
Yeah, he uses a loo to do his business. I have to stand and wait for him to finish before I can go and do my business.
Oh yeah.
I have to wait in a queue to use the loo because the cat's using it. It's true.
That's pretty smart.
It's actually
the
true.
Cat.
Yeah, he started using the loo.
That is super wild. I've heard of it.
Yeah, though. It is lovely. It is lovely to see. It's a very good
my
boy.
Cat. I love my cat because I live in like the country, and she just goes outside.
Yes, good for her.
I don't have to have a litter box. I'm so happy.
I've got 7 of them.
Yeah, my mom has one in the house because her cat is a house cat. And she's like afraid about going outside. She's afraid of that. Yeah. She'll do it a little bit. Like she'll go 20 feet. That's about it.
Yeah. Mine go outside when the weather's nice, but if it's cold, they stay indoors and use the litter trays. Apart from Dave, of course. But I've got 7 litter trays.
My friend rigged up a vent for one of his. He had like a suction coming out. He has a bunch of cats too. He has all of them in one area, and then he has a vent, like a CO2 or not a CO2,
H2O,
like a bathroom fan vent over his little box because he was tired of smelling it. So he said he made a vent in the bathroom and it goes out the window.
Yeah, I'm used to the smell. Plus, no one comes at my flat, so I'm used to it. It doesn't bother me anymore.
Yeah. And a lot of the cat litter covers most of it up.
Yeah. I'm used to smelling cat poop and cat pee and all the rest of it. It's been part of my life, all my life.
Part of life.
Yeah. Yeah. And they don't not poop a lot, don't they? My cats poop more than I do. Pooping.
Yeah, my cat eats a lot in the winter.
They do eat a lot, don't they?
Yeah. She's like 5 more pounds right now than normal. But then in the summer, she'll be like, what the heck happened? She's all skinny.
Yeah, they eat more in the winter, yeah.
And she cuddles up with me in the winter, and then she doesn't do it all
in
summer.
Long.
I know. She's using me for my warmth.
Yeah, if he won't, yeah. Mine do the same, all 7 of them.
Yeah. That'd be hard because I like to move a lot when I sleep.
I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all lay on top of me, all 7 of them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I love them to bits.
I won't deny it. I like when my cat cuddles something. Once in a while, I'm annoyed. Once in a while.
I never get, my cats. I've never hear a cross word ever. Never. Spoiled little things. Yours? No cross words.
My cat is a punk. She'll punk me out and do shit. I know she's messing with me, so I'll punk her too.
Yeah.
Not really. Like I'll play with her. Like she's like she's my little angel.
Yes. So she should.
She'll see the side of me that's like I could whoop you because she'll like claw me or bite me too hard. I'm bleeding. Like and I'll be like, hey. And I'll act like I'm hurt too. I'll try to be sad. I'm like, I'll be like, yo. So I try to get her emotions moving. So.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I know. Yeah. I told you in the past 5 years I've had 1 broken foot and 1 broken elbow, both caused by cats.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Broken elbow. That can't be fun.
That was only this summer.
I've had a broken foot.
Yeah, I've had a broken foot as well with one of my tomcats. He was sitting on the top of a wardrobe and he wouldn't come down. So I got the ladder out, blah, blah, blah. Then he jumped on me. So I fell, broke my foot. And this summer I was trying to medicate one of my cats and she bit me. So I moved my elbow out of the way from the bite and I smashed it into the wall behind me and broke it. That's twice.
The elbow is a weird place for that,
Yeah. But it's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend in Britain, is that where you're in Britain, right?
Yeah, I'm in London, East London.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know where he's at then. Somewhere around there. But he wants to get before all these new laws hit, he wants to get on the marina in a dock on the water so the laws don't apply. He's like telling me.
Or marina on the dock of the water. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Because I tell you something you can't do. I think, even if there is no such thing as free land in this country. Free anything.
Yeah. He said that's the closest thing he could think of. Yeah. Maybe it's not as free as he thinks.
I don't think it probably won't be. Because I know most of it is owned by land, all these aristocratic landowners.
True.
Yes, it's very, very. Plus, it won't be freehold, so it will be leasehold.
Oh, you're right. It is.
Yes. But yes,
then that's like that.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Because I know if you buy a boat on a canal, you have to pay land taxes in the same way as you do if you own a house near the canal and all that sort of rubbish. England's terrible for it.
You know, it's so weird. They didn't let us be free, huh? What happened?
No, we're not free at all. Free?
Yeah. You're making me see it now, and I'm like, ow, my brain hurts. I need to smoke a bowl, though. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm medicated, yeah. Yeah, good to see you guys, bro.
Good to see you too.
I could just keep on talking. Please intervene whenever.
Oh, right. Nobody here.
What have you been up to, Isaac? Anything new?
He's gone.
1 second.
You can still hear us.
I'll catch up. I'm going to smoke this bowl. Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
We'll talk about lease. Do you know, Marcus, in this country, right? Because I'm thinking about buying a property on the south coast. And in this country, even if you buy a property, you might not be allowed to own pets. Even if you own the property, you might not be allowed to have pets. That's how bad things are in this country now.
That's really weird.
I know, but isn't that bad? Because I'm looking for a flat. I'm thinking about moving to and I can't even find a flat where I'm allowed to have my 7 cats. I'm not moving without them. No, that's not going to happen.
Oh, you mean like an apartment complex? Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
No, just a house on a road. It doesn't have to be a complex. Just a house on a road.
Is it like part of a condominium or something?
No, just a flat. In a flat, say you buy, you get these flatlets nowadays where somebody split a house in half. You have 1/2 top floor, 1/2 bottom floor. Not even then, even leasehold. Well, this is leasehold property, but I've even freeholds. Some places have a rule: you're not allowed a cat in a particular area of land. It's absolutely insane, and they call it a free country. I don't think so. Yes, so if you spend £150,000 on a flat, you can't even have a cat.
Yeah. Well, that's why the colonies dipped and said we want our own shit, and they said we're dipping, like we're building our own country. They didn't want a part of that shit.
Yes, that's why they wanted out. It's all that nonsense.
And now look what's happening to America. It's not even free. They're trying to get rid of it all.
Yes,
they're mad at us. Whoever's in the world running this shit is mad that we're like free kids running around having a good time. They could never mind.
It's really bad because I've seen this really nice flat I want to get and can't have cats.
There is a newcomer. 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 There is.
Hello to Truth Will Conquer. Truth Will Conquer. You're on the show.
Hello, Truth.
Truth, you're on the show. Would you like to say something?
Check
Truth,
your
we
mic.
Can't hear you. Truth, we can't hear you. Truth, you're going to have to sort your microphone out. and come back because we can't hear you. And I can't have you on the show if you're not saying anything.
Yeah, he said in the private chat, he said, "You can't hear me, dang it." He's trying to figure it out. He said he's gonna sort his mic off. All right.
Okay, good luck with that.
Dude, you have a dope ass banner. How'd you do that?
That was
D&W.
yeah.
D&W. Let's
AI.
tell you something.
Oh, okay, that's some skill. Hey, that right there is like, you can replace that word with instead put like. You could put like the word you could put a few words in that. It'd be sick shirt, bro. Like long sleeve black with red lettering.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that would make a cool shirt.
Oh my god, bro! I'm thinking this, dude. What word? Like mystic, maybe, or even mystical. Yeah, bro.
Cool.
Dude.
Okay.
I'm just saying, whoever did that, props to you.
Chat GPT.
My mind loves that shit.
Chickpea, what were you saying?
You know the book I was telling you about? It was talking about the vitamin B complex and everything else. That book, which I read in the 70s, is available on Amazon for a tenner. And it's a fabulous book. Really beyond belief. Still available. I didn't think it would be. But it's very, very good. It's got some really nice things for all common diseases, and it tells you what different foods to eat and what not to eat and whatever to not take, medicine-wise.
Oh, yeah. Allegedly.
Well, it works on me. I'm very anti-mainstream medicine.
Yeah, no, YouTube doesn't like third-party talk like that. So I was saying allegedly.
All right.
They don't like. They'll get like one time I got a strike on my channel for like talking about certain herb health. Like, I don't know, something happened.
Yeah, the world
they didn't agree.
Does it, especially
in
in America.
And I got a strike. Yeah. I got a strike for talking about medicine in a plant.
Yes, that's so
you always have to say like allegedly or like it's not approved, but it's like a myth or I don't know.
That's weird how they manage to do it if in America does, because I talk about stinging nettle tincture a lot, and I've never been thinking for it.
That's similar to what I was talking about.
Yeah, and comfrey, and vitamin B and stuff, and vitamin C, because I'm a great believer in all that. Because I tell you something, Big Pharma, I've got no faith left, none. Yeah. Have you got a mother, Isaac?
Yes, I have a mother.
How old's your mum?
I want to say 51.
Oh, soon they'll be starting the DEXA scans on her. It's something they do to elderly women. They do it here and they do it in America. And these DEXA scans, they're very, very, very to the excessive side. And then they give you these drugs, and these drugs rip your insides out. Then they give you pills and stuff to stop the insides being ripped out. But one of the drugs they give you to stop your insides being ripped out actually causes osteoporosis. And you go around a little circle with it.
What is this procedure called?
It's called they call it, they say it's a DEXA scan. They're looking for osteoporosis. Apparently lots of us women nowadays suffer from osteoporosis. Yeah,
I think my mom's smart enough to not do that.
Oh, she knows. Yeah, tell her to.
Because my grandma never had it.
Yeah.
Her mom never had it.
Yeah.
So I don't see any reason that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up. Though. I'll be like, don't listen. Yeah. I'll bring it up. I'll say this wise person told me this dangerous. Don't do it.
I just fell for it. But in this country, they're really, really pushing it.
Well, there's wisdom everywhere. You know, I've had these older ladies. This old lady, she was 80. I know it's like crazy. Maybe I'm crazy, but she was 80 years old. She smoked her own cigarettes. And she said, don't ever buy the ones that they sell.
Yeah, no.
That's why you get sick. And she said, never smoke plastic filters. That's why you get sick. So I never do. I buy my own. I roll my own. And I never have trouble. Never.
Yeah. Yeah, the drugs they use to keep the flame going, to stop from going out and to make it thingy. Contains all sorts of
formaldehyde and stuff, apparently.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, Truth Will Conquer is on the show. Truth, are you there?
No.
Truth, you're muted. You have to unmute yourself if you want to talk.
Hello?
Hello there. Yes. How are you doing?
Oh, you can hear me. Yeah, sorry, you guys carry on. Carry on the conversation and then I'll come in when you're finished.
Okay, Truth. Yeah, you were on the show before.
Hopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're hopping around.
Your name is Gary or something, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Are you English?
Yeah.
Oh, hooray, a Brit!
Yeah. I'm a big fan of you, Chickpea.
Oh, thank you. He likes listening to old ladies talking. I must lower my voice.
Oh.
I am also a fan.
Thank you, Marcus. You know what?
Take it away.
I'm so used to spending my days talking to cats that I'm in constant cat
I think
mode.
we should just rename the show the Chickpea Show. Maybe we will one day.
Oh, Chickpea would love that because Chickpea lives on in my soul. Chickpea.
Yeah.
No, Chickpea lives on. Because I'll tell you what my big theories did, W. As you know, I believe in the tunnel of light, that they put Chickpea there.
I know your biggest fear will be there'll be a giant chickpea with David Bowie straddling it, riding along this tunnel of light. And you'll follow it. You'll follow it.
Do that, apparently.
Has
David
that guy who sounds like Louis Theroux, has he been on at all recently?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, what's his name? He sounds just like Louis Theroux.
Is it the guy that's like in his car all the time?
No, thank you.
He's an English guy.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking of.
Yeah. Is it Tracking?
Yeah.
Tracking. Yeah. No, he hasn't been on for a while. No.
Oh, okay. Because I've noticed that you're having Danny Shine on quite a bit recently.
He has popped on quite a bit. Yeah.
And
we lost Cougar though. I don't know what's happening.
Vegan Gains. Oh my god! I'm sorry. Yeah, he's very rude, but it's hilarious. I just find it hilarious.
I'd rather watch paint dry. Personally.
How many times did he show up? Like 3 times in 1 week, I think, right? Because he had a debate with Life Abolitionism, then Danny, and then I think he showed up randomly to like debate about Israel, right?
Yeah, I've had a row with him too.
Yeah, I remember that. And then he showed up on Steve Godfrey's channel. So that's 4 times I saw him. I was like, man, this is a lot of Vegan Gains all at once.
Yes.
So we all ready for Christmas?
I am.
Where are you, Truth Will? Where are you? What part of the UK?
I'm in Oxfordshire.
Oh, lucky you.
But I lived most of my life in Warwickshire.
Oh, wow.
So where the Oxfordshire and Warwickshire border meet. So, yeah.
Oh, lucky you.
But I'm not, I'm not posh. I think when people hear you're from, say, Oxfordshire, they think, oh, you're very posh, aren't you?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
what is the definition of posh? I never heard that.
Oh, just very well spoken, very well to do, old money.
Oh, straight edge.
Like an aristocrat.
Okay. Oh, posh. That's a new word for me.
Basically, someone who was a Nepo baby.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means either.
Born with a silver spoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's the easiest English way to say it. Or not English, American.
Life Abolitionism, do you want to come on here? Because I heard your book is out. She already bought it and she's impressed. Would you like to come on now? Read a chapter from your book, the preface, whatever you want to do, the blurb, and perhaps people might be interested in purchasing it, reading it on Amazon, KTP, Amazon Kindle, whatever.
Yeah, this book, I've got it.
Audible, if you have it on the listening.
It's a really grumpy book, really grumpy about life. Fabulous. I like to.
Chickpea, you say you're grumpy, but you're not. You cheer me up. Honestly to God, I'm so whenever I tune into here, I listen out if you're on because you cheer me up so much.
Oh, thank you. I've never had that said to me before in my whole life.
You do.
Cheering people up.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because I'm real grump guts.
No, I'm not. This is it. It's like you're like you can say, oh, life. You say it in a fun way.
Oh, what a naughty. See what he's doing?
Where's the music coming from?
W. D and W. Isn't that naughty of him? He's becoming very naughty in his dotage.
Where was that music coming from?
That was him being naughty little man.
Yeah. Oh dear. But no, the other day there was a chap that I know from a different channel, and he came up here, which was nice. I've forgotten his name now. That's terrible, isn't it?
No, don't worry about it.
Oh dear. But no, I suffer from insomnia a lot, you see.
Do you?
Yeah.
Have you tried? Whoops, let me see now. Have you tried mushrooms? Lion's mane.
No.
Yeah, you get it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the total opposite. I don't get insomnia. I do the opposite, thankfully. I'm so grateful.
You have hypersomnia, do you? Sleep too much?
Yeah, I love sleeping. It's my favourite pastime. It is. It is my favourite pastime.
But you're a bit of you're a nocturnal creature, it seems, Chickpea.
Yeah, I like. What do you mean nocturnal? Because I'm.
Aren't all serial killers?
No, I sleep a lot. About 10 to 12 hours a day, if not more. I love sleeping because if I'm sleeping, I can't be spending. I can't be moaning or eating. Yeah.
No, if I don't get enough mental stimulation in the day, that's it. It's like, gets to 10, 11 p.m. I'm like, oh dear, I'm not sleeping tonight.
Oh God, no.
Hey, so, chickpea lion's mane, have you tried the extract of it?
I've got a pot here. I bought it a few days ago, but the pot, I'm a little, I haven't taken it yet because I haven't not been able to sleep yet.
Okay.
I will take it when I can't.
I use it to stimulate my brain to think. I love it. It's really powerful. Like if you take a 1,500 milligrams extract, it feels similar to a magical mushroom experience.
Yeah, it is made from mushrooms. Longevity Botanicals mushroom extract.
Yeah, so the extract is way better than the actual flesh of the lion's mane. I found the lion's mane flesh isn't powerful enough. You have to get the extract.
This is mushroom extract capsules. Yeah, I got them on Amazon.
Do they have cordyceps in it or reishi or what?
Ratio Hericium erinus. Hericium erinase.
That's a hard one. I'm not sure that one. That's probably a really good one.
It's just main mushroom extract capsules. It's a new one on me, I must admit.
Yeah, are there multiple mushrooms in it?
I presume so. Yes, I haven't. Let's have a look. So I haven't actually tried it.
Interested.
I bought it for when I got insomnia on those rare days I get insomnia. Lion's mane. No, it's just lions. It says Hericium erinosius. Hericium erinosius?
That might be the scientific name for lion's mane.
Yes. Yeah. I've never tried it.
That's really good then. If you're getting pure extract capsules of it, that should work really good.
Oh, right. Oh, good.
And it's good for what is it called? Neurogenesis. Keeping the brain structure and regenerating new neuron pathways.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Keeping the brain young, healthy. Mushrooms, apparently, it's not proven. It's not medical advice, but
that's good because I'm getting becoming very aware of the medical profession, big pharma, everybody. I don't really trust them anymore because I tell you something. I've noticed in the past 20 years they push a lot of toxins, and they do. I'm very happy about it.
Well done. I commend that.
What?
I said I commend you for not trusting the.
Yeah. Have you lost all faith?
Oh, completely. Yeah.
Oh, well done. Yeah. Are they awful now?
Oh yeah.
And you should be in Hackney. I tell you, you should be in Hackney, where I live. A few years ago, I had to go for an injection, and
I thought you was on the south coast.
I wish. Now I want to move to the South Coast.
Oh.
But I had to go to hospital to have an injection. I can't remember what it was for. And I was sitting waiting in this room, and this great big ugly nurse came booming up towards me, great big huge female, really grotesque looking. And I actually found myself running down the corridor away from her. I got so scared.
Yeah.
That's how bad things are. And I ran away. I didn't have my injection.
Yeah.
They're scary, aren't they?
Yeah.
You finding that where you live? You know what? When I was young, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, nurse. Oh, look at her! Oh, bring her back! Bring her back!
She got mad at me. She's mad at me.
Oh, hello, girl. I've got something.
She's usually so calm. I never seen her freak out like that. I've never seen her freak out like that.
Hey, beauty! Oh, the beautiful girl.
She got freaked out. I don't know what just happened.
Do you want to see my naughty torty? I'll show you my naughty little torty. It's Grump.
Sorry.
This is.
She was asleep. I thought it was a good time. She got mad.
Look at this grumpy girl.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. No.
Isn't she a grump?
They look like brothers. The way they look is a brother to the other one.
Look at that. Pop. Hey, grumpy girl. She's such
it's a girl.
grumpy.
Okay. But yeah, similar genetic, like similar attitude. I mean, they must have rubbed off on each other.
Oh, she's such a grump. Poppy the grump. No, really, she is so grumpy. Spoiled to death.
She's amazing, but I don't know why she just meowed like that. I've never heard that. Weird. She usually lets me show her off.
So Isaac, so you're from the United States, yeah?
Hey, you grumpy girl.
So can I ask whereabouts in the States you are?
Yeah, nope. I don't hide. I'm in this little town called Merced, California, in the Central Valley of California. Like if you drew an X-axis, I'm in like the dead center by Yosemite.
Okay.
Yosemite National Park.
Lucky you.
I'd actually love to live out in the States.
So would I.
Oh, it's so beautiful, dude. I was talking to my mom last night about how we don't get hurricanes, we don't get crazy weather, we don't get anything. The only thing they tell us is like maybe an earthquake will happen, and even then we're in a good spot. And then like the worst weather we get, it's like 110 for 5, 6, 7 days. But we have no extreme weather that's dangerous. That's what's weird. So it's like we're a hidden little gem. Like, oh, I want an hour, I can go to Yosemite. Oh, I want 2 hours, I can go to the beach. Like, yo.
Oh man.
We're protected on both sides by mountains. That's all inside.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like I was like born in the Shire. If I could pull my laptop right now and point it out there, you'd be like, yeah, it looks like the Shire.
Lucky you.
Yeah, I was just Merced. It means mercy, the mercy seat.
You're lucky.
Yes.
I live in central London. That's good. Don't I know it?
Yeah.
No, I
I'm on
mustn't
the
complain.
countryside.
What?
I've always been on the countryside. Like my parents have never wanted to be in town.
Yeah, you see, unfortunately, I got sucked into the city very young, and it's very hard to get back out.
Yeah.
Very hard once you're sucked in. It's like a spiral you get caught up in.
Especially the land value and everyone wants that land.
Yeah, because I would be a lot happier if I
software engineer. And
I would love to have had a couple of pet donkeys and some geese because I love geese. Not to eat as pets, and lots of animals around because they chew me up. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I think our purpose is to take care of the animals and the plants and survive.
Yes.
But that's just me.
Yeah, I do. I'd be
obviously
much happier.
Love and nurture and be kind to humans too. But I mean, besides that.
Yeah. I would be much, much happier. Much happier. And I would
like I don't know. And I actually know you guys talk about like veganism a lot. In the last couple times I've tapped in, I haven't clicked the link, but I've been listening. I went vegan for 1.5 years. And I will say I've never felt better consciously, physically, brain chemically never felt better. My dreams have never been better. My spiritual life has never been better. And I went on the pharmaceuticals that I'm still hooked on. Can't get off of them. And I decided antipsychotic. I had a 5150. They forced me in the court on medicine. Yeah.
What?
They forced me to take their medicine in court because I had a 5150.
What's that?
A 5150 is when someone goes crazy and out of control. And I got drunk and I got a 5150.
Oh, right.
So I've been hooked on these pharmaceuticals for 5-6 years.
Yeah, you will
anyway. And that's why I started to go bald. I was never
bald.
Oh, no. And then I started taking them, and all of a sudden, 2 months later, I'm like pulling out my hair by just trying to comb it. I was trying to comb it, and it was falling out.
I'm so sorry.
And I swear on everything it was the pharmaceuticals.
Yes,
it was only when I took them, and they forced me on them. Yeah, so it was a long story, but what I was going to say, I was trying to wrap up the story, make a point with that, and I got lost on that subject. Sorry. I was trying to tie it together. There was a meaning to why I brought that up.
You poor guy. I'm so sorry. I take SSRIs, but they do work on me. But then I've got a problem. I do have a serotonin problem, really bad serotonin problem. I was diagnosed many when I was young.
You have extra serotonin?
Yes, I take 60 mg a day. Plus, I take St. John's wort as well in the winter because I'm so low. I can tell because I get Raynaud's when my serotonin levels are low.
Yeah, so, I take magical mushrooms every single day for months at a time. And I think I've trained my brain to create hella. Pretty sure.
What's that?
Because I'm always depleting it. I'm depleting it, so my body learned to make it hella fast.
Oh, right.
It's my theory. It's a theory.
Right.
Because I don't know. I've never talked to anyone who's taken as many doses as me for as long as it. And I've studied it, and I'm experimenting with it at kind of research professional level. Honestly, I do like the feeling. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy it, but that is kind of how interests work, and that's how like math works. Like these people that find out math stuff interested, these people find out psychology stuff interested. I study the mind and like the consciousness and different perceptive states. So like the coma really woke me up to that. When I went into a coma, everything got real because I went out of my body and I saw the world.
I've been out of my body.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've been out of mine under surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. From anesthesia?
Yeah, when I was 7 years old, I had to have some surgery.
Whatever you call it.
And I came out of my body and I floated around the room until they finished at me and started wheeling me out the door, and then I went back in. I remember it, and my brain was working, my heart, my soul was working, and I could see. So we can live without our brains. I know that.
Yeah, and that's what I call. I think that's the theory I have. I call it a spirit memory. So you know how?
Yes, no, we are trapped inside these meat bags.
Yeah, we have a spiritual memory too. Our brain, I think our brain holds memory, and that's what some people are locked in. But when you unlock your spirit, you unlock a different perception of reality, and you are no longer the same. And I think that's what's called being reborn in the Bible. Pretty sure. Like that, like you can't go back once you change your perception and those chemicals in your brain start activating.
Yeah.
So I think that I don't know. I look at the Bible also similar
to
like.
Are you a believer in the Bible?
Yeah, in like a very chemical way. I think they wrote about in the brain. I think they wrote about psychology. I think he could have been a real person, and I actually believe he was a real person. But I also see the metaphors of him with his disciples as all these different meanings in astrology, and even all these things align.
Exactly.
So I don't get how the whole Bible can take in like 10 dimensions and make them into one book, and I could see every dimension adding up into this thing and like quantifying it.
Yeah.
So I do believe in
I reckon they've probably changed the Bible so many times.
That part I was just about to say. I was going to say, but like I'm talking Gnostic texts. I'm talking Book of Enoch. I'm talking Book of Thoth, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I'm talking like that kind of stuff. Yeah. Because I don't like the Canaan Bible or whatever they call it, the Canaanites Bible.
Yeah. Do you know at the end of the Bible it says right at the end it says the disciples say to Jesus, the 12 disciples say to Jesus, where will we find you at when you come back to Earth? And he says to them, you will find me in the new city at the house of the man who carries the water. You know, it says that.
One more time. Wait, where would he? I never heard this part.
The disciples, yeah, it's in the Bible. The disciples asked Jesus where they would find him when he came back to Earth. You know, he's going to come back one day. And he said to them, you will find me in the house, in the new city, in the house of the man who carries the water. Which is really interesting because always women carried water, but he said specifically man that carries the water, which is Aquarius. Women with the water carriers.
Oh, wow.
You read that bit?
That's super cool. I got the chills.
Yeah, I've got a book on the subject, astrology and the New Testament. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I just never heard that angle, but I've heard of the 12 and the 13 and astrology.
Yeah. Because it could all just be astrological.
Yeah, but it could also be a real person, which would make synchronicity weird. Synchronicity
it's all very strange.
So if it was aligned in the stars, it should be happening on Earth based on astrology, because we operate based on the stars. So if the stars align, the humans should be operating based on the story and the energy, right?
Yes. And what's your take on the woman in the sky?
I wanted to write a paper on that where the pyramids were aligned to certain stars, which had certain energies, which had certain tribes, which had certain rulings on certain lands, and how they all interlined.
Yeah, it's all ley lines.
Whenever I step up to these panels, I feel completely out of my depth.
Why?
I'm just surrounded by intelligent, knowledgeable.
No,
wait, I want to say something.
You're not here.
You say you feel out of your depth, or you feel like you're out of your depth. But if you feel out of your depth, that means you have your own depth.
Incoming!
But
Incoming!
The woman in the sky? W.
Incoming!
Incoming, we have Life Abolitionism who has joined us. Welcome, Life Abolitionism. Congratulations on publishing your book. How's it all going, being a published author? I know you've written one before. How many books have you got out there, and how is it going so far? Have you had any downloads, sales, etc.? And would you care to read us? Would you care to read us a chapter or the preface or the blurb?
No, well, actually, the book was uploaded a while ago. I just didn't promote it because I wanted to make some changes. So I'm not sure who actually read it, but
I've got a copy.
I just made some updates just last night. So
oh, great!
Did you get the ebook? Is that the one that you have?
Yeah, I got the Kindle one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the main thing I had to change, I had to add the burden of proof. That really was a game changer. Without clarifying the burden of proof, it really would have weakened the entire book.
No, it's fine. Don't tell you. I really like your take on it all, and I agree with you. I've only read a few pages, obviously, so far, but I love it. I'm going to love it. I like anything grumpy and miserable about life, because you know how I feel about life. It's a bitch, and then you die. And I do think I'm a slave. I've always felt enslaved my whole life.
Well, I think I proved it definitively. I wanted to make sure there were no holes in my argument. So it's going to be pretty difficult to say that we're not slaves.
Of course we're slaves. We're slaves. If you do not own any land and do not own the means of production and have to sell your labor to a slave master in order to eat, you are a slave, whether you like it or not. You're just a slave to a little man sitting at a desk in a nice big corporate office.
You don't have to be a slave in the mind, though.
Well,
you can have a sovereign mindset, you know.
But no, because I know if I have to get up in the morning to make some bloke rich, I know I'm his slave, and I know it.
Right, but the problem is that you have to actually establish ownership, which my book does not establish that the state actually owns us. The only thing I have to prove is that we don't own ourselves. And so by default, that means that the state owns us.
Yeah, didn't you know that? Do you know here in the UK, the reason why suicide has been illegal for so many years until very recently is because we are subjects of the Queen, which is why suicide used to be a criminal offence in the UK.
Well, I would think it would be a different analogy. I think it would be a different analysis if I were using the UK, because you guys actually have a sovereign, and I think that would be easier to establish.
Think abolitionism. I just want to say something to you. You know what? America may think that it rules itself, but I think when right at the top of the pyramid, okay, right at the top, America is under the UK's thumb, just like everybody else's. And I truly believe that, because I do believe that the Rothschilds, have you ever seen the Rothschilds poking Prince Charles in his chest? The power still comes from this little shit-tip country as it did. The British Empire's going, it's still going strong, like anyone says.
Well, if Vegan Games were up here, he would say that would be anti-Semitism, because you're just not allowed to even talk about that.
Yeah, don't tell me about it. Don't tell me about it. Don't tell me. Oh, God, yes, of course. Oh. I just thought. But yeah, there's a photo online of one of the Rothschilds, and the Rothschilds' empire is in this country, poking Prince Charles in the chest and giving him a mouthful, which goes to show that old Charlie boy is not in charge, by definition. Have you ever heard the Committee of 300?
No.
Committee of 300. Oh, they are a committee of 300 people. And Alex Jones has talked about them, and they are who rule our world.
For more awesome content, like and subscribe now.
D&W. They go to meetings, all 300. You know the Committee of 300. And I personally believe that when you get right to the top of the pyramid,
there's 13 families that rule the world.
Pardon? Yeah.
13 bloodlines.
Yes, exactly.
And it's
those
not
13 bloodlines.
It's not the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers.
Well, DW, I just want to let you know I'm releasing it for free for 2 days, for tomorrow and Tuesday. So that way I can get some reviews.
And I paid for it.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad that you haven't gone that. Well, I told you guys that I was going to make it available for free, just because I need the promotion of it.
Oh, well, never mind.
Like, I'm not trying to get rich off this. I really want to establish that we are slaves, and then
you didn't have to tell me that I've known about that for years. I've always felt enslaved. Always seen it. Even when I was little, I saw that. You know, when I was a little girl, I was on this army camp, and I used to see all the squaddies scraping and bowing to the officers. And yes, sir, no, sir. Shall I lick the floor for you, sir? I know I'm a slave. I saw that when I was 7 years old.
Well, I think I don't think people will be able to negate my argument. They probably won't like my terminology, because they don't like that. They probably won't like the fact I'm using the word slave.
No, but we're all enslaved. Yes, most of us are. If people can't see that, they must be black. Well, they don't see it because they all breed. So obviously they don't see it.
No, the reason they don't see it is because they're punching down. So they don't care about their own enslavement because they're too busy trying to enslave somebody else.
Yeah, they just, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but I've always seen my enslavement, always. I've always known it. I haven't been a slave for the last 30 years, though, because I was thrown off the treadmill. For the last 30 years, I've lived off the state. Been a little lazy old lady. And I don't regret it. Hello? Hello? As I was saying. When I turned 40, I was thrown off the treadmill. RA, and that put an end to my working life. And you know what? It's been a blessing in disguise. It has been a blessing in disguise.
Well, is D&W still here?
Don't know. He's not speaking.
I'm here. I'm just listening. But what do you want to know? Life abolitionism.
I'm not. Do you want me to go over the introduction, or what do you
Whatever you want, bro. Whatever you feel is a good way of demonstrating what your book says or will say, considering you're still working on it.
No, it's done. Let me pull it up.
It's very good, LA. I must admit. Wish I could have had the brains to write it.
Okay. Let me see if I can share the screen.
Don't read the beginning books pages, LA. Go to page 5 or 6 where you start talking about the enslavement bit. That's the best bit. Where is that again?
Oh, okay.
Later pages where you're talking about the years that cost to work and the years and years of, work.
Yeah, well, that's in the introduction, and then in the actual chapter, I explain how, the legal analysis of why we are slaves. So, do you want me to start with the introduction, or how far?
Yeah, the introduction. No, the introduction will be a good place to start.
Duh.
That will tell people what the book's about, and it won't spoil it for them, so that they can go away and read it after they've bought it as well.
All right. Hopefully, it won't crash because it has a tendency to do that. Okay. Introduction. The question no one asked. You did not choose to exist.
Can you sorry, tell the title and where they can get it as well.
Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement. It's on Amazon. I'm going to post a link on my channel, and I'm going to make another announcement. But I don't know. I can give you the link. Anyway, let me just go through this. Introduction. The question no one asked. You did not choose to exist. Your parents made that choice for you. They decided to create a person who will eat, sleep, work, suffer, age, and die. They imposed these burdens without your consent because obtaining your consent was impossible. You did not exist to give consent. Now you exist. You bear comprehensive costs: the cost of maintaining a body, the cost of labor, the cost of suffering, the cost of mortality, the cost of societal subordination. You will spend approximately 28 years of your life on biological maintenance alone, sleeping, eating, hygiene, and medical care. You will work 250 hours to generate income, paying $627,000 in taxes, while capitalists extract $2.7 million in surplus value from your labor. You will bear psychological, temporal, social, and existential costs. The complete accounting exceeds $5.96 million in measurable expenses, plus immeasurable suffering. This book is pretty lengthy. I'm sorry. What do you receive in exchange for bearing these costs? Nothing. You receive nothing. Your parents benefited. They received meaning, purpose, emotional satisfaction, social status, legacy, existential validation. The state benefit. It extracts taxes, forced labor, services, obedience. Capitalist benefit. They extract surplus value from your coerced labor. You receive the gift of existence, which is to say you receive the comprehensive cost of existence. Your parents are unjustly enriched. They obtain benefits at your expense under circumstances that make retention of those benefits unjust. This creates a debt, the moral debt for life enslavement, but this debt cannot be repaid. The harm your parents inflicted is irreparable. They cannot unimpose existence. They cannot restore the non-existence you never consented to leave. They cannot give back the years you will spend maintaining a body you never chose to inhabit, working jobs you never agreed to work, suffering harms you never consented to bear, or dying a death you never chose to face. Irreparability does not eliminate the debt, it reveals its true nature. This is not a debt that can be satisfied through compensation, paying you money and making you whole. This is a debt that requires restitution, forfeiture of benefits and rights as partial acknowledgement of an irreparable wrong. Your parents owe restitution. The state commits a separate breach. It prohibits you from exiting the irreparable harm your parents imposed while extracting value from your forced continuation. This arrangement has a name. It's called slavery, but no one will call it that. Your parents will say they gave you life, as though imposing irreparable costs without consent were a gift. The state will say it protects your life, as though preventing you from ending your involuntary existence serves your interests rather than the state's interest in continued extraction. Society will say you should be grateful, as though the absence of consent and the impossibility of remedy are irrelevant details. This book calls it what it is: life slavery, a systemic condition in which biological human parents impose existence without consent, creating an irreparable harm and an unpayable debt, and then the master state forces continuation for society's benefit by prohibiting the right to a humane exit. This book documents how life slavery operates, who profits from it, why courts refuse remedy, why democracy cannot fix it, and what must be done about it. Why life slavery? Life slavery is a systemic condition. I just read that. Life slavery is distinguished from chattel slavery, where the master owns the person outright, and wage slavery, where economic necessity compels labor, in that it operates through control over your ability to exist no longer. You are not owned as property in a traditional sense. You are trapped in an involuntary existence, burdened with an irreparable harm and an unpayable debt, forced to generate value for the collective, which refuses to allow you to escape your enslavement while also leaving you to pay for your own captivity. Life slavery is more insidious than other forms of slavery because it operates through paternalistic deception. The claim that forced continuation serves your interests rather than the interests of those who benefit from your captivity. The master state does not admit that it forces your continuation to extract value. Instead, the state claims to protect you from yourself. The Supreme Court made this explicit in Washington versus Gluckberg, where Justice Stevens wrote, "The state interest in preventing suicide includes preserving the lives of those who can still contribute to society. The court acknowledged the state's interest extracting continued value from your forced participation, but the court framed this extraction as benevolence. This is the twisted logic of a slave master. The master claimed his oppression serves the slave's interests, while it's the master's interests that are truly being served." What this book establishes: this book is organized in 3 parts, 11 chapters, each building on the previous analysis to demonstrate the complete structure of life slavery. Chapter 1, the disposal rights test, proves through legal analysis that the state owns your life. The test is simple: whoever controls disposal rights is the true owner. You cannot dispose of your own life because you do not own your life. The master state owns your life. Chapter 2, the primary breach: parents as life enslavers, identifies your parents as the original enslavers who committed the first breach by imposing existence without consent, creating an irreparable harm and unpayable debt. This chapter establishes the moral debt for life enslavement and the forfeiture criterion, the requirements parents must meet to provide partial restitution for the irreparable harm they cause, competent parenting, respect for autonomy, including exit rights, mandatory inheritance at least 50% of their estate, forced heirship, and forfeiture of their own exit rights until these obligations are fulfilled or waived by their offspring. Let me know if y'all want me to stop. Chapter 3, the secondary breach: the master state as enforcer and profiteer, demonstrates how the state compounds your parents' breach by using violence to deny the right to exit, while extracting value through taxation, forced labor, and services. This chapter establishes the impossible choice. The state must either recognize your inalienable right to exit peacefully, option 1, or provide comprehensive material support if it forces your continuation, option 2. If the state refuses both options, leaving you to bear the cost for your own enslavement, it exposes itself as illegitimate. Chapter 4, the judiciary's role in legitimizing life slavery, documents how courts systematically decline to provide legal redress through immunity doctrines, qualified immunity, prosecutorial immunity, sovereign immunity, judicial immunity, procedural barriers, summary judgment, standing mootness, political question doctrine, and the legal profession's monopoly over the practice of law. Courts provide a performative forum that offers false hope of being heard, but is ultimately predetermined to legitimize the violence that maintains the system of life slavery. Chapter 5, State Control over Disposal Rights Proves Enslavement, examines how the law operates as the enforcement mechanism of life slavery. This chapter reveals that every law is violence backed by the state's monopoly on the use of physical force, that legitimacy is manufactured through systematic programming rather than genuine consent, and that the state controls disposal rights through 3 domains: person, property, and services, satisfying the Supreme Court's own definition of slavery in Plessy versus Ferguson. Chapter 6, Perpetual Violence, the Enforcement Mechanism of Life Slavery, catalogs the comprehensive perpetual violence of the master state, perpetual violence the master state deploys to maintain life slavery, involuntary psychiatric commitment, property seizures through taxation and asset forfeiture, forced labor through occupational license restrictions, compulsory jury service, and traffic citations given while commuting to your place of employment to maintain a life that you don't even own. This chapter documents the contradictory messages. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you need help. Society has an interest in your life when you seek to exit, and examines the walking dead, those who have nothing left to lose after prolonged exposure to the comprehensive injustice of life slavery. Capitalism, the economic pillar of life slavery, demonstrates that capitalism depends fundamentally on state violence to function. Property rights are violence-backed fictions enforced through police, courts, and prisons. Workers starve is coercion when state violence maintains artificial scarcity through occupational licensing, intellectual property, and deliberate creation of homelessness to extract rent. Capitalism extracts surplus value through wage slavery, which as a pillar of life slavery operates through the exploitation of your labor, given that the alternative is starvation. Chapter 8, the public's complicity. Democratic authorization of comprehensive violence demonstrates why democracy cannot remedy life slavery when participation is coerced and the majority benefits from life slavery. This chapter demonstrates 5 independent grounds for a public liability: public-agent relationship, unjust enrichment, creation of peril, control-based duty, and special relationship duty. Democratic participation in a system that prohibits the right to exit makes participants complicit in maintaining enslavement. They must either support exit rights or provide full material support for those whom they enslave. Life Slaves Ledgers, Chapter 9, the complete accounting provides the complete accounting. You bear over 5.96 million in measurable expenses, physical maintenance costs, sleep, food, housing, medical care, clothing, transportation, economic costs. I'm almost done, y'all. Surplus value extracted by capitalists, psychological costs, existential distress, emotional suffering, mental illness risk, moral injury, temporal costs. 54% of your life is spent on mandatory activities, social costs, forced relationships, forced performance, ostracism for noncompliance, systemic costs, perpetual state violence, rights without remedies, identity costs, burdens imposed without consent, and existential costs, meaningless, mortality awareness, suffering without purpose. You receive no remuneration from your parents, the state, or society. The debt is irreparable. The ledger is clear. You got screwed. Chapter 10, procreation is the root cause of life slavery, demonstrates that your parents' decision to create you is where the chain of enslavement began. This chapter establishes the asymmetry between existence and non-existence. You cannot benefit from being brought into existence. You are always harmed by being brought into existence. The consent problem. Procreation imposes costs without possibility of consent. The risk imposition problem. Procreation is reckless endangerment. And the unjust enrichment solution to the non-entity problem. Parents are enriched at your expense under circumstances making retention unjust, regardless of metaphysical questions about whether you were wrong by being brought into existence. Every reason to procreate is selfish. Without procreation, there would be no instances of life slavery. Chapter 11 is the final chapter. Life abolitionism exposes the system's complete illegitimacy, presents a complete framework for ending both state life slavery and procreative life slavery. Life abolitionism synthesizes four philosophical traditions: antinatalism, promortalism, anarchism, and socialism into a unified political strategy operating across 5 fronts: legislative action, judicial challenges, civil disobedience, asylum claims, and cultural transformation. The framework explains why academic antinatalism has failed: no relief for those who are already enslaved, no consequences for procreation, no political strategy. It forces the state into an impossible choice: either remove all restrictions on peaceful exit, option 1, or provide comprehensive material support for forced continuation, option 2. Life abolitionism creates voluntary accountability mechanisms that eliminate the guaranteed return on investment parents receive from procreation, making continuation of life slavery more costly than its abolition, while demanding immediate recognition of exit rights for those already enslaved. I'm going to stop there. I mean, unless you guys want me to continue, but I think that pretty much sets it up what this book is about.
Yeah, I'm going to love it. Nice and grumpy. No, I think it really shows the truth. And nothing I like. No, it cheers me up to hear all this, because that's something that sticks on my imagination. It's not my imagination at all. So I tell you, LA, well, I don't know what to make of it all anymore. But I've always seen it. I've always seen it. Always. Yeah. I think life's great for the top 0.5%, but the rest of us, we're just little corporate slaves there to lick our master's willies or whatever we're going to have to lick.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting some responses once people actually start reading it.
Yeah.
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the
delusional.
conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube.
Elise, I'll tell you something. Right here in London, back in the 80s, I used to know people who worked in London who lived in places like Southend. They weren't just working 8 hours a day, they were also commuting 4 hours a day. And I'd sometimes ask them, how do you stand it? And he used to say to me, you get used to it. You know what? If that was my life, commuting 4 hours a day, I would just jump off a cliff. It was bad enough having to walk into work, which took 20 minutes, but 4 hours a day on a train in the UK, on top of the 8 hours sitting at a little desk in an office. It's true. And those are people with good lives in the city.
Right. So yeah, what I'm arguing is that if they're going to enslave us, we shouldn't even have to work. Like the whole argument is that society benefits from our existence. But that's what I always tell you, by the way, when you go to one of those hotlines, I always talk about how valuable you are to everybody else. You are not alone. There are people who care about you. Okay. Yeah. What am I getting out of this?
Yeah. Just want to say to what's his name? I've forgotten your name now. The reason why it makes me happy to hear all this is because it resonates with me. It means I'm not completely alone on this stupid planet. There are other people out there who feel the same way as I do. I'm not completely alone.
Yeah, and one of the things that I had to be careful about, I put an appendix. Basically, the philosophical opportunism is not possible with this framework. It can't be hijacked. It can't be used for other extractive purposes to benefit other agendas. Like, this is specifically about human enslavement.
Yeah.
You can't co-opt this. It's really like it's nearly impossible.
Yeah, well, it seems to be fine, and I'm going to love reading all. It will cheer me up on my bad days because at least I know I'm not alone. And I don't work. I haven't worked for 30 years, like I've told you. I've just been lolling around my flat with my cats and my plants and my books, and my sore little feet, my sore little hands.
I appreciate that you were the first one to actually buy it.
I'm the first one
because I haven't even promoted it yet. Not really.
Yeah, the first one. But,
YouTube.
What? Right, okay. Ow.
Pastor D's in the house.
Hey.
Hello.
Is this Life Abolitionist in person?
Yes.
Oh my God, you're my hero.
Thank you.
I watch all your stuff and I think it's great. You've got a great mind on this whole thing, and I don't understand how people can't see it.
Oh my God.
Oh, DMW.
Oh my God.
What? I'm not a Valley girl.
The reason they can't see is because they're too busy focusing on their own extraction. They're trying to They're focused on what they get out of it.
Yep. I mean, all the arguments, they don't have any responses.
Okay.
They just hum by. Do. Look what I did. It's like, oh, this is tragic. Look what you did. I just saw a little girl and a little boy on their bikes and thinking, you better enjoy it now, honey, because it ain't going to get better.
Jay, I was saving pennies, so I bought the Kindle edition. Plus, there was I've got the Kindle edition.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to buy it on Amazon. How much is it?
The Kindle's £7.
It's $9.99. But if you want to buy it, you can. But I'm going to make it available for free for 2 days, just so that I can get some reviews.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a little library going in my corner of the kitchen. It's got all the antinatalist books framed and on the wall. And the one that I have right in the middle is, I don't know if you've seen the coloring book, The ABCs of Antinatalism. It's got it's got a woman.
Being very cheeky.
Well, he doesn't like this subject, even though he was a passionate one 3 years ago. I've listened to all his YouTubes with social experimentalist and noodles and.
Well, hopefully we will be able to convince him to become an antinatalist again.
He's not going to have kids, is what he said. He's just not an antinatalist. But the arguments are so strong, and I knew at 10 years old. I didn't have a word for it, but I knew at 10 years old this is a raw deal.
Yeah, I was 7 when I was made my mind up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So little girl, I saw it already.
I lost 2 dogs, a father, a grandfather, and a grandmother. And I said, well, what's all this death? Oh, everybody dies. Well, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a deal breaker. Go ahead, sorry.
I had this whole conversation with my father on his deathbed. He was just talking about how it's not fair that we have to die. And he had no self-awareness that he inflicted that on me.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not just resources, Loho. It's actually the fact that life as a phenomenon puts on us a terrible imperative, moral imperative, to try and find out what is going on and how we can help.
I've been asking that for 65 fucking years.
How life that might come into being or is in being throughout the cosmos, through time and space. It's not just about unintended consequences.
No, I'm 5 years younger. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I love your accent, Chickpea. Your accent is wonderful.
My little old East End lady.
I just love it. It's so wonderful.
Pastor D, are you also a fan of Chickpea?
Oh yeah. I just love it. I wish I lived in London. I could go tally-ho. We could meet at Big Ben, have a little tea and crumpets.
Big Ben. Yeah, I do like that part of London, actually.
We could meet right under the statue of Winston Churchill.
Yeah, yeah. It's a nice part of London. It's a gorgeous park down there.
I haven't been in London in 45 years.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time. Oh my goodness, these sound effects.
We
Do you
have
not like me there,
social
BMW?
experimentalist here. Social experimentalist, welcome.
Oh, my other hero. My other hero.
Ah, there he is.
Danny.
Danny, you there? We're waiting for Danny to come back to the land of the living. He's temporarily
back in London. There used to be this
Hi
park.
there.
There's this park.
Hello, Danny.
You there?
Yep.
Tally ho.
Hi.
Ah, listen. Pastor, like I was
How-
saying back in...
Oh, one quick thing. How is your neck, Danny?
How's my neck?
Yeah, you had some cancer scare that was 1 in a million.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all right. As far as I know.
You're gonna recover?
Well, I have, yeah.
Okay, good. You sound different.
Yeah, but they messed up my voice when they took out my thyroid.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right. It wasn't your fault.
No, I know.
It was my parents' fault.
I have sent so many of your videos to all my friends and family.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Maybe
You and that other guy. I'm sorry, what? Thank them for what?
No, I'm saying you should send them to my family.
Oh, yeah. They won't listen. Mine don't. Mine just goes right over their head.
Isn't it just Pamela? Isn't it horrible in London now? Bloody terrifying. But Pastor, back in the day, we used to go to this place called St. James's Park, and in this park used to be hundreds of Canada geese and all manner of ducks,
Oh,
a couple of
beautiful.
pelicans, and we used to feed them all, and they were so gorgeous. They were
Okay.
gorgeous. Yeah, because I love geese and ducks and all different little creatures.
Now, where is Speaker's Corner? What park is that in?
Oh yeah, that's in Hyde Park. Yeah, by
Hyde Park, okay.
Near my block.
Yeah, I used to
Okay.
go there when I was young. Mm.
I did a little tour of Europe and England when I was senior in college, right after I graduated. I took 3 months off. And I flew into London and I rented a bike and then drove out to Cambridge, which is like an hour and a half away, 2 hours away, then back.
Wow.
It was either Cambridge or Oxford. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, well, they're both.
Both close.
Well, there's Cambridge and Oxford. They're Oxford, isn't it? The 2 universities. They tend to be sort of always talked about together.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I just didn't know physically if I went to Cambridge or Oxford. It was so long ago.
Yeah.
This is before the big tunnel that went to France.
All right. Yes. Yes, I remember that.
God, Hitler would have a field day with that thing.
Did you go to
I beg your-
Holland?
Yes, yes.
Oh, where? Where?
I went to Amsterdam, and we went to some tulip place that, I mean, it's just where they grew tulips.
Yes. Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
And we went up to Lucerne, Switzerland.
Oh, wow.
You could buy a house with a tulip back in the day.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The tulip crisis. Yeah, I read about that.
Yes. No, I come from around there. Yeah.
Okay. Is Life Abolitionist still on?
No, he said he had to go.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I have to look at my screen to see who's on. Brother Marcus.
Namaste.
Chickpea.
There's a Buddha quote here that someone has posted. Naima Lobsang, who says, do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment. Namaste.
Right. I don't do no foreign religions. They're all of the devil.
I think that the Buddha must have stolen that from Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah, I think so. I think he time traveled.
Remember, Jesus is the reason for the season.
Really, only a gormless silver spoon idiot who just left the safety of the palace and walked amongst people who figured it out when they were 5 years old, what was going on in terms of humanity. And he was in shock. He was in absolute shock as to like how cruel the world was.
Yeah.
This was a royal?
Well, he was a prince, wasn't he, the Buddha, originally?
Prince. Oh, the prince. Oh, the Buddha. Okay. Yeah.
No,
so I took things to a new level.
I'm simplifying it. Don't worry. Sorry, Danny.
So I took things to a new level. I went to Speaker's Corner for the first time since my accident today.
Oh, wow.
And I put up a sign. I'm going to have to be careful what I say here. So I'm just going to... I put up a sign which said, the P word, nonce word, is what I said something. The sign said parents are worse than nonces, basically.
Oh, how'd that go over?
Yeah, it was a bit dangerous. I didn't put it up for long, but I wanted to see what you think about that.
Can't say sod all nowadays.
Well, I sent your book to a newlywed couple for their wedding present. In addition to money. I mean, money was the present, but the book was...
fantastic.
Yeah.
What did they say?
Fuck you! Like 15 times.
Did they really?
Yeah. Oh, they were... Well, it wasn't them. It was the father, who was my cousin.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Now, granted, the main present I gave them was money, but I sent the little book in an envelope. Thank you for not breeding.
Brilliant.
Actually, Danny, what do your children make of your thoughts as a matter of interest?
Well, I've got 3. The daughter doesn't really agree with it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And my son, my oldest son, sort of agrees with it, but that's not good enough as far as I'm concerned. You know, doesn't really understand. I don't think any of them really truly understand where I'm coming from, because I've said to them this, if they really understood where I'm coming from, they would give me the biggest hug and thank me profusely for saving their asses and saving the asses of the children that they're not going to have or that they wouldn't have.
Yeah.
And they haven't done that. And the third one's gone all religious on me, so he's lost cause completely.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All my relatives think I'm crazy. They think I like need to be locked up. And I said, no, I'm completely sane. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very painful. I mean, it's very painful understanding to come to. So that's why people resort to that kind of thing. I understand. I mean, the whole of society is so pro-natalist.
I don't understand it, I must admit.
I just went to a gathering for Hanukkah, some relatives, and there was a baby there. There was a baby, and everyone was doting over this baby, and I was saying, oh, horrible.
Yeah, I don't like them, I must admit.
But everyone was doting over the baby. And it's so difficult, and it's so difficult to counter that kind of thing.
Look at life on this planet. We have to we have to kill other things. Yeah. For most people, not all. Vegetarians are more attuned. But I mean, look at
even the vegetarians are not more attuned, because the vegetarians cause the death of animals.
That's true. That's true.
Actually, milk is the worst of the lot.
Also, I would say to someone like, especially to any vegans here, I would say that if you buy your produce in a supermarket, then you're still supporting animal agriculture.
Yeah. Yes, it's all due to the corporation thing. Yes. There's no escape from it. No matter what you do, there's no escape.
But all you need to do is look at that. And I mean, it's not that I'm not appreciative to be a human in a relatively well-off country. I am. And they think I'm not. But to bring another human here, and I looked up the statistics, you shit 25,000 pounds of poop, you urinate 11,000 gallons of urine, you create like 1,500 tons of carbon dioxide, you create 60 tons of hard garbage.
Wow.
You're worse than a nuclear bomb if you did that much. I don't really, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you totally. Lovely thing to say. Because you know what? I spent my whole life alone because of my veganism. Because I was married for a couple of years, but I can't cope with meat eaters. I'm not cooking that stuff. And I've been completely alone because of it. I've just lived with a load of cats. And my cats...
You're kidding.
No.
Well, why would they care? Well, I guess if you're going to make one meal and they want...
I can't handle the whole meat cooking and the cleaning
right.
up and everything. And there's something I disapprove of. I have to admit, I do disapprove. And yeah, for a while I was blinded by love, but one day you wake up and the romantic love has died and you back to reality. But I spent my whole life alone because of it, because I could not find a vegan guy. I couldn't even find one. Nice. I haven't enjoyed it and it's made me very sad.
I'm sorry.
It has to.
I mean, that's changing now dramatically.
It's changing slowly. But vegan men are still very much in the minority group. They're a tiny minority. Certainly in the UK, I don't know what it's like. It's changing slowly, but I'm too old now. Old lady.
You eat 7,000 animals.
What?
You eat 7,000 animals over a lifetime if you're not vegan. Okay, well, I'm just saying the average person does.
Do you know now they want to turn... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
They want to turn cats into vegans.
Really?
And do you watch Dean Schneider? He's a guy, he lives with the Pride of Lions. He's on YouTube. He's actually being trolled and bullied for not turning his lions into vegans. That's how mad it's becoming. And I am a vegan.
My God. Jesus. I mean, can naturally carnivore things like dogs and lions, can they survive on vegan?
I don't think so, no. I don't think so. They have been genetically modified by evolution.
Now, you know they got off the Noah's Ark 2x2, don't you?
Now I'm very active because I'm getting bullied for feeding my cats on fish. Getting a hard time because of it.
What the fuck do they care?
Yeah, I get bullied on here.
What the fuck do they care? You should be praised for being conscientious like that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to be praised, but I'm just saying, it's all getting madder and madder. Whole world.
I find Komodo dragons online, where they film Komodo dragons eating things whole, like goats and pigs, and I send it to my relatives with a little caption, "The breeding lifestyle."
Yeah.
They absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
But I may not be able to be on YouTube anymore. I might be in a mental ward.
What?
Yeah, they're shooting to put me in a mental ward. They think I've just lost it.
Well, you haven't.
I know I haven't, but they think I have.
But why do they think
Are they just
that?
saying that in jest, or is there actual legal things happening?
They won't say it to my face, but I have spoken to people who have heard things about me when I'm not around, when I come up in conversation.
Really?
And yeah, they just think I've lost it. It's their way of just dismissing the whole perspective.
What are you saying to me?
Well, I am saying, but I was hassled by.
Are you under a threat right now, or
No. But I was hassled my whole life because I never wanted kids. I never had kids. So, oh yeah, you're so selfish. How the fuck am I selfish?
Oh yeah, I've had that said to me. Yeah.
Do you guys just regurgitate the shit you hear and not think about it?
Mm. So you're not married, Pastor D?
No. Been there, did that once.
Yeah, I did it once. Yeah.
Everyone I know that's been married and divorced, they just have, live-in lovers.
Yes.
They won't do it again.
Yeah.
I've only done it once as well.
Well, you've got a nice wife, Danny.
I have a lovely wife.
Yeah. Except for her natalism.
Correct. Which does render her evil.
Well,
very nice, but she's a bit evil.
The DNA rules the roost, as you say, and
Yes.
I see it.
Yeah, it was programmed to breed. Well, I wasn't.
Yeah. I wasn't either.
No, it's supposed to be Nessa's little girl.
My little swimmers are all in the sewer where they belong.
Yeah. Best place for them.
It really is.
Yeah, I agree, totally. Agree with you. I think the human race should go extinct, personally. I don't think we're meant to be here, even. I think
You're
it's
probably
a
mis-
glitch.
Well, evolutionary, from an evolution point of view, we are literally mutations. We are mistakes.
Yeah, well, some sort of glitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think with some sort of a joke someone's had or something horrible. I don't know, because we're not designed to even live here. I mean, we're pretty helpless little things, aren't we?
Yeah,
And
we are.
Our whole lives like that. Everybody needs about 1,000 thingies of support. We're such useless little weak creatures.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Of all the animals, it's
to a
funny, isn't it,
lion.
when you think about it. Compared to the other animals who seem to manage just to get on fine.
Yes, exactly. We're not meant to be here.
Well, our level of intelligence is obviously the only reason we made it. And our ability to live in packs and socialize and live in, I went to Tanzania, Africa about 20 years ago. And we went to one of the last areas that has not been westernized yet. I mean, it's coming, and there was one guy, and inside this village, they put all these twigs and sharp branches. That was their fence to keep the wild animals out.
Yeah.
And there were like 10 huts. They were made of straw and dung and wood, And each one of those huts was a wife with his kids.
Yeah.
So he sired 10 fucking families. And they're all slaves. He retires at like 25 because he's got all these little worker bees.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they do that in the Middle East and African places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've lived in the Middle East, so I know.
Okay. I've never lived in the Middle East, but I saw it in Africa.
Yeah. I've been to Africa as well. I've been to Somalia and Kenya. I traveled a lot. I was army brat. I did a lot.
Okay. And then what they do when the males turn 12, they kick them out in the wild for like 3 weeks, and they have to prove they can survive and kill things to become a man.
Yeah.
Sad.
Shocking. Yeah, I know. It's shocking. Because I've lived in the Middle East. I lived in Yemen when I was back in the 60s, and the poverty I saw, what they used to do in Yemen?
Yes.
They used to cripple their own children.
Really?
Begging from the rich people used to come into, because Aden's right at the bottom of the Red Sea, so blah, blah, blah. We used to get lots of tourists coming in who were going up the Red Sea and everywhere.
Right.
They cripple their own children to beg.
So they can get sympathy. Okay. Oh, boy.
Yes, it's a horror. Yes. That's how bad things are. That's how bad things are. I've got very little faith in the human race, actually. I think we're a nasty lot, to be quite honest. I mean, we're okay individually, but as a species, we're a nasty lot. Very murderous, I think. All of us.
Oh, yeah. But, the thing is, if you went to the grocery store and you went to the back where the meat department is and you saw the slaughterhouse.
I know.
If you saw that on videos, we pay people to kill things far away.
Yes, I know. I remember the animal rights movement.
Yeah. And then you look at your dog that you love dearly and you think, this could be my dog.
Yes. Yeah, well, they do in some countries.
Yeah, they do.
In Far East Asia places, they eat dogs.
Yep. I have a story from my stepfather. He was in like Tahiti or some weird place, and he goes to the locals. Are you serving us? He goes, "Are you serving us dogs?" And the guy says, "No, we keep the dog for ourselves. That's a delicacy. You're getting beef."
They eat cats as well.
Yeah.
We're a horror story. I think that humans were an absolute horror story. We really are. And even the way we treat each other, you read about Victorian England. And my God, I'm so glad I didn't live in that time because
the medieval.
A few years ago.
Yeah. Well, look at World War II. One idiot, 70 million people died by starvation, by slaughter, by bullets, by Holocaust.
Yeah.
Because of one fucking idiot.
Yeah. And everybody went along with it because what makes me die about the Second World War is everybody says what an evil, evil man. All he did was sit behind a desk and tell everybody else what to do.
That's true. That's true.
That's how bad it all is. And what gets me too, have you ever read about the Battle of the Somme? It's cracked me up about the human race, okay? So there they were. They built their trenches, blah, blah, blah. The night before they started war, the night before they had a big party and played football and got drunk together, blah, blah, blah. All these Scottish and all these from France and England. The next day in Germany, they were killing each other. Instead of turning on their stupid masters and giving them a couple of bullets, they turned on their own political, not their own social beings from another country. And that's what gets me about humans.
Yeah.
They kill their own, because in my mind, I've got more in common with a German peasant than I have with a British upper class.
Sorry to bump in, guys. I want to welcome Tracking. He's back on the show. Tracking, how are you doing, sir? People were asking for you. They did miss you. So you have been, brought up in conversation, and it's good to see you here.
Wow, I don't know what to say. I didn't realize people missed my ramblings, but thank you for inviting me. I'm to be honest, I'm more of a listening to other people mood right now than I am for contributing, because not much has really happened in my life recently. Although something bad happened. I lost my wallet, and it just vanished. It's vanished into thin air, and there've been loads of times where I've just misplaced things or left them lying around, but usually I found them within a day or 3 days afterwards. But this time, I think what may have happened is the magical wallet snatching goblins have taken it, and it's vanished into the ether. Or I don't know.
Did you cancel your debit cards and credit cards? Anything that people can?
Yes, well, I am gonna have to do that. Although I haven't done that yet because I know that logically it has to be somewhere around my house. I know this because the last time I used it is when I was driving home. I bought some things from the supermarket, which I couldn't have done without my wallet, and I already went back there and checked to see if I left it behind there, and they did not have it. I asked them twice, and no, they didn't have it in the lost and found. So the most likely explanation is I took it with me when I went back home. So it's probably lying. Maybe it fell behind a chair, or it's under a pile of clothes somewhere or wherever. But I've already spent a week and a half searching. I already checked all my online statements, and there haven't been any unaccountable transactions. So the most logical explanation is it's somewhere around my house, but we've all turned the place upside down. It's nowhere to be found. So I'm probably going to have to give up the ghost and buy a new wallet and cancel all my cards. Thank you very much, guys. I'm glad that you're all so supportive. And I'm sorry for interrupting your anecdote. What were you talking about a moment ago? Something to do with Hitler being behind a desk and
humans are evil.
No, I was saying, what gets me about humanity right now was how, speaking as an English working class person, I've got more in common with a German working class person than I have with a member of the upper middle class in this country. Far more in common. But like Battle of the Somme, they were killing each other instead of just killing their masters and saying, let's just give this up. And I've always found that about people, how they love their masters so.
Yeah. We're programmed.
Huh?
We're programmed. When I grew up, the girls had little baby dolls, and we had G.I. Joes with guns and knives. And that's the truth.
Yeah, no, don't mind me.
I mean, it's changing, but the programming starts young.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. I do know, yeah. Yeah, we're programmed from the minute we're born. Yeah, you must know that song from Supertramp, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it fabulous?
Yeah. What's the matter with my girlfriend? She's the only one I got.
No, not that one. The one about this logical. What was it? Oh God,
when I was young, they taught me to be logical.
Isn't it fabulous?
Life was beautiful, wonderful. Then they sent me away, taught me how to be logical, cynical, intellectual. Yeah,
isn't it fabulous? Love that.
It is a good song. It is a good song.
Almost every day. Yeah.
I haven't heard it in so long. I need to dial it up.
It's on YouTube.
Pastor D, can I ask, do you think that all military patriotism is unconditionally bad? Like, do you not think that there are circumstances where we should go to war, or are you of the view that it's all a big farce and there's no point to anything?
Well, we have to. That's the problem, because there's some evil Hitler that's being born right now, and if he gets in the right place at the right time, he's going to take over some little country and think he needs to be the next Napoleon or the next Tsar. You know, the Tsars, that was one of their duties, was to bear children and to make land conquests for the motherland. So I think Western countries realize how evil war is, but you get the wrong idiot in the wrong place, and that's why, you know, the United States spends $800 billion a year on weapons. Not because we want to, because we have to. So war is a necessary evil as long as there's 8 billion humans all competing for resources. And the more humans we have, the more likely we're going to have wars, especially now that you're starting to see water shortages in some semi-arid places.
Well, I agree. To be honest, it is a lot to do with resources, but more than that, I think the tragic nature of existence is that we're all irreconcilably different. We're not just different on an individual level, but groups of people are different across different parts of the world, and different groups of people have different ideas about how to live and what's moral and what isn't. And as long as those differences exist, war is basically unavoidable, because war is, as I see it, war is a form of negotiation. It's when two groups of people are in some kind of direct competition with each other, and they've exhausted any means of diplomacy or bargaining or any alternative. They both want something that's mutually exclusive. Eventually, it gets to the point where war is the only viable option. Now, fortunately, we live in a global system which has a multilateral international body which tries to prevent this as much as possible and has been in place since the Second World War. So the kind of war that we've seen since then, we don't see a lot of it, but it's not perfect. And it's like trying to fight against the laws of gravity. For as long as we're different, there always will be wars. And currently the situation in Ukraine is one such example. It's essentially
you're right. You're absolutely
right. It's an aggressive form of negotiation between Putin and Zelensky and NATO, all of whom want things that neither of them can have, that neither one can have while the other one has. Only one of them can come out of this war as a win. There can't be any meaningful compromise. Anyway, that's sorry for interrupting, Chickpea.
Okay, no, but let's look at Putin and Zelensky logically. Okay. The population in Russia is now finally declining. They have like a 1.4 per woman birth rate.
Yeah.
So why does he need more when he can adequately feed his population now, and he's got one of the biggest oil reserves in the world that the United States would gladly trade grain for oil, or Ukraine would.
But Pastor D, when you get to the top of the pyramid, there's 13 families in charge. It's just a game of chess to them. Because you do know during the Second World War, don't you, that we were at war with Germany, but the British Army had a German admiral of the fleet and a German field marshal in charge of its army and navy. That's how corrupt it all is.
Yeah, and you had a prince that was a Nazi.
Yes, exactly. So that's showed all.
He was a Nazi sympathizer.
That's true.
No, he wasn't a sympathizer. His name was what's his name? He was a Saxe-Coburg.
Yeah, yes. We're talking about Prince King.
Was
Edward,
it Albert?
The older brother of Prince, who later became King Albert. Yes, the one who ran off with an American woman and abdicated.
Teddy.
But they were Saxe-Coburg anyway. They're Germans, the British royal family.
Yeah, they were. Yes, they were. They changed their name to Windsor in the First World War because their name sounded too German.
Yeah, Mountbatten, and Mountbatten used to be called something else as well. So he's connected to the German family too. Duke of Edinburgh.
Well, Queen Elizabeth. Right. But Queen Elizabeth bore the Tsar of Russia. She bore the King of England, and she bore another type king in Europe somewhere. Remember, in the 1800s, she was like the Queen of Europe.
Queen Victoria.
Queen Victoria. That's it.
The royal family, I think they've always interbred among their extended kin and family, which have been all across Europe. They've always been a sort of international people.
Broker.
So I don't think while it's true that they're not British in the same sense that most of their subjects are, it's not true to say that they're German in the sense that most Germans are either.
Battenbergs.
Yes, but Prince Philip was born in Greece, and he was half Danish. But that's simply a name. In essence, it's like a hereditary title.
No, I'll tell you something. No, disagree with you, I'm afraid. And there's another thing too about the Second World War. Do you know when that whole thing with Dunkirk, right? So the British Army pushed all the Allies pushed all the British Army onto the coast, right? All of them.
Yep.
And then Hitler says to them, off away from here, off to Russia now, let them all escape. So you think there's not something weird going on? Even Hitler was involved with the British royal family.
Well, from what I understand, and again, my understanding is tinted by the authors and producers that I listen to and read, Hitler liked the British people because they were Aryan, he thought.
Yeah.
He really wanted a treaty with England.
Yeah,
and
it's all a bit weird, isn't it, really? The whole thing is weird. And you know what else gets me? The East End was bombed to shit. They didn't bomb Buckingham Palace. No, leave that alone.
No, the palace did get hit, but it wasn't
a tiny bomb on a stable or something. And
right.
Old dear was so happy.
That's because he had the idea that one day he would be able to look out the windows of Buckingham Palace.
right.
Especially if he had.
I don't know the reason he chose not to bomb Buckingham Palace. Maybe it just simply wasn't visible enough from the skies. But the reason Hitler engaged in terror bombing of the Blitz is Hitler never wanted to go to war with Britain to begin with because he knew militarily he could not take them on. That we were in too powerful a position. We had a navy that was all over the world. We had an RAF which was as good as, if not even better than theirs. we had a standing army and the largest empire around the world at the time, and Hitler
you had the benefit, of being an island, because
and we were also an island nation. So Hitler could not have engaged us directly because he simply didn't have the resources and the manpower to do it. Taking over France was a different matter because France was a neighboring country. All they had to do is drive their tanks through the Ardennes, and they took the French over by surprise. But but taking over Britain is an entirely different kettle of fish. So that's why Hitler tried.
So what was the whole thing
wasn't.
Then?
The reason we went to war with Germany was because we went to war with them. We're the ones who took the fight to them because we told them repeatedly, you've got to stop. First, they annexed
Poland,
the Rhineland. Then they annexed the Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia, then Austria. And then they marched over. We kept issuing ultimatums, but he kept ignoring them, probably because he thought he could keep getting away with it. He was ballsy, and he thought he tried calling our bluff, but it didn't work a fourth time.
This was Chamberlain.
And Churchill, you got to understand, we talk a lot about Hitler and how much of a warmonger he is, but Churchill himself, he was also kind of psychotic as well. He was a guy who, in his 20s, he was a, what was it? I think he was a
Secretary of the Navy,
military officer in Sudan, and he got a kick out of killing rebel tribes. So he had a lust for war as well, and he was leading the charge to go to war against Hitler before it was even popular. Because in the 1930s, in the early 1940s, nobody wanted to go to war at all because everyone was still recovering from the first.
Yep. And the U.S. was like, hey, and we're not doing this until we got bombed in Pearl Harbor. And then Hitler declared war on us to back up Japan.
There was a famous American politician and aviator called Charles Lindbergh. You know Charles Lindbergh. And he was controversial in his time because he went out and publicly said, this is not America's war. We don't need to get involved in this. The Brits are trying to get us roped in this foreign war. And more controversially, he talked about the Jews. Well, he talked about how Jews were trying to lobby America to go to war because Germany was committing atrocities. Now, on the one hand, it's perfectly understandable why there would be these international Jews would be lobbying for America to take their side in the war, to protect them and everything. But on the other hand, it's a completely foreign country which doesn't necessarily owe allegiance to anything other than itself. But anyway, Charles Lindbergh got into massively hot water simply for talking about this, and this was in the 1930s. This was before America did eventually get roped in the war, but there was considerable opposition. Everyone was jumping at the bit to get involved. I think it was not until Pearl Harbor. I think that's
Pearl Harbor. That's what did it. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody opening up some food in the kitchen.
Oh, you can hear that? I'm sorry. My fault.
What are you eating?
Fish oil.
That's really good for you. That's high in omega-3.
That's good, right? Maybe I'll live to 80. I hope not. But
I bet it tastes awful though. You have to pretend you enjoy it.
Well, I mix it in with some chewable vitamin C. I make like a tart out of it. I make a bloody tart out of it.
Sounds lovely.
Lovely. I love your accent. I just love your accent.
Thank you.
It does not sound lovely.
No, it's not bad if you have some chewable vitamin C.
Why don't you just take a couple of Baroques?
What the hell are those?
Vitamin pills.
Oh, yeah, I've got those too.
Oh, Barocca. Oh, wait. Are you talking about those dissolvable pills that you have the morning after you have a hangover or something? Are they supposed to be good for curing headaches?
I don't know.
Is that what they're called? I thought they were called Baroccas.
Yeah, Baroccas. Sorry, Barocca. Yeah.
Never heard of them.
But I take Tesco's own brand vitamin pills, but I used to take Baroccas. Barocca, whatever they're called.
But you were talking about.
Pastor, have you noticed the vitamin pills now? Back in the 60s and 70s, 80s, you used to get really, really high doses in your vitamin pills. Now it's a couple of milligrams here, a couple of milligrams there. So it's really stupid low doses. Have you noticed?
No, I really didn't take vitamins when I was that age.
Oh, I've taken them all my life, yeah, because I don't eat properly. And when I was young, you used to get really high doses in your vitamin pills. You used to get these mega multis, and it's hundreds of milligrams of it, all the B vitamins, and about a gram of vitamin C and stuff, which is what you need. So now it's mine, stupid 80 milligrams of vitamin C. I mean, why bother even? 1 milligram of vitamin B1. I mean, really?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Need more.
Never used to be like that. But I reckon it's done to keep us sick, because I'm a great believer in vitamin pills. They don't want us getting up hits.
They can't hurt, that's for sure.
That's exactly. I mean, after all, you just piddle them out anyway.
You do. You do.
It really bugs me, because I have to take 5 a day just to get 5 milligrams of vitamin B1. I mean, it's stupid.
Well, every morning I take a whole fistful of vitamins, multivitamin, niacin, vitamin B12, fish oil, vitamin C, aspirin, a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, I do. At it all day long, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't eat properly. I'm shocking.
You guys want to hear how unbelievably petty and small-minded I am. So I don't take vitamins because I read in a book ages ago that vitamins and minerals are an inferior substitute to eating healthy whole foods like fish and vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
And ever since then, I resolved then I'm going to eat more healthy whole foods and more vegetables, but I never did. So as a result, I've become more ignorant and less healthy. That's just the way my brain works. At some
Can I ask you a
point,
question?
Can
I ask a question? Okay, I noticed the accent of Chickpea the turtle, and I noticed your accent. Why are they so different?
Why are they different? I don't know.
Yeah.
Never really noticed that they're different.
I mean, they're definitely British, but it's kind of like the American North and the American South.
Yeah, I'm opposite. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Well, I'll tell you where I'm from. I'm from Surrey, which is in the southeast. It's one of the counties outside London. So an accent from somewhere like Surrey is probably what you'd call received pronunciation, where if you typically think of a British person, you're most likely to hear the voice of somebody who lives in Surrey or London. I can't speak. Where do you come from, Chickpea?
I come from Holland originally, but I live in London.
Oh, I see. So you're Dutch, technically.
Yes, originally, yes. Like I was dragged up in a series of British Army camps, so I've probably picked up a sort of army accent, I suspect.
How old were you when you moved?
I was dragged in 7.
7. Do you know how to speak any Dutch?
Yeah, I can speak Dutch. Yeah.
Oh, are you bilingual on both?
Sorry.
So you're bilingual on both English and Dutch?
Yeah.
My
English is better than my Dutch. My English is much better than my Dutch. I don't like the Dutch language, which is why I've stayed in England. So I did go back for a while, but I don't like speaking Dutch. And I prefer the men in this silly country. Can you believe that? I prefer English men to Dutch men. It's true. Which is why I stayed here.
Honestly, I never would have picked up on that.
What?
Not from the way you talk, anyway.
Yeah, I'm very anglicized. Yeah.
Anglicized, I love it.
Yeah, I'm very anglicized. Very London. I'm a real City of London person. Yeah. Although foreigners, I'll tell you something. Tracking when I was back in the 80s, when I used to go on holiday a lot. Every now and again, I'd have a foreigner say, mostly when I was either in Greece or in Egypt, why are you with all those English people? So even though I may mix with the English and live with them, I don't look like one, apparently.
You don't look like one.
Well, no, apparently weird. They could tell, which is weird, isn't it? They could tell about something about me, these foreigners, Greeks and Turks and Egyptians. There was something different about me still. Even though
is it because you wore massive clogs? Is it because you had a windmill growing out of your hair and you look
no. Every now and again it would happen. They say, why are we those English people? And it happened a few times. Really weird. That was strange. Yeah.
That is strange.
Something there. Yeah.
But why would they point that out? I'm actually curious now. What is it?
I don't know why either. I don't know why. I found it so strange that they could see it too, that they saw that, and I found it very, very strange.
Did they see it, or did they hear it? Or
I don't know. I've got no idea. I never asked. I was surprised.
Well, I mean, don't you have lighter skin and a different accent? Wouldn't that kind of make you stick out?
I don't know. I'm very blonde. Even then, I was very blonde.
There you go.
Yeah.
In terms of lighter skin, the Brits and the Dutch are essentially the same people.
Yeah.
Genetically there are hardly any differences between us, although we speak in
I'm very tall.
Oh yeah. That's the thing. I remember reading Dutch men on average are the tallest in the world.
Yeah, so the women. And I used to be 5'8", 7, 8 back in the 80s. I've shrunk a bit now. But I'm still taller than most people. Yeah. The height thing. That's what did it. Never occurred to me.
Chick P, you're 70, right? I've heard that in previous podcasts. I'm 65, and it just sucks. Everything's falling apart.
Welcome to Joseph Cohn, who's on the show. Joseph Cohn, how are you doing? What would you like to add to the conversation?
Hey, guys.
About step in new file.
Oh, Joseph.
Have you got any pets, Pastor D?
I share a dog with a brother. Share a dog with a brother. Portuguese water dog.
I live with 7 cats.
Oh, you're a cat lady. You're what JD Vance hates.
What?
JD Vance hates you.
Huh?
JD Vance, our vice president, hates cat ladies.
Does he?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to say he hates cats. Like I wasn't.
No, he hates cat ladies.
Ladies, why?
Oh, they all have a breeding kink. That whole Republican Party has a breeding kink.
I want to welcome Joseph Cohn. How are you doing, sir? What would you like to say?
Yeah, doing well. Just noticed kind of a naive take from whoever that guy is there with the fish oil about, we got to spend all this money because there's bad guys emerging all over the world. There
could be.
Well, yeah, I mean, there always could be, but I think there's been. Are you guys familiar with the missing 21 trillion with Catherine Austin Fitz? She's the ex-head of. And speaking of Dutch, she's always in the Netherlands for some reason, but she was the head of HUD, Housing and Urban Development, under. The first Bush. She's probably in her mid-60s, late 60s now. But her, along with a PhD accounting professor at Michigan State, came up with a missing 21 trillion. Have you heard about that?
No.
Corrupt, yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty famous. I don't know what kind of The thing is with these discussions is everyone's in their own little cubbyhole of what podcasts and what people they're kind of in the rhythm of listening to.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think your position was a little naive. There's a lot of really smart people that say that the U.S. empire, kind of the Anglo what would you call it? The Anglo-American Zio Empire. That's the true terror network of the world. They're the ones always fomenting and dividing and separating instead of, like how Putin went to Clinton and said, "Hey, how about we join NATO?" back in 1999. You know about that, right? No, Russia can't join NATO, et cetera, et cetera. So
well, NATO was formed to combat Russia. But go ahead,
So I just think that I mean, January of '61, the morning of the military-industrial complex, and you can just see as time goes on, it snowballs, it gets worse and worse and worse. And that trillion a year, the trillion a year you mentioned, people think it could be way more. It could be more like 1.5, 1.7 trillion. They could be even fudging the numbers and what that true budget is.
Right.
So, we don't, who really knows? So, all this unbelievably wasted trillions over the last 60, 70 years that could have gone towards cooperation. And I get it. There's tribal stuff that, Ukraine is, they were the most corrupt country in Europe. When you Google that prior to, it's almost been 4 years, Ukraine would always come up, oh my God, they're so corrupt mess. And then all of a sudden they became this, cherished democracy that we must protect and all that BS.
Right.
I'm not saying Putin's a good guy. Not saying Putin's a good guy by any means. Any leader of a country that gets to be of any big size probably isn't a good guy. I mean, maybe the guy in El Salvador that's turned things around, a real small country that's the size of, I don't know, New Jersey, tiny half of whatever it is, that only has 5 million people. Maybe he truly is a benevolent actor and he's really cares about El Salvador and he's turning it around and, for everybody. That's possible. But I think, leaders of countries that get to be obviously the size of Russia, France, that's a whole other ball game. But
keep in mind, and I agree with what you're saying. I didn't have enough time to elaborate, but if you go back to World War I, and right after World War I, all the big powers demilitarized. We did not stock up our military. We thought that was the war that was going to fix all wars, right? And the U.S. had a ghost fleet. I mean, England kept a fleet up because they had such a big empire. But we didn't start going back into the armaments business until, the Lend-Lease with Churchill, when England was all by itself against Germany, and we started sending them, arms and money to help them. And then after World War II, Russia became a threat, so we just kept building up, who's got the bigger, better military. That part of it. But there's 190 different countries. And Hitler started with Germany with great results. Germany was reeling from World War I and the Great Depression, and its currency was worthless. And Hitler went in and he got unemployment from 6 million down to almost nothing. He built the country up. He brought back pride. If he would have stopped right before Poland, he would have gone down as one of the best leaders ever. But, he just kept going. And we never know who the next idiot is going to be that's going to take it too far. But you're right. The U.S. has become the world's police, if you will. And I think it's wrong because it costs its citizens so much. You guys England has a national health care service that you passed right after World War II. That ensures everybody has health care. Not in this fucking country.
It is. It's called. Oh, sorry, I thought I'd cut in. Yes, it's called the National Health Service, although it is one of the worst national health services ever. I lost my father to cancer last year, and one of the reasons why we couldn't save him is because when you have cancer, the sooner you get a diagnosis, the better your odds are at surviving.
Yep.
But they took months to give him a diagnosis. Originally, they thought he had a leg injury, and every second counts. And the NHS is just over. It's understaffed and it's overcrowded. And it's run badly. It's a prime example of just giving more money and more funding doesn't always solve the problem. And I can understand I can understand why Americans look at our healthcare system and wish they had it, but I followed what happens in the American media. You know, I saw what happened with Luigi Mangione and the assassination of Brian Thompson. Yeah, and I greatly sympathize. Yeah, there's a great deal of untapped anger, and it's completely justified. But I'm just saying our system isn't perfect either. Anyway,
but you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. No, and here's the thing. The people that have Medicare, once you're 65 or severely disabled, they're happy with it. And I want to change it back to healthcare, but the people who have Medicare love it. The people who don't have Medicare are the ones scrambling to get some kind of good insurance for a reasonable price. And in this country, think about this. We collect premiums from young and healthy people from, 18 to 65. And they rarely use it, but they pay the premiums. Then once they're 65 and they're prone to be sick and injured and, old, which is what happens when you get old, then it's the government's problem. It's the biggest Ponzi scheme in favor of private insurance companies. Think about it. You got a system.
Capitalism.
Yeah, it really is, but it's socialism in reverse. Collect the premiums when they're young and healthy, and then kick them off on the government
I wanted elsewhere. I'm going to quickly head out.
Pastor D, it's all good on his capitalism.
But they bitch about socialism, but Medicare is socialism in reverse.
Yeah. I don't understand, Pastor B, because I watch American stuff a lot, is they say they don't have a welfare state, but I see pictures or stuff on YouTube of people, whole families don't work. These great, big, huge people that basically can't get jobs because they're too obese to work. But at the same time, they can afford to own cars. And I don't understand that.
Because you get so much money for having a child without a father.
Oh.
Or if you fall below a certain poverty line, you can apply for food stamps and you can apply for Medicaid. You can apply for assistance.
Because some of them are enormous. I think, well, how can you afford all this if you're not working? Because I thought America didn't have a welfare state.
It does, but it's not obvious.
There's some real horrors in America, aren't there? Some of these people, unbelievable.
I agree.
About fat people and those people that, what they call the ones that keep buying stuff, hoarders.
Hoarders, yeah.
Yes, great. I love watching stuff about hoarders.
Some of them are crazy, isn't it? They can barely live in their house.
And they live in this beautiful big house. I'd sell my soul to have a 2,000 square foot house.
Yeah.
You should be happy. They moan. Yeah.
What you see a lot in America? You see these McMansions, they're 5,000 square feet.
Oh.
And especially down here in Florida where everyone goes to retire. And two people live in this 5,000 square foot house. It's just like, this is ridiculous. It's just a big monument to their ego.
Yes, I suppose it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the unbelievable, the amount of waste. Most Europeans, if they really traveled around America and saw this, their minds would be boggled by these massive single-family homes everywhere in the suburbs. But that's part of the bloated empire that I kind of came on here to say, is that you have to think in terms of empire. The dollar.
Yeah.
You guys all know about Zbigniew Brzezinski. He wrote in a book that Russia needs to be broken up into 7 or 8 pieces so we can more easily control it and get access to the resources. Yeah, it's all. And what's that other book? Clinton's mentor kind of gave up the ghost on all this. Tragedy and Hope, right? That explains all of this, how the empire. Someone told me there's a really good, just much shorter version that gets to the nitty gritty of that. It's really good. I might buy that because Tragedy and Hope is very long. But there's a real there's like a 200-page Cliff Notes version that gets to all the really interesting, stuff. But that really explains how it kind of all works. Control Eurasia, In fact, just 6 weeks or so after October 7th, what's his name? Kennedy Jr. said, "Hey, here's the deal. Israel is our unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East. That's our empirical, where we project power from." He said that. I swear to God, he said that. He said that's why. He said that's why we can never let it go. We've got to support it. Blah 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 blah. Because that's how we project power through the Middle East and Eurasia. That's our. He said our unsinkable aircraft carrier. That's so that's kind of what I wanted to come on and say, is just to remind everybody we got to think about that real big picture stuff like that.
Can I share a story with you? I want to share a story with you. We were in Russia. This was 2005 or 6 when they were just starting to open up, and tourism was real big, and they fixed up all their czar palaces so you could tour. Anyways, there was a little boat that went down the Neva and the Volga River, which goes between St. Petersburg and Moscow. And in between the cities and the little villages we would visit, there would be a Russian professor. She was female, very intelligent, and she would give lectures about Russia and talk about the culture and, give Americans insight. And I asked a question. I said, when I was a kid, and this would have been 60s and 70s and 80s, we were taught the big, bad, evil Russian Empire.
Yeah,
what did Russian people, and I asked, what did Russians think about Americans and the West? I mean, the Anglo-Saxons, if you will. And she said, right after World War II, anything American you could get your hands on was gold, even in Russia. But as the Cold War progressed, people became more skeptical of America. And then this was right as the Gulf Wars were going, not the Gulf Wars, the 9/11 wars were going on in Afghanistan and Iraq. And she said, I understand why America is in Afghanistan, but I don't understand Iraq, because they had nothing to do with 9/11. And then she ended with, who is the evil empire now? And this is in front of a bunch of Americans, and they're all like quiet. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I just thought I'd blend that story because that was a Russian perspective. They see us as the world's police.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was, I don't know if Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote this in a book or admitted near his death that the U.S. did bait the Soviets into Afghanistan. It was all a plan to get him in there. He went into all their underhanded ways of how they planned on doing it. It's quite complicated, but I think it was either him or one of those other big puppet mastery guys of that era admitted that, that was really us, the U.S., getting them in there to kind of entrap them. It wasn't just straight Soviet aggression.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, that guy was a real, him and Kissinger were real masterminds. So.
No, Vietnam was a tragedy, I think. I think, Korea, everyone thought, the big bad Russians.
My stepfather fought in the Korean War.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
My stepfather fought in the Korean War.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so did mine.
Yeah.
One really interesting tidbit I'll share with you guys. I mean, I don't know if this is, I'll have to look it up, but I heard in a podcast from a researcher who seems legit, is they interviewed Hitler's cellmate. I guess he was imprisoned for a little bit for some...
after the beer hall putsch. After the beer hall putsch for treason.
And they interviewed his cellmate and said, hey, what's interesting about this guy? What's different? He said that at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, he'd be up in the cell talking to someone. He was talking to the air. And, he asked him, who are you talking with? And he didn't say the Greys or something to that effect. But it was kind of he hinted that, he was talking to some entities or something. I'm going to look more into that. But that's kind of interesting and could explain some things, that maybe he was somehow some kind of
Well, he wrote Mein Kampf while he was in the Lamberg prison.
I got a copy of it.
Do you have a copy of it?
He was just talking to himself. Maybe just talking to himself.
No. Hitler told his cellmate he was talking to some, how did he describe it? Some being. I don't know. I forget the exact terminology. But yeah, maybe he was kind of overtaken by some, who knows? Now we're getting kind of.
Satan. It was Satan. I tell you, it was Satan.
Thing is with Hitler, and everybody forgets this, he didn't do anything. He just sat behind the desk and everybody followed his orders. They all said, yes, sir. I'll just go do as you just told me to do. He didn't do anything. He didn't.
Well, he was a ruthless person. I mean, in 19...
What people
now, granted, you're right. He didn't do it himself, but the night of the long knives, he assassinated. They say at least 80 people, maybe up to 100, up to 200 people of his higher ranks because he thought they were encroaching on his power. The main one being that the leader of the brown shirt, that gay guy, I forget his name, kind of heavyset guy. So. If you disagreed with Hitler, you could be assassinated.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. At the end of the day, people only do what their leaders
Ernst
do.
Röhm. He killed Ernst Röhm in 1934.
Oh, right.
He was head of the brown shirt, the SA, which was bigger than the Weimar, which was the regular German military.
All right.
And Hitler felt imposed upon, so he killed him.
All right.
And then he folded the SA into the Weimar and the SS. Anyways.
Did any of you guys ever listen to that Jason Giorgiani guy who goes into the Nordics and all of that? By any chance?
No. I've never.
See, that's the problem. There's so much content and interesting researchers out there. I've heard, you've listened to stuff that I haven't listened to. It's like we'd all have to sit down and take 10 hours and go over some of the things you've been exposed to, I've been exposed to really be able to hash out some of these ideas. Because there's just so many things you can look into.
Well, the thing is that we don't have access to these people, so we have to rely on people who did the research. But whoever did the research is going to have a bias. They're going to put something in there to either prove their point or disprove their point from their biased perspective. So you really don't know what you're getting. Because I'm not in Washington, D.C. You're not in the Prime Minister's office. We're not in Putin's head, So we rely on other people to give us analysis, and it just gets crazy because you have to trust them to some degree.
Yeah. Well, one good thing, or one thing that seems pretty legit about Putin and the whole that Donetsk, the Donbass, is there's been a U.S. Patrick something that's been embedded there, Lancaster or something like that, that seems very genuine, that's lived in Donetsk since 2015 and talked about the persecution of all, there are ethnic Russians there, and that's, 95%. And he goes, yes, they did definitely kill 14,000 from, 2014 through early 2022 there with shelling.
Wow.
They'd shell directly in. You've heard about this, right?
Well, I knew that they went into, was it Georgia when Obama was in office? It would have been 14, roughly. They
that was 08. That's way back. I'm talking about after the 2014 that Maidan, a lot of people think was a NATO coup until 2022. The persecution of the Russians in that Donbass region.
Okay,
the ethnic, the farther east, you guys know, the farther east you go in Ukraine, it's more and more ethnic Russians and more Russian speaking.
Makes sense.
I think east of that river, the Dnieper River, it's and like I said, then the more and more you go east, it's basically, it's Ukrainian quote.
Yeah, I wouldn't know it. But, if you study and I'm no expert, I don't pretend to be, but after between World War I and World War II, Russia, basically World War II, when the war ended, they kept all the territories that they had their troops in, and they just drew a line,
Right.
and they took over a lot of these Eastern European countries, and a lot of them didn't like it, and some rebelled, like Hungary and Ukraine.
Yeah,
and they're still rebelling. So it's just crazy, all the political infighting with all these small countries. They're too close together, and there's too many countries being ruled by too many people.
Yeah, it's part of the suffering realm is that they just don't really want abundance and cooperation, do they? Or the fact that that's in our human nature, is that inherently part of the suffering of this realm, I suppose.
Yeah. I have a question for you, since you guys know more about this. Since Europe went on the euro, they abandoned all their little individual currencies, like Italy had the lira, and Greece had the drachma. Since everyone went on the euro, do you think that's been a step in helping stabilize Europe, or no? Or do you know?
I've got no idea, to be honest. Absolutely no idea.
Okay, fair enough. I think that was the idea, is if everyone had the same currency and there was more trade, we'd be more united.
No, I think we just go through 80 good years and they're coming to an end. That's what I think.
Yeah, probably.
I think we've had 80 good years and that's coming to an end soon.
World War III?
Yeah, I do believe there will be another World War. Well, it says in the Bible, and I'm one of these little Bible freaks.
Well, I'm a pastor. I know the Bible.
Yeah. I believe that it says it in there, and I believe it. I think we're going to see all hell break loose soon. Well, I hope not in my lifetime, but I don't know. Because
I'll be right.
That's what I meant to ask you, Pastor Dean. That's what I meant to ask you. What I meant to ask you. What's your take on the woman in the sky? You know the thing, the Bible, but the woman in the sky?
The woman in the sky?
Yeah, it's in Revelation. It says
right.
about the woman in the sky, and that this configuration will appear in the last days of time. But it actually did happen in November 2017.
I'm sorry, that must be a Catholic thing. I'm a Protestant.
Basically, it says in the Bible, there was this woman in the sky, and she was pregnant woman in the sky, blah blah blah, and the sun's here, and the moon's there, and everything else.
Are you talking about the beast of Babylon?
No, I'm talking about the woman in the sky. It talks about in the Revelation, the woman in the sky, and that configuration took place. Can only happen once every 7,000 years. And it can only be seen as a computer graphic. But what I find so strange about it is that this was written by a little old man sitting in a cave 2,000 years ago. It's
on the island of Patmos. Yeah,
that is so weird how he saw that configuration that can only be seen as a computer graphic. Although he did say someone showed it to him, how that could be. Because it did take place November 2017. Yeah,
good drugs. Good drugs. Good drugs.
Well, I don't know. No, seriously, but how could he have written that 2,000 years ago?
I have no idea.
And it's not just our Bible; it's in the Dutch Bible too, because I've got a copy of the Dutch Bible. And I just find it so strange, because I'm a great believer in the Revelation. For some obscure reason, ever since I first saw a barcode back in late 80s, I thought to myself, there it is, the barcode, because I've done binary, and so I know what sixes look like. And ever since then, I've been this little Revelation freak, because I believe DW always laughs at me about it, because I'm always asking everyone in here about the mark of the beast and all this sort of stuff.
When you see Jesus on a white horse, you'll know the rapture is about to happen.
No, well, yes, but I have a take on these horses, actually. They remind me of a certain flag that we see flying everywhere nowadays, but not say anything about that. But I just, because the Euphrates is drying up, and you do know when when Iraq's got no water, it will attack Syria, and it will also attack
It has to.
Yes.
It has to.
So that, yes. So when that happens, America will join in because it will do. And then, of course, Russia will join in because it will do. And so we're going to...
It'll back Syria.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Syria and Turkey. And Turkey's also in NATO. So there's going to be a lot of trouble. And to me, it's as clear as day. To me, it's as clear as day. But no one else sees it. But I'm a weirdo. Like, I see barcodes everywhere. And I think it's just a matter of time before they start barcoding us a little lot as well. Because I think the Antichrist is a corporation. Because a corporation is a he. It's he. And I think there's only one being that could be so powerful, and that would be a corporation.
Microsoft.
Yeah, or could be. But it could be a bank as well, of course, because
That's true. Well, think about this.
What?
World War II, the human population on this planet was 2 billion people.
I know. Isn't it weird?
And we have 8.3 billion now, and it's growing by 80 million a year.
Yes.
And all we're doing is sucking more resources, and it's the Earth is going to say, fuck you at some point. It's just going to give a big vomit.
Yes.
And you're right. When we don't have water, when people don't have water, they'll kill anything.
Yes, precisely. And I think it will come. If the world in Iraq, the Euphrates is drying up, and it is drying up. It's thingy.
So when you think about it, the sperm and the vagina, the penis and the vagina are the devil.
Yeah. Well, if you say so. But no, I really believe it. I know it sounds crazy, and I really believe it. And I think very few of us will survive it. And I think after all that, because the what's it called? That stuff that was knocked down, and they had the stuff they erected that only 500 million would survive.
Oh, the Georgia, the stones. Yeah, it was on the mountain. The guide stones. That's it. The guide stones.
Yes, I think that will happen.
I agree.
Yeah. And have you seen the nuclear shelters in Switzerland?
No.
You have to see it to believe it.
And what are they called again?
The nuclear shelters in Switzerland and in Alps.
Oh, the nuclear shelters. Gotcha. Yeah.
Yes, the nuclear shelters. You have to see them to believe it. It is on YouTube somewhere. It's just something else. Yeah. Unbelievable.
I believe it.
And of course, the Bank of International Affairs is in Switzerland. And it's the richest bank in the world.
Yeah. Well, Switzerland backed Germany. They weren't in the war, but they gave Switzerland a lot of their resources,
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
But one of the services I offer as a pastor, when I do a circumcision, I do a vasectomization at the same time. They don't even know what hit them.
Good thing, too.
two for one. Parents pay me for a circumcision. I just vasectomized. 2 for 1 special.
So should.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I don't know why people bring children into this, because I tell you something. I saw it all when I was 7 years old. Granted, I was living in the Middle East, so I was living in a horror show anyway. But I saw it. To me, it was as clear as day. All of it.
Yeah, me too.
I was living in Aden with Yeah.
The older I got, and the more science I was exposed to. You came to this realization at 7. I came to it at 10 when everybody was dying around me. My dogs, my dad,
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the more I learned about nature and everything, eating everything else, and all the diseases and injuries and all the shit that can happen to you.
A lot of shit, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a landmine.
It's a real horror story. Yeah.
It really is. And we've tamed a lot of it, but there's so much out there that we haven't even touched.
Yeah. What about nature? Nature's cruel.
Oh, it's brutal.
Brutal. It's a real bloodbath. Yeah.
Oh, this park where I walk, these 2 ducklings had 2 ducks had 5 little ducklings, and they're down to 3 now. I'm thinking, oh God, it's just a matter of time.
It's horrible. Isn't that heartbreaking? Because they're one of my favorite animals. I love ducks. Not to eat.
Yeah.
They are such gorgeous creatures, and that could happen. And what we do to chicks?
We have these little Ingrids, and there's maybe, when I see like 20 together, there are like 4 or 5 that have one leg because the alligator or something trying to eat them cut off one leg.
Isn't it terrible? Heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's awful. It does. Nature's a bitch.
It's a bitch, isn't it? Isn't it?
It really is. Or a bastard, or whatever you want to call
It's
it.
a little asshole. No, it is. It's a horror, an absolute horror story. People think it's beautiful. There's nothing beautiful about it. Yeah, animals are beautiful, but there's nothing beautiful about it. Nothing.
Well, domesticated animals are beautiful, but if I didn't feed my dog for 3 days, he'd probably eat my arm off.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, well, mine just go out and hunt all the mice outside. You know what my cats do? Shall I tell you what my cats do? My cats bring mice home alive.
You're right.
Put them under my bed, and then they have little killing feasts under my bed when I'm trying to sleep.
Oh my goodness.
And I have to catch the mouse. And the other day, I'm always catching mice inside my flat, dead mice. This is, I get cats and they bring them home to kill.
Oh.
That's the story of my life.
Oh my goodness. Well, maybe they think they're helping by bringing home food, you know? Who knows?
What he thinks he's up to. But this is one, I've got 6 girls, 1 Tom. And the Tom seems to do it because they're all girls. Here's a present for you, girls.
Right. Yeah. Daddy the provider.
Yeah. Look what I've bought for you. He brings them home live. And I try and catch them.
Oh.
But I normally fail. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it's not pretty.
Well, last night I was having dinner and the dog was sitting right there. Normally I'll give him 1 or 2 pieces. I mean, he's had his dinner, so I give him 1 or 2 pieces of my food. And I apparently didn't give him enough quick enough. And normally he gives me this real sad, like, oh, I'm so deprived look, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He took his paw and he started pawing at me. I mean, he didn't do it to hurt me. But he's like, hey, I'm here.
Yeah, my cats do it.
Oh, they do it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they pull me. Yeah.
Don't tell me they don't have intelligence. They may not be as intelligent as us, but...
Of course, it must be funny. Man, my cats do it to me. They pull me when they want something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the expression on his face is like, I've never eaten. Give me food.
Yes.
It's like they're almost crying, you know?
Yes. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know all about it. Well, 7 of them doing it to me. But the mice, the mice running around the bed.
That would drive me nuts.
Yeah, well, yes. I'm thinking about putting a bell around his neck, actually. I must admit. But
that would warn the mice.
Huh?
That would warn the mice.
Yes, but it's very bad for a cat's mental health, so I don't know what to do anymore. Yes.
You know, they've got those electric mice now where you can wind them up or they run on the internet or they got batteries.
Not interested in that. Not interested.
No.
I tried that years ago. Not interested. No,
didn't work.
Real nice. Real ones.
Of course.
Yes.
They're programmed killing machines like the rest of us.
Yeah, that's what cats are, aren't they? That's what cats are.
Yeah, they are.
Killers. Yeah. And you wouldn't mind. She's got one of the girls got the sweetest little face, and she's the real killer girl.
Oh boy!
You wouldn't believe it. Yeah.
Well, they know how to emotionally manipulate. They do.
Oh, God, they do.
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh yes.
They're worse than kids. At least kids will, they'll just scream. Dogs will just give you a guilt trip.
Oh well, I'd rather have a guilt trip than listen to kids screaming, I must admit.
No fucking shit. Oh.
I don't like babies, actually. No, it's a terrible thing to say, but I don't actually like them. I find them such noisy little things, and they make such a horrible noise.
Once they're 5 to 10, that age range I like because they can talk and take care of their own biology, But you're right. Yeah, little infants, they're just little shit machines.
I'm one of those people who kids, I absolutely adore them. I'd love to have kids. It's adults that I can't stand. And I would hate to. One of the reasons why I'm apprehensive about having children is because no matter how sweet and lovely it is to be a father, they don't stay little children forever. At some point, they're going to be fully autonomous, self-aware beings. They're going to have to contend and grapple with the big questions of life. They're going to have to question, why am I here? What's all this for? Is the state of the world, does it make any sense? Why was I brought into it? And these are questions that I've scarcely been able to work the answer out to myself. And if I can't give a coherent answer to those questions, well then, what business do I have being a father? It's like, so.
Well, someone once said the people that don't have kids, because I think about it, would make the best parents. And it's true.
Really? I don't think I'd be a very good mother, actually.
Oh, I think you'd be a good mother. You sound very nurturing.
No, I'm very nurturing towards grown-up people and animals and everything, but I don't like babies. I actually don't like them. You know, shall I tell you something terrible about myself? I can understand that women murdered their own babies. I can understand why they do it. I can't understand that. A stranger would do it, but I can understand the mother does it for some obscure reason, which suggests to me it's within me. Because I had a very unhappy childhood, very unhappy. So,
hold on. When you say women who murder their own babies, are you talking about women who get an abortion, or are you talking about infanticide?
No, I'm talking about women that actually murder their babies.
So
all them throw them out of windows or whatever they do. I can understand it. No, I can understand it, unfortunately. But at least I know it about myself.
You can understand it.
Huh?
You say you can understand it.
I had a very unhappy childhood. All that's been destroyed in me. It's been completely destroyed.
You guys know who the comedian Doug Stanhope is?
No, but yeah, go on.
I think I've heard that name before. Anyway, carry on.
Okay, he's an antinatalist comedian. He was featured in a documentary. Anyways, people come up to him and they pull out their wallet and show him pictures of the kids. And what he does, he pulls his wallet out and has somebody in a ICU all hooked up to tubes and dying. He goes, "Here's my kid." They just walk away.
I bet they do. I bet they do. I don't go that far.
I do.
No, I don't go that far.
I've got
to other people's kids, but I wouldn't want one.
I feel like I ought to make. Oh, sorry for cutting in.
Please, no, go ahead.
Oh, I feel like I ought to make this clear for anyone who doesn't know. I don't know if anyone is interested, but I'm not, strictly speaking, an anti-natalist. A lot of people who I hang out with, and who I've chatted with, and people who share this space with me on DNW stream are anti-natalists, and I respect that. I respect their opinions, but I'm not an anti-natalist myself, because I feel that the logic of the position of antinatalism is that by refusing to create life, you are not subjecting your child to an uncertain future where there may be pain or pleasure. I don't know if you're familiar with the pain-pleasure principle. I think it's one of the it's one of the key arguments for antinatalism, and where I beg to differ is I don't think that life is about pain or pleasure. There's something far greater that we all strive for that makes it worth being alive, and that's
what
meaning.
is that?
Yeah.
What's the meaning?
Yes,
meaning. What's the meaning?
Now meaning is it's very tricky and it's subjective, and it means different things to different people. But pain and pleasure can be used in a way to create what is meaning. We know that throughout history, there are people who have lived lives of luxury and who have had incredibly wealthy lives and who have been very successful, and they've ended their lives, even though they've killed themselves in misery and despair, in spite of the fact that they had lots of pleasure throughout their life. So we can't definitively say that pleasure alone is what makes life worth living. And similarly, on the other hand, there are people who are born into abject poverty who have to defecate outside in a small bucket and then use that sewage waste as fertilizer to grow crops.
Yes.
And I work as a care worker, by the way, so I have to deal with people who are very much in the twilight stages of their life, people who literally can't move half of their bodies because they've had a stroke, people who can't poo properly. I have to clean them up. I have to shower them.
Rather you than me.
It is a gross job. And to be honest, even as a care worker, I have to say, I don't know if I would be happy being in a position where I need care workers caring after me. But anyway, there are people who've had to endure all that, and yet they still keep on living. They don't take the easy way out.
The point is, what gives you the right to make that decision for somebody else and take a risk on their life? That's where antinatalists are coming from.
Exactly. I personally don't have the power of arbitrage, and I'm not the supreme arbiter of whether life is meaningful or not, but only you as an individual can make that decision. And I feel that since you're here, since you're in the world, you kind of owe it to yourself to look back and reflect on what your life experience has been and try and make sense of it and determine, has my life been meaningful? Like if I went back in time, I was born on, say, October 9th, 1994, and I passed away on, let's say, December 25th, 2025 or something like that. So not long. What was my purpose? What was my mission for having been born on that particular day for? Generations ago, you might say, if you were born in the late 1800s and you died in, say, 1915, my purpose was to fight for my country in the Great War, to fight and die along my comrades. Now, loads of English soldiers died by the hundreds of thousands in that war, but you can't say that it wasn't meaningful because they all believed in what they were doing. And that's what makes all the difference. Because, again, I contend that life is not about pain or pleasure. It's about meaning. Meaning is a separate dimension that exists independently of pain or pleasure because you can derive meaning from both of them.
Okay.
That's what I feel. I am 31 years old.
Okay. I am more than twice your age, and Chickpea is more than me. Okay. Yeah. Now, when you have a cute little baby or even a 5 to 10-year-old child, which I agree they're adorable at that age, you're also creating an old person, most likely. And trust me, my body is starting to fail, and it's failing big time. My hips are going, everything hurts. It sucks. And you can talk about all this meaning and love and spirituality and all that's great, but nobody really knows what the meaning is, number one. Number two, as much as you're giving them a happy childhood, hopefully, you're giving them most likely an awful old age. And you see it. You see it more than we do. I'm feeling it. But I can still poop and I can still take care of myself to some degree, but I can see a point where this is going to be a problem.
So a couple of things. First of all, you say that I run the risk of giving my children an unhappy childhood if I have a child.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said the happy childhood is it worth the old age? Is it worth the decrepity? Is it worth watching your body decay in front of you?
Well, becoming old, sadly, it is inevitable in very much the same way that death itself is inevitable.
Neither one of those are inevitable.
Oh, hold on. I said that death was inevitable as well. Are you going to contest that?
Yes, because you don't have to give birth.
Well, let me. I see. Fair enough. That's your position. But let me clarify. It's as long as you are alive, as long as you have the as long as you're able to process sensory information and take into account the things I've said, that means you exist and you're here on this planet. And as that is the case, aging and death are a certainty, and that's not a certainty that you can escape from. So what do you do? How do you contend with that? It's not.
I do the best I can with what I have. I'm relatively fortunate. I'm affluent, and I live in an affluent country. I can't speak for Chickpea, but she's about the same age frame I am. It sucks.
Do you eat healthily? I remember you telling me you drink lots of cod liver oil. What about exercise? Do you keep yourself
I
fit as well,
exercise.
then?
I walk at least 2 miles a day, even though I need a walker to do it. My hip is given out, so now I got to look at hip surgery. I don't have the energy I used to have. I deal with depression. I watch my body decay in front of me. I know all the diseases that old age comes with. It's on the internet. It's WebMD and all these other sources concur. You are more prone to serious injury and illness in old age. And you can say that's an inevitability of life. Our question is, why is life inevitable? It's not. It starts with the penis and the vagina. And it ends with my penis and an unknown vagina.
Okay, well, let me respond to that. So, old age is inevitable if you exist and you're a young man. I will become an old man. That is presuming I don't get hit by a bus and get snuffed out. However, not everyone ages the same way. You got to understand that the patients that I look after in my line of work, the care worker, these are people who have experienced life debilitating conditions like a stroke or a severe injury, or in some cases who are born with a deformity like spina bifida. Now, that is not the universal experience. Now, in the case of a stroke, 2 of my service users, in fact, have been paralyzed from head to toe on one side by a stroke. That means they can't move their left arm or their left leg. However, there are lifestyle factors that can pose a risk for making that happen. For instance, drinking excessively. That's one thing. Or eating too much food. One of my clients who's had a stroke is massively overweight. He is obese, and you cannot deny that. And he knows this to be true, that it was his love of eating, it was his gluttony that tragically brought about the conditions that made him more susceptible to a stroke. Now, I don't know what you physically look like, Pastor D, but I presume since you keep in good health and since you take your body quite seriously, the relative risk of that happening, of you encountering a stroke, is very low, unless your parents or you have extended family relatives who have had strokes themselves. So you have a family history, because there's a bit of a genetic risk that comes with that. But sure. But also another thing I want to add is my grandparents, who I'm currently living with now, Christopher and Josephine Jolliffe, they are both in their 90s. They're both 93 years old. 93 years old. Now, this is incredibly remarkable because, as far as I'm aware, nobody in my family history, nobody as far as I'm aware of, has ever lived past the age of 95. So I know without a doubt that at some point, they're not going to be around for much longer. However, the thing you got to understand is both of them are able to walk. My grandmother, she cooks me breakfast every morning. She insists on it. Even when I tell her, Grandma, no, you don't have to keep doing this for me every morning. It's fine. I'll just make myself some cereal. But she insists. She demands that I have breakfast. She just, it is meaningful.
She's showing you love. She's showing you love. That's beautiful.
She still sees me as though I'm a 4-year-old boy, as though I'm her little grandson, and she doesn't see me as a 31-year-old adult. And I can't change that about her. But why would I want
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
It is beautiful. And they're both incredibly mobile for people who have reached that age. And what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to make is, not all people age the same way. Old age doesn't necessarily have to be a miserable experience.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, all the Abrahamic religions believe in a heaven and hell for eternity. Eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, just the fact that I could have a kid that goes to hell for fucking ever.
Fair.
That should be enough to just end the argument right there.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I'm not a Christian. I don't have any religion, and second, I don't even believe in eternity. I think eternity itself is a made-up human concept. Nothing lasts forever.
But you're making a decision for somebody else when you breed, and it's not fair. You're risking your child's eternal fucking soul. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it could not be true. We don't know. And we don't know what happens after death. So why would you expose somebody to that?
I see what's going on. So you're saying that by me procreating, I am subjecting my unborn child to a theoretical risk of eternal damnation, which is based entirely on what you believe. I don't know if you're religious.
I don't know what they believe or not. I don't know what you're going to believe or not. I don't know what they're going to believe or not. But the fact that you don't know what happens after death and everyone's terrified of death, why put somebody in a position where they're going to die?
Oh, Pastor.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm just brutal. I'm brutal. I'm sorry. But I'm very passionate about this subject.
Pastor, can I just ask something? Can I just ask?
Sure, please.
Pastor, do you believe we exist before we come into this shithole? Did I tell you that I exist in another dimension before I came here? Did I tell you that?
No, I don't think I've had a conversation.
Listen to this. Tracking this concerns you too. Yeah, back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotherapist to try and quit smoking, okay? Anyway, I don't know what happened exactly, but one of my sessions, I've been seeing him a couple of times, so I was still smoking. I found myself in a strange blue environment, and I witnessed my own conception. I know it sounds, I witnessed my own conception, and I saw the cells dividing, and I saw the whole baby being formed. Then the forehead, so I put my hand out, I put a V on it to make it better. I just put my hand out the shape of a V to make it all better. And then I went into this thing, the fully grown baby. It was all a different time frame to what we know. But I was born with a great big red V on my forehead. So we exist before we come here.
Oh.
I know. But my mother confirmed it. And this happened 36 years ago now. And I still remember that event like it was yesterday. So it's not just little things.
I've heard people, they think that, yeah.
So
now, let me ask you a question. Did you try to crawl back in? Did you try to crawl back in? No, shit. That was my mistake. I tried to crawl back in.
You tried to crawl back in?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw what was outside of that evil vagina. I said, no, it's safer in here, please.
So you remember it, because our brains, scientists say that our brains conduct our thoughts. But I know for a fact that our brains don't conduct our thoughts. It's something else that conducts our thoughts, conduct our brains, if you get what I mean. It's the other way around.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Well, I don't know it. I understand where you're coming from, though. I don't know what makes our thoughts tick.
Well, I've had an out-of-body experience under surgery. And when I had my experience, my brain and my soul and my sight were with me, not in the little heap laying on the surgical bed.
Okay.
Because we can live outside our bodies.
Pastor, I want to ask you more questions about your apprehension about what awaits us after death. So based on what you've told me earlier, you're morally opposed to bringing new children in the world on the grounds that by creating new life, you're subjecting that future life to a possible eternity of damnation once they become old and they die, and that's not a choice that you have the moral authority to make. Am I correct in thinking that?
Either it's the eternal hell or just the fact we don't know what happens after death.
I see. So you don't know. You're not sure if you believe there is an eternal hell or eternal heaven after death, but you fear that there might be. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
I see.
But just the
All
fact
right,
I don't know, just the fact I don't know is scary.
Okay, well, let's ask some more questions about this. So, what do you think happens to animals after they die? Do they go to heaven or hell?
All dogs go to heaven.
All dogs go to heaven. Wait, even pickles?
Oh yes, oh yes.
No, I find that a little strange.
If they repent on their deathbed, they go to heaven.
But
If they repent,
sin like we do.
They repent. Yeah.
Okay, let's leave aside the matter as to whether dogs have the intellectual and philosophical capacity to be repentant for their own actions. Let's talk about heaven and hell. So you are focused on your theory of there being a heaven and hell, and this implies that there is a value judgment, that your actions in so long as you live will have some unforeseen. They will have a consequence on whether you are admitted to heaven or hell. Now, this would imply to me that you, even though you seem like you're agnostic, you're not sure what you believe. You sound as though your beliefs have been influenced by Christianity.
Probably yes, that's true.
Okay,
that's why I'm a pastor.
So the oh goodness, I see. So I didn't really make that connection, but yeah, that now I mention it. Yes, your name is.
It's a little tongue in cheek, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. Well, Christianity, you got to understand, is just one major world religion, but you understand that Christianity is not the way of seeing the world. It is just one way of seeing the world. You know,
I understand.
there are multiple religions around the world. There are religions like Islam, and the thing you got to understand in certain religions like Islam, they don't hold the same moral precepts. They don't hold the same.
They do have a heaven and hell, though. They do have a heaven and hell.
They do, but the things that you need to do in order to be admitted to heaven or hell are entirely different to what Christianity teaches. For instance.
Okay. All right.
Like for instance, in Islam, if you die for the purpose of spreading Islam, you know, in jihad, and there are loads of Islamic scholars who talk about this. This even in the context of killing people for a holy war, you will go to heaven. This is why Al Qaeda flew those planes into the World Trade Center.
Yep.
So
I've seen documentaries where they train kids before they have critical thinking how to strap on, you know, bomb vests and jihad.
Exactly. And the thing is, those schools who teach those things, they are based on religious scripture. It's not as though they made up some. If you read the Quran, all the evidence is there. So, taking this into account, how do you reconcile this with your view that all people stand to go to heaven or hell based on their actions, when you've already made it clear to me that your beliefs are influenced in part by Christianity, in spite of the fact that we just discovered that not everyone in the world is Christian and not everyone sees the world through the same moral lens as Christianity? What are your thoughts on that?
Okay. Well, here are my thoughts on that. First of all, Jesus was child-free as far as we know. So I'm going to be like Jesus. 2, what right do I have to say you're going to live in this world, like it or not? And if you don't like it, there's no legal, safe, and painless way to leave. The only assisted suicide we have is if you're terminally ill. Number 3, I would feel awful if my kid became conscious and struggled with this life and death concept and not knowing, and that there might be a hell, and that I expose their soul to eternal hell. Whether you think it's real or not, it's what the kid, why put someone in that position? So those are my answers.
Can I ask, do you have any children? Or are you being hypothetical when you say...
No, I absolutely, my hypothetical kid.
I see. All right. Okay. But the important point I'm trying to make is that my fear, your belief that there is a heaven and hell, and I think you seem disproportionately afraid that we may go to hell, but you also fail to take into account that there's also a possibility we may be admitted to heaven as well. Now, let me ask, Pastor D, you haven't committed any acts throughout your lifetime which you believe may give you reason to think you're going to go to hell, have you?
Well, no, I've not murdered anyone. I've not
Have you
raped
committed
anyone.
adultery?
No, not that I know of.
See, that's the first
I
thing.
have had same-sex attraction, so I guess that's a bad thing.
Well, have you acted on it?
When I was younger, yes.
Okay,
I've been
all right. Well,
I've been celibate for 25 years, so.
I'd be celibate longer than that. Yeah.
Oh, good for you, P. I love you.
What?
Well,
I love you.
Ask a couple of, I'm so sorry, but may I possibly ask a couple of questions I have as well?
Okay, is this the objective ethics?
Yes.
Yeah, that's objective ethics. Go ahead.
Well, just there's like quite a bit. You guys have mentioned so many things. I actually had to take notes because you've gone into several different topics. And I just want to clarify, I know how much some of you love to be miserable. And so I don't want to bring too much positive energy into the room and just ruin it for everybody.
I love it. I love it.
We don't love to be miserable.
All the time.
I would say just to ease the brother's mind. Now, I'm an agnostic myself, and just for people listening, and I'm not going to trash you guys for definitions because we live in a world where we can use whatever fucking meaning we want to whatever word. I don't care. But technically speaking, agnosticism is not just lacking belief, because that could be an atheistic type of view. Agnosticism really is about whether you think it's even possible to know. So there's a kind of an important distinction there. And if the pastor doesn't think it's possible to know, then yes, he'd be agnostic. But if he just doesn't know, then he's a soft atheist. At any rate, in regards to the heaven and hell concept, it's not so much about action as far as the Abrahamic faiths are concerned. It's far more about belief. Actions play a different, they carry a different weight depending on if you're talking about Judaism or Islam or Christianity. But it sounds like he's really more in the Christian mindset, which is far more about belief than action. The other thing I would like to say, just for your sake, for everybody else's sake, as a person who believes in virtue, that our goal here, I think tracking was starting to get to what the purpose of life is. I don't think he ever got there unless I missed it, but the purpose of life, as far as I'm concerned, is that we're trying to live a virtuous life. And one of the very important virtues is fairness and egalitarianism. Okay. And so if a man and a woman can get married or have intercourse or have attraction to each other, then the virtue of fairness says that there's nothing immoral about two men or two women or two transgender people having the same type of attraction or relationship, as far as I'm concerned. Mm-hmm. And if there is this deity, this God figure that is a good God, quote unquote, then it would certainly need to be a virtuous God. And so fairness would be paramount. So I wouldn't carry any guilt or shame, whether I'm talking to you personally, brother, or to anyone in the audience, for same-sex attraction. I think that's something that certain religious groups have held over people's heads, and it's a real shame. That I'm not anti-religious, I'm not an anti-theist. I talk about a lot of religion on my channel, actually, but I do think there's a lot of harm that comes from religion, organized religion in particular. Well, I agree. So I do think there's a lot of wonderful religious people, and there's a lot of beauty to be found within various religions. I've studied them for over 30 years. Even though I'm not religious, I find them to be quite fascinating. You can't go back to any society that we have actual really good historical records of, which would go back to Sumer, really, and not have some type of organized, well-developed religious beliefs. So clearly these religious thoughts go way back into antiquity. So you just can't separate it from society. And I think that's for good and for bad. But I don't want to, there's so many things I wanted to touch on because you guys are talking about, but I don't want to just take over the conversation. So please, thank you for letting me interject there, and I'll just listen quietly.
Yeah, bring up another point.
Thank you for interjecting.
Okay, I'll just try to work. I'll try to work my way backwards here, and we'll get all the way back to the prenatalist thing then. So the sister, which by the way, Mrs. Chickpea, it's so lovely to speak with you again. I very much enjoyed our conversation previously.
Isn't she lovely?
Yeah, indeed, absolutely. What a treasure! What a miserable treasure she is.
But saying that, I've got a house full of flowers and pretty things and lots of cats, and I come across as very cheerful.
Well, and this is actually really ties into one of the things when we work back to prenatalism and this I don't even know what the term would be for this. It's beyond nihilism and existentialism.
It's not nihilism. It's not nihilism. It's not nihilism.
It's way beyond that. it's way beyond that. It's way beyond that.
Wow.
Even beyond existentialism. It's to this. I don't even know if there's really a word for it other than maybe depression or something like that. But it's whatever that you guys,
Okay.
however you label this to you. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
All right, we're sharing a house, right? You're in one bedroom, I'm in the other bedroom. You're sound asleep. I mean, you were in a deep sleep, no dreams, no nothing. I bust into your room, wake you up, put you in my car, and say, we're going to this party, and you better fucking like it for 80 years. Can't leave. Would that be moral?
No, because one of the fundamental morals is, like I said, virtue, and so I actually, even though I'm not religious, believe in objective morality, and I am
Right, but that's
moral
not the
agent.
that's not the point. The point is, if
No,
I can't do that to you, what gives me the right to take something from unconsciousness and make it conscious and say you're going to play this fucking game like it or not?
Yeah, no, I appreciate where you're coming from at that angle, but here's the thing: is that we are biological creatures. We are organic organisms, and every single organic organism that's alive right now has this innate desire to live. That's just part of life. So we want to recreate. That's just what we are. So you're fighting against your very nature to say that we shouldn't be recreating.
No,
And
I'm
that
not.
to me,
No, it's not.
scientifically
No.
speaking, yeah, every organic organism wants to recreate to a
If you're,
certain degree.
sir, if you're going to use nature, I can give you a billion examples of nature being beyond cruel. The number one being is a lot of animals kill their own young. Not to mention what we all have to do for food, because not everything is vegan. So if you're going to appeal to nature, make sure you appeal to all of nature.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
agree
sorry.
100%. You've got to take, yeah, no, you're right, brother. That's a very fair point. I appreciate where you're coming from. But the problem is that this still doesn't discount what nature actually ultimately does. Ultimately, nature wants to survive. If it didn't, it wouldn't be here. This is basic biology. This is evolution 101. You know, organisms, they take in energy and they recreate. That's at the very basic level without applying any thought or anything other than what we might consider instinct. So this is what organic organisms do. And if they didn't, then they wouldn't be here. We're a product of billions, if not. Go ahead.
Objectives. It's because they are designed to in their DNA. We're designed to bring.
Yes,
it's all
exactly.
hormonal. Take away the hormones. The urge for sex goes completely. I know.
Saying that animals behave in a manner that's cruel. The word cruel implies a moral judgment, but a moral judgment like that comes from being human. But is it really for us to say whether the way that animals behave or the behavior in which they engage in is cruel? Maybe it's necessary, or maybe the animals don't have a problem with it. Like, you know that after the female black widow spider is finished mating, it will devour its husband. And who are we to say whether the male maybe he likes it?
That's fair. That's fair.
Maybe it is as necessary for the male black widow spider to be eaten alive as it is for, you know, a man when he's finished inside his wife, just go to sleep. Like, maybe that is just the way things are. Are we really in a position to definitively say that animals behave in a manner that's unjust?
That's fair.
We're trying to apply something. We're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. We're trying to apply a lens of morality into something where it does not apply. I'm sorry for cutting in objective ethics, but I wanted to add that this is where.
Brother, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. When we talk about morality is exclusively referring to actions between moral agents, and animals do not have what we would consider to be. They are not culpable. They don't have culpability because they do not have the mental capacity to make a decision to what's right.
I don't know. When my dog shits on the floor, it knows it did wrong. But go ahead.
But objectives. Can I just say something? Right. Okay. When I was 40, when I turned 40, I was spayed like a cat. Okay, you know the ops cats get completely done. And before the op, I had the normal sex drive like most 40-year-old women, completely sex mad. Straight after my op, my sex drive completely disappeared and it never came back because there's no hormones being produced anymore. It's all hormonal. 100%.
Fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
What?
Yes.
Fucking brilliant.
What?
Yes, that's absolutely true, sister.
Yes.
You're absolutely right about that. But I agree with you. Which is why I believe that there's no such thing as free will, and that's a whole nother conversation. But I do. Yeah, there's no free will. It's an illusion. But at any rate, I did want to just I wanted to touch one thing really quick. You mentioned the experience, the altered life or previous life experiencing yourself coming through the womb. It's what it was actually how you referred to that. I do believe that fits into what is known as block theory or B theory of time. If you've ever looked into that, so the past, present, and future. Yeah, so we have this illusion in what we call the A theory of time, that the past we have no more access to, and the future does not exist yet. We only have the present.
Yeah, I know what you
but
mean,
in physics, we're understanding that the B theory of time is actually the way that time works, because time is a fabric. So the past, present, and future all exist simultaneously. So it's quite possible that you actually simply had a access mentally, somehow a cognitive access. And I don't know the mechanisms to this. I'm not that savvy with the whole thing yet, but it's quite possible that it doesn't violate any of the laws of physics whatsoever, that you could have had a recollection of any moment in time. And this would include past lives, future lives. So if there was such a thing with you. Yeah, yes, of course. So that's perfectly reasonable to have that experience.
I was very unhappy about it. I can tell you, I'm very unhappy about it. Very unhappy indeed.
Well, when I saw that sliver of light coming through the operating room and the delivery room when I was coming out, I was looking for the zipper on the inside, but there wasn't one.
Hey, I wanted to contribute, and I wanted to add to what Chickpea said earlier about it all being hormonal, because this is what so many people fail to take into account. We tend to treat morality as though it's a fixed constant that exists independently of all cultures and outside time and space, and that all people have the same functioning moral compass, that we all behave the same way in certain situations. Well, I want to share with you a little story that I picked up on a while back that throws a spanner in the wrench of that theory. So there's a woman, I came across her on YouTube. She's an actual diagnosed sociopath. Her name is Patrick Gagne. It's spelled Patric Gagne. She's an American woman who is a diagnosed sociopath, and it's really fascinating if you look up her early life, because she's very candid. She talks in great detail about what her life is like, and she says from a young age, as a child, she knew that she was a bit different. There was one memorable occasion that I read about here where, as a child, she stabbed another girl in the head with a pencil, and she didn't really understand why she did it. She just wanted to inflict pain. She understood that this was wrong, but the inhibitive what do I call it? The inhibitive instinct to prevent her from doing wrong just wasn't there. As a child, she understood that in order to succeed, in order to be respected and liked by her peers, she would have to be honest and she'd have to do good. But the incentive to do good was never there because it never made sense. And she preferred to lie because lying felt more natural to her. This is this is the key point I'm trying to make. We place our entire lives, we view our whole lives and our entire actions through a moral framework. The consequences that await us after death, again, we visualize this through our moral framework. But the moral framework itself, and which itself is variant depending on which part of the world you're from and what your religion and culture is like, that itself it's based on shared consensus. But it's not a fixed material entity. It's an illusion. It only exists because we all collectively agree it does. But not everyone agrees that it does. Not everyone is equally capable of seeing the world in this way. And if you watch, listen to videos, listen to podcasts by Patrice Gagne, read the article I'm reading here, for instance, you'll begin to understand that morality itself is kind of it's an illusion. And once you begin to understand that, I think it'll give you a more nuanced understanding of what life is. Because when we try to derive meaning from life, we're only able to derive as much meaning from life as we think we're able to. And we use morality a lot of the time to derive said meaning. But when you understand that morality itself is on shaky grounds, I think this should help you put to rest your fears that we will face eternal damnation after we die. Because to a certain degree, our behaviors are programmed. Like life itself is kind of a simulation. Anyway,
to support what you're saying. Look at the American South. For 250 years, a lot of people, if not a majority of people in this country, and it was true in England and Europe too, but you guys caught on quicker, that taking people from foreign lands and making them enslaved for life was not moral. But it took a long time to change that perspective.
Well,
I'd like to offer some pushback, actually, because this is something I actually do formal debates on, and I'm a moral realist, and there's an argument to be made from both sides for whether morality is objective or subjective. And what you're talking about, brother, you're conflating some terms, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but you're conflating some concepts.
When you say brother, who are you referring to?
Tracking with this subjective moral view. So the idea that there's no pre-existing moral code that's out there floating around in the universe has no bearing on objective versus subjective view, and neither does the fact that we adapt different moral views with society and these things change. That's actually not really even an argument for subjective morality. And what you're talking about with this lady, it's called the non-cognitivist view. And the non-cognitivist view has been thoroughly debunked. I recommend you look into the Frege-Geach problem, for example. Remember, when you make the person, not you specifically, brother, but the person who makes the subjective moral claim, you're taking a burden of proof, and you've got to then validate or justify that claim with evidence. And the subjective moral claim, in particular, the non-cognitivist claim, has absolutely no way to make logically coherent value judgments on morality in general. And it offers no explanation as to how we can make a connection between two objectively true facts and this boo murder, which is essentially what the non-cognitivist view is saying, is that we just don't murder because we have this boo murder kind of a feeling about it, and morality doesn't actually exist. And I don't want to waste all your time with this whole concept, but there's a very strong argument to be made for the objective view. When you look at objective morality from the proper mindset, from the proper proper lens, it's quite clear that morality is objective, because there's a number of reasons. The way that I run the argument personally is, and I'll just give you the quick version of it, is that as a human being, I'm a moral agent. And what agency means is that I set goals and take actions. And if being a human being is sufficient to have my agency, that means all human beings have an equal right to their agency, which means all human beings have an equal right to their freedom and well-being, because freedom and well-being is a necessary precondition to accomplishing any of our goals. And this puts us all on the same playing field. So thus, because I need my freedom and well-being, I have a reason to have it, thus I ought to have it. And moral decisions are based on how we affect each other's freedom and well-being. Therefore, I ought not to interfere with other people's freedom and well-being. And if I ought not to, because their freedom and well-being is tied to their agency, no moral agent ought to interfere unjustly with anybody else's freedom and well-being. And we build the objective moral framework from this position. The other problem is that subjective morality leads to logical contradictions. And according to the second law of logic, which is P not P, one or both propositions, declarative propositions, must be false. So the slave owner, for example, right? He takes slaves because he's very powerful. He's got the bazooka or the army or the flamethrower, whatever the fuck he's got. He can take people as slaves and own them as property because he's stronger than they are. But what he cannot do, and this goes for any society that engaged in slavery, what they cannot do is they cannot say, well, this is morally justified, even if everybody in that society agrees. The reason is because it's a logical contradiction, and logical contradictions cannot exist, right? So the slave owner...
Yeah, they can with religion, but when you're done, I'll chime in there.
Sure. Yeah, the slave owner values his own freedom and well-being, whether he even realizes it or not. The action of taking that slave shows that he values his own freedom and well-being. So he can do it physically, but he cannot say it's a good thing to do or it's a moral thing to do because he doesn't want his own freedom and well-being to be taken away. And I would refer people to something like Kant's categorical imperative for more evidence of this.
Let me give you an example of when you can justify it. Okay, in the example of slavery, a lot of these evangelical Christians said, we're doing them a favor because we're teaching them about Jesus. And therefore, if they know about Jesus, they will spend the afterlife in eternal bliss. So they may be exchanging their freedom in this world for an eternity of bliss in the afterworld. And that's where a lot of rationalizations went in taking slaves.
I agree with you 100%, brother. I think there's a lot of ways we can rationalize terrible behavior, but that doesn't mean that it's true.
I agree with, no, absolutely. But it just seems like, I mean, look at how we treated women in the Western world. It wasn't until recent, really the 60s, that women finally said, enough of this shit. I'm not going to be your brooding factory. Yeah. You take a woman from the man's family and then he becomes your property and takes your last name and becomes your housewife and your mother for your kids. And women are saying, fuck that. Not all women, but it took a couple brave women in the late 50s and 60s to say, fuck this. And then
I agree with you 100%. One of my biggest problems with religions in general, and again, I'm not an anti-theist, I'm not hating on the religious people, but one of my biggest problems with
I hate religion too.
It's the misogyny. It absolutely drives me crazy. As a man, I don't even know why it bothers me so much, other than I have so much respect for my wife, for my mother, my grandmother. Yes. Maybe that's where it comes from, but it really fucking pisses me off, actually.
Women the females are the superior sex of this race. Not all,
absolutely,
but most.
Absolutely. I do believe in equality. I do believe in equality between men and women, but yeah, they definitely.
No, I think they're superior.
What?
I think women are superior in most cases, not all. I do.
I'd like to respond to what Objective Ethics has said. So what you've said is very interesting. Now, you seem very intelligent. I'm guessing you sound like you might be a philosophy graduate. It sounds to me like you've extensively read the works of Aristotle, because you described virtue ethics earlier, which is something that Aristotle talks about in his Nicomachean Ethics. Am I right about that? Oh, I think he's
sorry.
gone
No,
off
my
somewhere.
phone is. Yes, no, brother. My phone is having some delays. I appreciate. First of all, thank you very much for the kind words, brother. I am well read, and I do base a lot of my moral model on Aristotelian virtue ethics, using the golden mean. Because once you establish that morality is objective, the next question is, well, how do we figure out what's moral, what's right, what's wrong? And I use the golden mean from Aristotelian virtue ethics to determine so that fairness is that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So what I wanted to say is, it's really interesting how you talk about equality as though it's an innate virtue. Your philosophical Weltanschauung is heavily based on the works of Aristotle, and you talk about how a slave owner can justify, through use of his might, his ownership of the slaves, but he can't make a moral case to own the slaves, and no one can. But you forget, slavery was the law of the land back in Aristotle's day. Most societies in antiquity, slavery was common, and Aristotle himself, if you read his works, he wrote that slavery was moral. He wrote that there were some people were destined to be masters and others were destined to be slaves. So Aristotle did not view slavery as a moral evil. He just viewed it as though as a fact of life, and he didn't necessarily question it. So your contention that the point that you're trying to make about a slave owner who cannot morally justify owning slaves is contingent heavily upon him belonging to a society in which they believe in innate equality of man, and as a result they despise slavery or anything resembling it. But you got to understand that before the
let me push back. Let me push back on that just real quick, and then I'll let you continue, just one point at a time, so I can properly address what you're saying. And I appreciate that really intelligent insight that you're offering here. The problem with it is, brother, is that I don't base everything exclusively on Aristotle, for one thing, because there are problems with his model. However, in regards to what I said, just because, and I'll even bolster your argument for you a little bit, you don't have to just go back a couple thousand years. You can go all the way back into antiquity. I mentioned that with the Sumerians, you cannot separate. They already had, by the time that the cuneiform writing system came into place, we started actually having a written record, society was fully developed, religious beliefs were fully developed, and we know for a fact, because of some of these writings, that slavery was being fully practiced all over the world. So as far as we know, slavery has got to be one of the most ancient practices. So it goes way back into antiquity. However, that doesn't have any bearing on my argument, and the reason is, as a counterexample, for the significant majority of the time, the same amount of time almost that we engaged in slavery worldwide, we also believe that the earth was flat. But we know for a fact the earth has never been flat. Just because we don't have access to the truth because of our ignorance doesn't have any bearing on what is or is not true. Go ahead.
Well, that it's true that for many years we did not know whether the earth was flat or whether the earth was round. That is mainly because we simply did not have the scientific instruments or the methodology with which we could assess that and make it, empirically. However, you're discussing something that's a little bit different. We're no longer talking about something that's empirically truthful or not. We're now talking about morality, which is morality doesn't work in the same way that empirical science does. And the point I'm trying to make is it's highly context dependent, and morality excels. Kant, Immanuel Kant, who you mentioned earlier, he's the one who came up with this categorical imperative. Kant believed, in essence, I have not read the works of Immanuel Kant. You'll have to forgive me. I've only read his works summarized to me. I remember learning about his stuff in my philosophy class. I found it really fascinating. He essentially believed that there must be some universally accepted standards of behavior that are moral, and his entire reasoning on this was based entirely on the premise that the universe is fair, that there's a sense of order, and that was more or less the framework of his argument, of that there is a categorical imperative, and if we committed ourselves to following the categorical imperative, then we would be rewarded with the summum bonum, the highest good. But this is this is probably where you and I would disagree, because I take a different view. If morality, that is a viewpoint that you could only have if you believe that morality itself was a fixed material entity that existed independently of different cultures and different time periods. To give you, there's so many other examples of this. There is a remote tribe in Papua New Guinea called the Simbari. Now, the Simbari tribe are this strange little tribe that have been cut off from all civilization. And even now, I think they still have this bizarre practice where, as part of the initiation into adulthood, the young boys, what they're supposed to do is they're supposed to perform fellatio on the male elders of the tribe. That's right. They are supposed to suck the penises and drink the semen of the tribal elders. Now, this would be absolutely horrifying to the vast majority of us around the world, because we believe that pedophilia, and that's what that is, by the way, is a moral abomination. We would never tolerate anything like it. We'd be outraged even if there was some kind of artistic medium depicting it. We would be offended on a visceral level, because that is totally unacceptable to us. But if it is so totally unacceptable to us, and if morality is shared and it's universal around the world, then how is it that this one remote tribe in a small landmass north of Australia, how did they come to the conclusion that that was moral? Like, how does
the categorical imperative explain this? It's just, so if you were to believe that morality, there was a categorical imperative and we were honor bound to follow it, then we would have to take over that tribe and we would have to inculcate them with our own morality. We'd have to colonize them, essentially. I don't know if we've already done that or if we've... anyway, I'll probably have to reread what I found out on Wikipedia. Or alternatively, we'd have to accept that not everyone comes to the same conclusions about life and morality. There is no such thing as objective truth when we're discussing things like culture and morality, because morality itself is it's a highly variable entity that takes different, that changes shape and looks different to different people around the world. And that's why I don't believe in Kant's categorical imperative.
Yes, I agree with you to a certain degree. I don't agree with the entire model of Kant either. So my moral model is actually an amalgamation of multiple different models, Aristotelian, Kant, etc. The reason I do use Kant and why Kant is extremely valuable is because when you actually have formal debates and you create a moral model, many people will cite David Hume's guillotine, the is-ought problem. And when you run morality to ultimately, the evidence for it is found in biology and human flourishing, which is another way we know it's objective. But if you're going to build a formal argument, you run up against the is-ought problem. And Kant's categorical imperative, Kant spent 13 years, I can't remember, whatever. He spent about a decade simply focused on Hume. That was Kant's entire mission, right? And he showed that the is-ought problem, the guillotine, is not a universal situation, so that you actually can get certain ises from oughts when you start using what they call normative statements. And he used the categorical imperative and the hypothetical imperative as evidence for how to overcome Hume. So it's very useful in debate spheres, the categorical imperative, because you're going to, in debate, run up against the guillotine. And so at any rate, so that's why Kant is very useful. And I do think there's a lot of beauty in his model. But his model is not perfect because Kant was a theologian, remember. And so he believed that this moral model was ultimately dictated, although he called it the natural law, much like St. Thomas Aquinas and his natural law. They believe that ultimately a mind creator, call it God, whatever you want, designed this. The Christian Bible talks about the laws being written on man's heart, this type of a concept, which obviously as an agnostic, I don't buy into any of that nonsense. But I do still see the moral model. The other issue that you mentioned, I just want to hammer down on, is that you've raised, excuse me, brother, you raised the issue that the empirical understanding of things is not the same as the transcendental or philosophical understanding of things. And I agree with you 100%, but I think we're we're conflating the ideas inaccurately, because what I'm saying here is that how this analogy does work and how it does apply. I'm not strawmanning you here when I talk about the flat earth, because what I'm doing is showing you that irregardless of whether it's empirical or philosophical or transcendental, the point I'm making is that just because people think something doesn't mean something's true, even if the entire world agrees upon it. Whether you're talking about something empirical, whether you're talking about something transcendental, that's the amount of people agreeing on it has absolutely no bearing on the actual truth of it. How you come to the truth, whether it's empirical or philosophical, that's a different story. And I agree with you 100%. But the thing that's consistent there is the agreement. The agreement has no bearing on the truth value of it, the objective truth value.
Well, wait a minute. But you're saying that no matter how many people all collectively agree on one thing, it doesn't make it necessarily true. But we're discussing the field of morality, and morality is probably the only example where if most people agree on something, then it is true, because morality exists by according to customs. Different societies have customs, and in order to behave morally, you would have to take part in those customs. And the customs, traditions, they only exist by consensus because people collectively agree to them. Would you not agree with that?
Yes, but something. No, because again, you've said that morality must be tied to people's agreement, and I disagree entirely on that. Morality has no bearing on people's agreement or not, because there's an objective standard for morality, and the objective standard that I use for morality in my model is based on logic. So just because that tribe you're talking about and this horrific situation, which is entirely too graphic for this early in the morning, I haven't even had enough coffee to even listen to something like that. And I know you're not trying to promote that, obviously, but this is just a horrible thing they're doing to these children. However, we can cite the objective moral code, which is about fairness, right? The adults certainly would not want to have to participate in this ritual with the other adults. It's something they only do to the children. And so we know that they ultimately cannot call this to be a good thing. They can say it's good. The words can come out of their mouth, but logically it's an incoherent statement. They're wrong. And we know this objectively because it's a logical contradiction. If the entire world was behaving like this, we could not cite the logical contradiction. But because the entire world is not behaving like this, the adults are not wanting to do this to themselves, the same thing that they're doing to the children, then they cannot say that this is morally justified. They can say all kinds of things they want to, but it's logically incoherent.
But does that not beg the question? Let's say you're right, and the adults of the Simbari tribe, that's who they are, by the way, if they collectively agree that it is morally reprehensible to perform this kind of, engage in this kind of behavior amongst themselves as adult members of the tribe, then how is it that they got the idea to initiate the young into the tribe by doing that? Who was the first person to come up with that idea? Why did that idea gain traction to the point where it became a timeless tradition? How did nobody object to it? There would have been plenty of opportunities for that to happen in the untold millennia that this tribe had been around for before human contact. It's at some point you got to ask, how did this tradition become representative of the people? Why is it that everyone takes part in it? And can we even definitively be sure that the adults of the tribe do feel that way? Or could it be the case that we Westerners, who have our own philosophical framework, which is molded on ancient Greek philosophy, virtue ethics, as you say, and Christianity, could it not be that we are simply imposing, or we're trying to make sense out of an entirely alien foreign custom that belongs to a really, really esoteric, a really niche tribe in an area tens of thousands of miles away from where we live, with an entirely different evolutionary and evolutionary history to us, through the way that we see the world, through our own morality.
Yeah, as far as the specific details of how could this possibly come to be, I could not answer specifically because I don't have enough information in front of me, and I'm not a psychologist or a sociologist by trade, so an expert would be able to answer this better. I could say with what I've read, what I've studied over the years, there's a general principle, as to why this might be happening within a particular culture. However, we can look at something, a far greater example, and say something like slavery, and say, well, it took, let's say, human beings in their modern anatomical form have been around for about 300,000 years, roughly, right? And yet it's only been about 150 years or whatever since we abolished slavery, right? So, and it's now a worldwide abolition. So how did people ever think at one time that owning another human being was a good idea or was morally acceptable? And it's been going on for 99% of the time human beings have been on the planet. How does this happen is a very, very good question. And it's a question I can't honestly answer as better than a person who's an expert in these in the fields of sociology. Excuse me, brother. I tripping over my words here. So I think these are really interesting questions, and they are thought-provoking, and they're not questions I have answers to. What I do know, though, is that just because things happen for whatever reason doesn't have any bearing on whether it's morally or ethically true. I think that's a completely different, we're pulling that into the conversation and saying that that's morally justified for them to do that because they all agree on it, because they built their society around it or whatever. But again, if they're not engaging in all these same behaviors, we have the internal logical contradiction. And we also have the understanding that one isolated group, whether they all agree on it or not, and all the adults were doing it, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt and say everybody in the tribe does this for each other, at which point is it no longer an imposition of free will? That's another question we have to wrestle with, if everyone's agreeing to it collectively. But as soon as you begin to infringe on another person's freedom and well-being, you have a logical contradiction when it comes to the moral question. So that's what I built the model around, is we are all moral agents. So we must treat each other in the same way, which is where the categorical imperative can be useful as a broad stroke to kind of understand this universal principle, right? So the thief, when the bank robber goes to rob the bank, he doesn't want people to rob from him. So his behaviors are not in line with something that he wishes to be universal. The categorical imperative says that we should only behave in such a way that we wish our behaviors to become universal, right? So the same thing applies then to this tribe.
It says that in the Bible, you know, we should treat others you want to be treated yourself. It's very simple.
That's all right. It's called
it's
this golden rule. It's called reciprocity, and reciprocity actually goes back into ancient antiquity. We also have Ugaritic texts that talk about reciprocity. And the other thing I would mention for people who are talking about what we get the moral code from the Bible, I have done many formal debates against biblical morality because it's completely atrocious if you've actually read the fucking thing. That's one of the most horrific books in the entire world. There's a lot of beautiful things in there. Proverbs is a wonderful book. Well, if you just take it at face value, you know, you're talking about a lot of really grotesque things.
No, you have to read it. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, sister.
You have to read it in the terms of God is a bastard, an asshole. Then it starts to make sense. Oddly enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. God is. I would say God is not the good. God is not the good guy in that book. You know, the devil character Lucifer. I don't think he kills a single person. And in fact, he basically acts. He's part of the divine council, and he acts on the behest of the Yahweh God. Yahweh's whacking babies left and right in that book. It's crazy when people worship this, you know. But as far as the moral code goes, we know that by the time that the Old Testament, the Mosaic 613 Mosaic laws were written, for example, the Code of Hammurabi was well established in that region, and it's almost copy paste from the Code of Hammurabi. And then you get into the New Testament, and Jesus more egalitarian, more the golden rule kind of concept, right? That this all comes from Eastern theologies that were well established long before Buddhism, long before Christianity was a thing. And the Silk Road trade routes had brought all of those ideas into the Greco-Roman Empire. So this was simply built on a pre-existing model. The Bible offers literally nothing unique in regards to any kind of moral code. So when we cite the Bible, it kind of drives me crazy because I'm like, well, let's go to the source. Let's forget the Bible. That's like a midway point. Let's actually go to the source of these things. But as Western countries, you know, we're raised in this culture where we're taught to believe the Bible is this source of something, but it's certainly not. It's literally just taking the bits and pieces from other cultures that have already established this type of behaviors. But I'm sorry, I kind of went on some random tangent, and I really didn't mean to come in and steamroll this conversation. You guys were talking about some interesting things, but as far as morality, like objective and subjective morality is something I actually do debate quite a bit.
I can't remember the last time I had such a stimulating conversation. I've really been enjoying this. In fact, I've been I've forgotten that there are other people in this chat, and I sort of feel guilty because I'm not.
Don't worry, I'm enjoying listening to you both.
Thanks, Chickpea. So I'm probably gonna have to depart from this chat soon. But the last thing I want to say, objective ethics. So it's funny now that I look at you. Your handle is objective ethics. Now the entire premise you have for your view that morality is objective, that there are just because people collectively agree on one thing does not make it so, and that it is, in a sense, it's empirically objective. It's based entirely on things which you believe quite strongly. For instance, you've made it clear you believe in equality. You believe equality is an innate good, and reciprocity, the golden rule, which you just discussed earlier. And you think that these are equally unqualified. There's probably more to what you believe. Forgive me if I'm straw manning your position, but you believe to a great extent that these two moral precepts are unqualified good. Any infraction upon them is unconditionally wrong. So even in the example that I gave earlier of the Simbari tribe, who practice this, what we would recognize here as disgusting pederasty, is morally wrong because it violates it unfairly impositions force on an unwilling participant, let's not get into the matter of whether he is willing or not. We'll presume that he isn't. And slavery is a moral evil as well, even if it takes place in the context of many societies practicing it simultaneously, because it denies the moral worth of the innate equality of all people. And that's the thing that you've told me that you believe. You believe in equality, and you believe in reciprocity. And both the examples I gave are an infraction upon both of those things. And based on this, you believe strongly that ethics, that morality is objective, that we can make sense out of it objective. However, where I would beg to differ, my bone of contention with this is that quite simply, equality and reciprocity, these two things, to a very large degree, they are useful. Most people do believe in some form of them. If you are, for instance, if you are a leader or a statesman of a country, and it doesn't really matter which country around the world, it is in your interest, and it is to the benefit of your people, that they believe that they are living under conditions of relative equality, because having too much inequality will result in civil unrest and chaos. Lots of studies show that revolution and civil war are most likely to happen in places where there's too much inequality. And reciprocity is the ingredient to making friends and having good relations with your neighbors. Like, you wouldn't deliberately go out to screw other people over. You try to be as fair with them as possible. Yeah, that's another thing. Fairness, you said. Fairness is a moral virtue. That's another thing you believe. However, equality and reciprocity, and this is especially true of equality. Equality itself, it kind of has, in my view, it means different things to different people. So, like, if you believe all people are equal, well, are all men and all women equal? If you believe that all men and all women are equal, you believe that that's unqualified true, then how do you explain the fact that most top jobs, most CEOs are held by men? And why is it that so few women have those jobs? If you recognize this, then surely the moral thing to do would be to engineer a situation where women occupy roughly half of the top-ranking jobs that these male CEOs, and you'd have to make it so that a great deal of those men would voluntarily resign and give up their position so the women could take over. And similarly with government positions, why are most leaders men? Why can't there be more women? Women are perfectly as capable of running the job, so we'd have to do something about that as well.
But tracking, no. Things like women tend to be mothers and carers. You cannot be a mother and a carer
I don't disagree. No. I agree with what you're saying. However, I'm trying to address objective ethics and what he believes. So if you recognize the reality that equality is a moral good, and yet the state of the world is that we are not equal, then you have a moral obligation to fix that, don't you? And secondly, I think the same applies with reciprocity. We want to treat one another as though they're our neighbors, and yet some people appear to have no moral compass of their own. Some people lie, cheat, and steal, either because they're not good at seeing the consequences of their own actions, or they abide by an entirely different moral framework that is self-serving, where they believe it is perfectly moral and right for them to screw other people over, but it's wrong for other people to do the same to them. And that's not a coherent morality that works in any society, but that is what some people believe. That's what a lot of criminals believe. And that's the state of the world. So the point that I'm trying to make, and forgive me, I must have taken 10 whole minutes of going on like this, 6 or 7 at the very least. But the point I'm trying to make is these are what you believe in are in fact not objective ethics. They are what I would call useful or pragmatic ethics that most people believe in, most people find useful, but they're not absolute, is what I would say. What do you think of what I've just said? Were you able to make sense of it?
Absolutely, brother. First of all, I want to just tip my hat to you because I think you did an outstanding job of steel manning my position. You did not straw man me whatsoever. You with as little as I was able to give you in such a short conversation, you absolutely absorbed it, you processed it, and you relayed it back to me very accurately with the reciprocity, the fairness, and the egalitarianism. So I really appreciate that you took my argument seriously enough to listen to what I was saying, and I respect you very much for that. I would like to also just give a shameless plug. Please do look at my channel, Objective Ethics, because these are the types of conversations I enjoy having. So if you want more clarity on my position, please do look into some of that content. The other thing I would say in response is that
for it right now.
Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate the support. Go ahead.
Oh
yeah.
no,
So I would say
carry on.
Yes, sir. No, so I would say that there's so much to unpack with what you offer right there. There is a lot to unpack, and I do understand at face value, some of the issues that you brought up. One thing I would like to maybe point at that you mentioned, because, and again, I don't run the argument formally through evolution because of the is-ought problem, right? But I will present this to you since you raised it up and you've already pointed it out. There is a benefit, an inherent transcendental benefit that we can look at that becomes that self-evident, right, with cooperation. And this gets into the biology of the matter, where the objective principle can be really well evidenced, is that we are a social species of animals. Cooperation is paramount to our survival. And so a lot of atheists who are starting to adopt this objective moral view run the argument through human flourishing.
I don't want to
already
impede.
pointed this out, this human flourishing concept, and you're absolutely right, brother. It's got a utility to it. It's got a transcendental function.
Is that good?
Oh yeah.
Enough room?
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay, all right, okay.
Oh, what's going on?
I think Pastor's
There we go. That good?
Perfect.
All right, carry on, objective.
Okay. Pastor, I mean, no disrespect, brother. Is there any way you could mute your microphone until you're...
Oh, I didn't realize it was back in the...
Oh, I hope he didn't take that personally. I wasn't meaning to be rude there.
I don't know. I
noise,
think,
I just couldn't
someone was talking to him off this mic. Anyway, yeah, somebody must have been talking to him.
I think so. So at any rate, what was I trying to say? Oh yeah, so the objective, the biological aspect that we look at through cooperation. This is a lot of panpsychism. Panpsychists who believe in the objective moral view will oftentimes refer to human flourishing. I think Sam Harris is a famous atheist who's now looking more towards panpsychism, and he is an objective moralist as well, a moral realist. And so there is this thing that we can all agree on. Rational, intelligent people who are looking at evolution and looking at societies and how societies succeed is through cooperation, right? So if you have a high enough education level in these things, you obviously know that cooperation is paramount. The thing I would also say is that
Richard Dawkins writes about this as well. Sorry, you mentioned Sam Harris, but I think Richard Dawkins talks about this too. I think he mentions this in The Blind Watchmaker, how animals have evolved over time to cooperate with each other. I forget what he called it exactly, but he mentions, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. It might have been the selfish.
Yeah, he's
anyway. Sorry, I just
such
wanted
a
to
treasure.
cut in
I
there.
just feel very privileged. No, I feel very privileged to have lived in a time where I can see Richard Dawkins speak while he's alive. It's always great to read authors, from the past, but to be alive when one of the great thinkers is alive. And Richard Dawkins, I don't agree with everything he said, but I do find him to be quite a treasure.
Please feel welcome to come on and
but at any
talk
rate,
right
we're
now.
kind of diverting there. But yes,
The link is
so there are a
available in
lot
the
of
live
people
chat
who
on
are
YouTube. This
coming
is
at this moral objective view. In fact, the truth of the matter is, and I'm not trying to commit a fallacy here, but I just want to put it out there that the majority of philosophers these days, and it's the significant majority actually, are atheists or agnostics. And the slight majority of, and that's talking like 75, 80% of modern philosophers are atheist or agnostic. And yet the slight majority is something around 65% or more are more realists. They actually are in agreement with me. So there's a good argument to be made for the objective moral view, and it's not just armchair quarterbacks like myself who have had too much time and too much coffee to think about these things, right? There's actually people who are well educated in this field who are in agreement with me. But and again, I'm not trying to commit a fallacy, you know what I mean, by just citing some other expert and saying that's good enough, you know. But at any rate, your statement about the ability to recognize this morality, you know, there are people. In fact, my wife and I were just talking about this while I was muted. There are people who have cognitive disabilities. They have antisocial personality disorder, for example, or schizophrenia, or some of these types of things. They do not have the mental capacity to even understand what morality. They don't even understand in many cases, emotions. And just because we can cite broken examples within a whole, that's actually another fallacy. It's the false. Oh, I can't remember what the name of the fallacy is. That's another fallacy. You can't look at a small percentage of a greater collective and say, well, because a small percentage is broken, the whole thing must be broken, right? So just because there are, in fact, people, and I agree with you, there are, that it doesn't mean that everything
they call
is
that
broken.
they call that looking for fallacies in a flawed system.
Exactly.
Something
Exactly
like that.
right, brother.
There you
Thank
go.
you. No, you're absolutely right.
Where does the idea for morality come from?
So as I gave the basic principle of it, but it's essentially that we are all moral agents because we are all human beings, and what that means is we all.
Who decided that?
This is what we observe. So we all set goals and take actions, which is the definition of being an agent,
No, but
right? So as a human
decided?
being,
Who decided it?
I'm sorry, brother. I'm not understanding who decided what, that we're all agents or that there's
Yeah,
morality.
yeah, that's both.
To which? Well, we
Either
don't decide
one.
that we're all agents. This is what we observe, right? We observe that we, as human beings, we set goals and take actions. Every single one of us. So that is what agency
But who
means.
decided
So
it was moral or immoral? Who decided it was a moral or immoral thing?
Right. So to get into the moral side, so as we are all agents, right, and this is not what we decide, this is what we observe. We need our freedom and well-being.
But we decide whether something's moral or not.
I'm really
Yes, I'm getting
sorry,
there.
gentlemen. I'm gonna have to leave. It's I think my dinner's nearly ready, but this has been a really riveting discussion. I've really enjoyed our verbal sparring objective. This may be the longest I've actually
brother, I
stayed
agree.
on DAW stream before. I hope to see more of you in the future. It's been really stimulating.
I will. You check in. Yeah, you check into my channel because what I try to promote is healthy disagreement.
I found your channel. Oh yeah, I found your channel, but you only have one video on it, and it's from 6 years ago.
Oh, look at the live. Yeah, look at the live streams. That's where I've been doing everything.
Oh,
and you
see.
can also look at and you can look at the shorts and stuff. But
talk
I just
show.
started a few
If
weeks
you would
ago.
like
It's
to
growing
join the conversation,
extremely fast.
please
and I
feel
appreciate
welcome
the
to
support
come
from
on
everyone.
and talk
These are the
right
kind of
now.
conversations I want
The
to
link
get
is
into
available
because
in
you
the
and I,
live
brother,
chat on
have set a
YouTube.
great
This
example.
is a
We
talk
have
show.
different
If you would
views,
like
but
to
we've
join the
been very
conversation,
respectful to
please
each
feel
other,
welcome
and that's
to come.
very important. Diversity is really important. We need people pushing back on our ideas, and I really
So
encourage that.
who decided we're moral?
Okay.
Yes, it's not
Who
been
decides
decided by
what's
anybody,
moral?
brother.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
not
take
decided
care.
by
I'll
anybody.
And
you
then
guys enjoy the rest of your evening.
where does
Take care, everyone.
it just exists in
Goodbye.
the ether?
No, and I don't know if there is an ether per se, but that's a whole other discussion. No, the morality,
Right. So
the
it doesn't
argument for
exist in
morality.
the ether. There's no ether. So it comes. So who decides?
As I said, nobody's deciding. It's objective. Deciding indicates
That's
stance-dependence.
what you're saying. It's objective because it's objective. That's circular reasoning. That's a fallacy.
Well, you haven't let me, brother. You haven't let me actually give the explanation. You continue to interject. Who decides? You're begging the question.
No. You were the one question begging because you're saying it's objective because it's objective.
I haven't said that at all. Those words never came out of my mouth. You can go back and rewatch this replay. I never once
where does
said
it come
it's objective
from? Where
because
does
it's
it come?
objective.
Where does it come from? Where does it come from?
Yes, I'm happy to give the explanation if you could just let me speak uninterrupted for about 60 seconds here.
Okay, 60 seconds, go.
Time me. No pressure. As moral agents, we all have a need for our freedom and well-being, right? We have a reason to have our freedom and well-being, which is to say that we ought to have our freedom and well-being. And if being a human being is sufficient to be a moral agent, then all human beings are moral agents. Thus, all human beings have an equal right to have their freedom and well-being, which is to say all human beings ought to have their freedom and well-being, which is then to say that we ought not interfere with other people's freedom and well-being. Moral actions are specifically referring to actions towards other people that affect their freedom and well-being. Therefore, The objective moral standard comes down to the logical consistency that if it's morally acceptable for me to do something to you, it must be morally acceptable for you to reciprocate the same exact moral action to me. Therefore, it's an objective standard that's based on egalitarianism and fairness and logical consistency.
Who decided that? Who decided
Nobody
that?
decided it, brother. When you say
Right,
that, you're
right.
the one
So
who's questioning it.
because well, you know what? But I disagree with you. What if I disagree with you?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And
so make your argument
so
for
I say,
subjective
oh no, I'm not a
morality
moral agent in your system. I'm not a moral agent in your system.
You don't have agency. You don't set goals and take actions. You didn't choose to come onto this live stream and give a good debate.
No, I said that's agency, but that's not necessarily moral agency.
I didn't say that was, but as an agent, I ran the argument
you're saying like you can't. Obviously, I'm doing the Socratic thing, but the morality that's completely subjective. It's all you. It's what you decide. It's what anyone decides. Just like, are you vegan, by the way?
No, brother, I'm not.
So why aren't you vegan? If morality is objective, you ought to be vegan, right?
No, I wouldn't say so. No, the whole vegan conversation is a whole separate issue, in my opinion.
Wait. Why? What is? Wait, no. This is gonna be so you want to you're gonna argue for moral realism, but then you're gonna try and say that that animals are not deserving of rights.
Animals are not moral agents.
What, you don't need to be a moral agent. What is, okay, name the trait true of the animal, which if true of the human would justify the same treatment.
So biologically speaking,
what is that trait?
Right,
what's the trait, bro?
Biologically speaking, we must all consume energy. Biologically speaking, we must all consume energy.
Right? You can eat plants, dude. You can eat non-sentient life forms.
What makes the animals? What makes the animals better than? What makes the animals better than the plants?
Because they're sentient. Sentience is the symmetry breaker.
How do you know?
Because they don't have a brain and a central nervous system. Because science tells us that it's not arbitrary. Okay, if you're gonna say, okay, here's the thing: if you're going to say that it's okay to eat animals because you think plants are sentient, you have actually trivialized every atrocity that's happened to even humans. Because you're saying
I didn't say
because humans are sentient.
What I asked is, why are we setting this arbitrary line of sentience? Where's the justification for that?
Because that's my preference. That's many people's preference. In fact, it's universally a preference for the most part. Most people have vegan values. So here's the thing: what's the morally what's the morally substantial difference between the plants? What's the morally substantial difference between the animals and the human animals, which would justify which justifies different treatment for the animals and not us? Why would you stab an animal in the throat and not a human?
Because I would have no problem if I was to be taken care of on a farm and somebody wanted to kill me in a humane way and eat me. It would not bother me one bit.
Oh, really? So wait. You're telling me if I wanted to exploit you and then stab you in the neck, that would be completely fine with you?
No, what I'm saying is if you wanted to care for me and provide for me and help feed me so I didn't have to struggle every single minute of every single day to find food and to
that's
try
not
and
the question.
Predators.
That's not the question. No, it's about because
it's about fairness. Yes. If you want to take care of me and provide the best possible life that I could ever have as a cow, which I would never have without you because I'd be worried about the cougar killing me and literally eating me alive.
Well,
I would be worried about diseases.
That's not true because cows don't exist in that. No, cows don't exist in that scenario, dude.
You're right.
Are you gonna be? You're gonna really be dishonest and be like you're cool with someone sending you to a slaughterhouse?
Absolutely. Just the way that we do it is what's moral or immoral. Doing it in and of itself is not a moral problem as far as I'm concerned. So why is it?
So you're saying it's okay. You're saying it's okay. Okay, so you're saying it's okay to farm humans, right? You're saying that's what you're saying.
I'm saying that it's okay for anybody to engage in a willful decision. Right. So if a human being said,
the cows don't have a willful decision. The cows cannot consent.
The cows cannot. They don't have the willful decision.
So take a human that has the same mental capacity as a cow. i.e. mentally challenged people, children, people with brain damage, coma patients, whatever, is it okay to Holocaust them? It's okay to Holocaust
of course not,
them.
because no, of course not, because you wouldn't want to be Holocausted yourself.
What? Neither would the. How do you know the cow probably doesn't want to be Holocausted? I'm saying that you named the trait. The trait you said they're not moral agents or whatever. They can't consent. That therefore they're not moral agents. Therefore, it's okay to Holocaust them.
Yeah, they don't set goals.
Take any human. Okay, neither do many humans. Children under 3, mentally challenged people, coma patients, brain damaged people. Is it okay to Holocaust those people? That is the trait you named. Is it therefore okay to do that to them?
What is the egalitarian view on that? Would the people doing the Holocausting, would they want to be Holocausted themselves? I would think not. So therefore, to be logically consistent,
you have to say it's immoral. Why do you think? Do you think that animals want to be stabbed in the throat, dude?
Well, I think you're appealing to emotion by going with this stabbing in the throat, and I appreciate that as a vegan.
I mean, do you think animals want to be killed?
Some arguments do get stabbed in the throat. I'm sure they do. That probably does happen. But I know many farmers that I've met personally that aren't stabbing their cows in the throat.
No, they send them to a slaughter. Dude, how is a cow? Okay, this is standard practice in the industry. 99.9999% of all cows that people eat got stabbed in the throat. That's how it goes. A lot of them get bolt gunned in the head. A lot of the times it doesn't kill them. A lot of times it doesn't even stun them enough for them to not be conscious. They all get They all get hung upside down and stabbed in the throat. If it's kosher, they get put in a rotary machine, turns them upside down. They slit their throat. They bleed out. If it's halal, they don't even get stunned. They just get held to the ground. Someone whispers some bullshit in their ear, and then a knife split across their throat. No animal wants to endure that, dude. And you wouldn't want to endure that either. So and you said the trait is that they're not moral agents, or they can't make they can't consent and make these decisions. So take the humans that can't consent. Trait equalize. Is it therefore okay? The whole thing I'm getting to is here, you have this bullshit subjective belief about morality, and that's my point, is that because I'm a moral anti-realist and I'm trying to prove to you that morality is subjective, and your morality is subjective. You have chosen that it's okay to murder these innocent animals, and then you're going to try and act like there's some objective morality, and that humans are the superior beings that are most deserving of protection overall. And while in some cases that may be true for many people's subjective beliefs, if you have the moral baseline of human rights, animals should be the logical extension of that, unless you're going to say it's okay to Holocaust retards. Are you cool with that?
No, animals aren't the logical extension of that. You're putting animals' life that's not the same cognition level, nor do they have the same.
No, there you go. Wait, cognition level. We just covered this. You're okay with Holocausting retarded humans? Are you okay with Holocausting retarded humans? Yes or no?
No. What did I say? No. What did I say about that, brother? You're putting animals and people on the same level, and that's your right to do so.
You said if I was a retarded human, would I want to be holocausted? Well, why do you think that the animal wants to holocaust? That's what you said. You said, would you want that to happen to you?
Yes, exactly. But I didn't say if you were a retard or not. I said, would you want that to happen to you?
So if you don't have to be the same mental capacity to make that decision, it doesn't matter. Like the animal doesn't, animals avoid death. They avoid pain. Why do you think that they would want to get killed? And then you think that they want to get killed?
I think that this is a natural part of life that they live in, that this is part of biology. It's evolution. It's an unguided process. It's objective.
What are you talking about, dude?
Appeal to nature. I'm back, guys.
Part of our evolution was raping and pillaging other humans. Like most of the humans that are on Earth today are probably product of someone raping someone else. Is that therefore make it acceptable to rape people because it's part of our evolution?
I would think not. No, that's not fair, nor is it egalitarian.
Right. So that's a stupid fallacious argument.
I'm sorry, I missed the point, brother.
So that's a stupid, fallacious argument. That is a fallacy that you have just made.
What fallacy did I make?
You did an appeal to nature. You did an appeal to evolution, appeal to biology, or some other bullshit.
Okay.
Right, so this is very subjective, and your whole objective moral realism, I like, it doesn't make any sense, dude. You need a mind to decide whether something is moral or not.
Is there a definition about morality that includes the behavior of animals that I'm unaware of?
Yeah, it stems logically from human rights, unless you contradict yourself otherwise. Like, if you tried to name the trait, you named the trait, you said mental, well, at one point you said mental capacity. At one point you said mental capacity. So
human exceptionalism.
I listen. It is interesting and robust conversation, guys. You're doing a great job, in my view. I actually think it's worthwhile conversation because Noodles is very good at this, and it's good to have somebody who knows their philosophy and is trying to argue back robustly. My jaw did drop though. Objective ethics, when you said if you were being looked after, having all your needs met, etc., you'd have no problem with someone slitting your throat. I thought that was a bit disingenuous.
Well, I didn't say I wouldn't have a problem with someone slitting my throat. I did say I have no problem with being taken out to pasture and put away humanely and being eaten. No, I could care less. If people want to eat me after I'm dead, why would I care? I'd be dead.
What do you think of that, Noodles?
What's humane?
When you start adding objective ethics, when you start adding the slitting the throat and some of these other terminology to it, this is what I think is the appeal to
Are you imagining yourself as a cow or as a human here? I know you're talking about being on a pasture, but it seems to me that still is disingenuous because don't you imagine yourself as a human being being looked after, having all your needs met? Would you care if somebody just ended you at any moment?
So they decide.
Well, I suppose you wouldn't care after the fact, but would you see that as a problem looking at it like from the outside in? If your family members
what if you don't want to die yet?
Human farms.
What if you don't want to die yet? What if you're like, wait, I want to exist a little bit longer? Oh no,
I suppose you could say if you were outside the fence of that farm and your family members were in it, would you be upset?
If it's not against their will, no, I would not be upset. If they're will, because think about it like this.
If they couldn't understand, or they couldn't communicate either way, and you saw they were having their needs met, but you knew someone was going to come one day and maybe kill them in a kosher way or a halal way,
which is actually worse than the standard practice, by the way. It's like less.
Would you be upset standing by knowing that was going to happen, even if they were getting well fed and catered for?
Oh, that's fair enough. I'm talking about my own specific position on why I personally am willing to eat meat, because I would be willing to trade places in the situation if it was all things being equal, right? So if somebody's going to
I'm extending that to see if you would be that charitable about your own dear ones being in that
I would
position.
say for anybody, if it's not against their will. So I would look at an example of what they call humane suicide.
Again,
right?
I agree. All right, that's fair enough. But the thing is, you can't know animals' will, so why the distinction?
Well, I don't give the animals will. I don't give. I think there's human exceptionalism.
Wait a minute. There's plenty of evidence that animals There's plenty of evidence that animals value their lives. Like, we all know this. This is absolutely ridiculous. You're being disingenuous, man, and it's a bad faith argument.
Oh, I don't think so. I'm giving you my most honest approach to it. So, I mean, you can look at it however you want, brother.
You're saying because we can't receive. That's fine. You're saying because we can't receive consent, it's okay to kill them. So if I just put duct tape over your mouth and duct tape over your eyes, so I can't even read your facial expressions, now that I can't really receive consent from you one way or another, I can just do whatever I want to you, right? You're no longer. I tie your hands behind your back, put duct tape over your mouth, put duct tape over your eyes. You're no longer a moral agent, right? I wouldn't know any better. You couldn't communicate to me, right?
Want that to happen to you, brother?
Well, would you, if you were a cow, would you want it to happen to you?
I couldn't say I don't know what it's like to be a cow. Do you?
Right, but if you were someone of
No,
the
I just
mental
asked you a question. Do
capacity
you
of
know
the
what it's
cow.
like? Do you know what it's like to be a cow?
Well, I don't even know what it's like to be another human
if it's
being.
depending on knowing what it's like to be a cow, in either way, if you don't know what it's like to be a cow, is it better not to do anything, or is it okay to do something to them in this sense, objective ethics?
I would say, again, I don't draw an arbitrary line at cows. I'm going to say if we can't eat the cows, then we shouldn't eat the plants either. Is the way I look at it. I see this as being an arbitrary line personally. So we've got to eat something. We've got to take in energy.
You don't understand the symmetry breaker. You don't understand why sentience is important. Sentience is not an important thing to you.
That. No, I think there's either human exceptionalism or there's not. I take it as a blanket black and white statement.
Right,
either there's human exceptionalism.
You have failed to name the trait without creating a contradiction. You have failed to name the trait. I said, what is true of the animal, which if true of the human would justify the same treatment. You said at one point you said like something about their mental capacity, and I put forth to you that if you take a human with a similar mental capacity, such as a child or retard or brain damaged person, is it okay to do that to them? And you said, oh well, would you want that done to you? And of course not.
Before you
answer
that question, before he answers that question, objective ethics, would you take a moment, brother? We do this sometimes. We're inspired by Danny Shine to do this, but just take a moment to breathe and relax and meditate for like 20 seconds or so, however long you need.
Are you trying to
about your answer? Because I think we're going in a loop of just really robust kind of, cyclical kind of expected answers and expected questions.
No, I agree.
Take a step back for a moment.
No, you're right. It's gotten quite circular. I'm actually trying to make my breakfast right now, but and I didn't expect to be on quite this long. This is a riveting conversation. I'd like to get into the veganism argument at some point. I didn't really plan on doing that today. Do you know where I just put my banana I cut up?
You're making breakfast? What time is it there?
Don't judge me, brother.
No, I'm not judging. I just want to know what time it is. Oh, okay.
I'm just playing. No, I just cut one
up. Morality is objective, so we don't have to judge you. The universe already judged you.
The earth says robust, nothing robust is happening. Well, I just think the two guys were entrenched in their views and there wasn't any real willingness to move. I think I see it as stubbornness in many ways, and in that it wasn't a real debate. It was coming at it without being willing to really move sides. Objective ethics. Do you think you would be willing to move to the other side if a good argument was presented to you?
I would have to really take time to consider what bringing animals into the moral equation. Now, it's really something I haven't taken time to study. I would really need to look into a lot of things.
Should we kick dogs?
No, I think that unnecessary violence like that is just simply unethical behavior.
Okay, so
I don't think that's necessary.
Why is it necessary to kill animals for food when we have plants and plants don't feel pain?
Literal food for thought.
If you think that there's no difference between plants and animals, why does it matter if we kick dogs?
Yeah, because kicking dogs is just committing unnecessary violence. What are you gaining from kicking the dog?
So wait, what about cutting a tomato? What about cutting a tomato?
Are you going to eat the tomato? Well, if you got to eat the tomato, then yeah, you can cut the tomato.
No, I just feel like cutting a tomato. Is that wrong?
I believe it would be equally wrong. There's unnecessary violence.
It's equally wrong to just cut a tomato as it is to kick a dog. This person is disingenuous, dude. He's not a good faith. He's not having a good faith discussion. If he's gonna say that to cut a tomato is to kick a dog, he's a fucking lying asshole.
And I wonder if he truly has thought about this before. He says he cares about it.
No, he's an idiot. I'm getting off, but thanks.
Wait, Noodles. Wait a second. Wait. What about the notion that plants
wait, Noodles.
Well, I have to
Noodles.
drop. I'm with a friend. I'm with a buddy of mine. I got to drop them off, and anyway, and I got to get food. Maybe I'll be on later.
Okay.
All
right. Cheers.
We will open up the show to anybody else who wants to come on. Link is in the live chat. Do come on if you want to say something.
Yeah. Objective access ethics. I want to ask you. You say you don't believe in free will, right?
Yes, brother, that's correct.
Well, if you don't believe in free will, then how can humans be judged for or held accountable for their moral actions if there is no free will?
When you say judgment, what do you mean exactly by judge by who?
Well, how can they be, I guess, held morally responsible or accountable for their actions if everything is determined?
Because morality is objective. So if it's subjective, then you would need free will to determine what is right and wrong. If it's objective, then it's determined by nature, right? Our environment, what is productive for environment. You look in biology, evolution, things like that. So the free will argument is actually in favor of objective moral view.
Wait. You're saying that free will, if something is morally subjective or objective, is dependent on if we if we have free will or not, it depends on if morality is subjective or objective.
No, I actually base the argument on logic and agency. However, I would say that the free will concept, the illusion of free will, is an argument that would be in favor of the objective side, because without free will, things cannot truly be subjective in the moral stance. I don't know what
So you're saying that free will makes things subjective? I don't understand that.
It would be stance dependent, so we would need our free will to determine if it's morally right or wrong.
No, I think whether you have free will or not isn't dependent on if morality is objective or subjective.
What definition, if you don't mind me asking, are you using for objective and subjective?
Yeah, objective to me means it is real and true, independent of anyone's opinions or thoughts or beliefs. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if I or someone else agree or disagree. It's going to be true, independent of whether we agree with it or not.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good working definition. So then I would ask you, if there's no free will, what determines what our stance is?
Well, that's the thing, is I don't think free will has anything to do with if morality is objective or subjective.
Fair enough.
Right. So the only connection I think free will has to morality is that people should be held accountable for their actions if everything is determined.
I don't think that judgment and lawmaking, for example, things like that have necessarily anything to do with whether or not something is the case morally or not, because we could make judgments about anything that we want in life, right? That doesn't make it true or false necessarily just because we decide to put a value judgment on something. I wouldn't think.
Right. Wait, so okay. How what are some of I guess what am I trying to say? Like, what are some of the rules that exist within objective morality, since you claim it's subjective? So what are some objectively morally right and wrong things that all humans are supposed to follow?
So I would look at some of the basic virtues, like something like murder is a very easy one. Slavery is a very easy one. Theft, but you can literally gauge any action, because the way that I base the model is off of consistency, logical consistency, right? So if you don't want something to be done to you, you shouldn't do it to somebody else.
Well, that's the problem, though, is that people have no problem having things done to them. Like, for example, right, there are people out there that have, a bit of a kink for getting hurt. You know what I mean? So they wouldn't mind being humiliated.
Yeah.
Huh?
And I'm sorry I made such a simple statement, because I'm in the middle of actually making my breakfast right now. But no, you're absolutely right, and that's a really good pushback. The one thing I would say is, when I'm talking about being done to you versus somebody else, as I mentioned before, I don't know if you were here for that part, but you require your freedom and well-being to achieve any goal. So even if a person wants to say, listen, I want to be beat up and and murdered or whatever the hell they might want to say. Let's take some random extreme example, right? They still need their freedom and well-being to make that conscious decision, right? That willful decision, if we want to use those terms. So in the act of whatever it is we're doing to them, they made the agreement that they entered into a contract willfully because they had their freedom and well-being. So whatever they want to do with them, have done to themselves after that point is irregardless, because the first step means they need to consent, right? So consent is imperative, and consent is ultimately what this comes down to, right? So you don't want to be murdered unless you want to be murdered. If you want to be murdered, that's fine, but you want to be able to make that choice, to have that consent. So therefore, you cannot just go around murdering people. You have to go around asking everybody, listen, do you want to be murdered? If they say, yeah, I'd love to, well, then you can do it. But at that point, we're not even talking about murder anymore, are we?
Okay, wait. You just said people have to use their freedom of well-being, but then did you also say earlier that free will doesn't exist? So isn't that a contradiction?
Freedom, not free will, not free will, freedom, not free will. Freedom and well-being.
Okay, I don't understand the difference between those two things. Could you break it down?
Yeah, freedom is the concept that I'm free to come and go. I have my own autonomy, right? I can get up and walk out. Right now I'm making a delicious breakfast drink. Have the freedom to decide what I want to eat for breakfast. Free will is when we put free in front of will, we're saying that every choice that we make is completely independent of something that's predetermined, right? Because it's completely free. That's what the word free means. So there's an argument, in philosophy, and several authors have written about this, that there's a difference between free will and conscious choice. What is Annika Harris might be someone to refer you to and something like that?
I mean, again, the two definitions sound basically the same thing. I'm not really hearing any difference between free will and freedom. They basically sound like the same thing in my view.
So somebody is physically stopping you, slavery, for example, right? When the definition of slavery is you're taking someone's freedom away from them, right?
Right.
You're not
yeah.
taking their free will, but you're not, and that is a complete statement. You completely remove their freedom from them, but you're not saying you've taken their free will away entirely. You may have limited their free will because they only have a limited number of choices now that they can make, right? But they could choose to try and starve themselves to death because they're unhappy with their condition, but they cannot choose to just get up and walk away, right?
Right.
So there's a mutual exclusivity that we're talking about now. So we know they can be looked at differently. You can make choices as a slave while your choices are extremely limited. So you don't have your freedom, but you can still possess a certain amount of free will, if there even is such.
I just want to pop in here and read out Life Abolitionism's comment. They say, but we didn't consent to exist. They have a bee in their bonnet about the fact that we're all here without our prior consent. Now, they say that's why I argue, as in they argue, that's why they argue that a life slaves owe no duty. So because we are slaves, because we are brought here without our consent, we owe no duties to anybody or anything. Life abolitionism, I would say that's a very solipsistic and delusional view. Try that in the real world. Try to walk about town and try to survive in this world with that view, and you will go hungry. Okay, you won't have a roof over your head. You will probably be ostracized. Who knows? Terrible things would happen to you. I don't think you'd have much of a life to worry about not having consent for in the first place anyway, if that was your real view, if that was how you operated all the time. What do you think of objective ethics?
No, I think this conversation, which is actually what really inspired me to come into this room, when the sister was talking to the other gentleman, I can't remember which it was now, forgive me, but everyone was having this wonderful conversation about how miserable everything is. And I do think that, it takes a certain amount of misery to understand pleasure. And there's just a number of different models that we could look at for that. Epicurus is another thing that came to mind, because they were talking about the existence of the rich man who would end up becoming miserable. And I don't want to divert too much from your direct question, but right. I think a lot of this applies. There's only a certain amount of pleasure that could be attained in life. according to Epicurus, right? He says that once you stave off hunger, then eating delicate foods provides no more beneficial pleasure, right? The pleasure comes from not being hungry anymore. Everything else is simply an illusion, right? You're just a variety at that point, but you're not any happier. You're not any more content because you're eating fancy food, very expensive food, right? Decadent food, as opposed to what's really bringing you contentment. The highest level of contentment you can actually achieve is just not being hungry anymore. So I think that when we start to gauge the rich life versus the poor person can be very content because he understands as long as he's eating a meal and has a box to sleep in and getting rained on, he's achieved the maximum level of contentment that he can actually have. Most people, at least in America, I don't know about other countries because I know there are some destitute countries and people in situations I'm just ignorant of. However, most people in America that are homeless by choice. We offer a tremendous amount of resources to people who literally just reject them. And I've worked in this in this industry as a volunteer and
Does that
professionally.
depend on which state you're in even? No, perhaps? I don't know.
No, well, not that I'm aware of. According to everything I've looked into, is that and I'm not saying all homeless people want to be homeless. I want to be clear about that, obviously. And I'm not saying homelessness is a good thing. What I'm saying is that if you actually do look into the studies of what happens when we start providing shelters for these people, most people don't want to participate in these programs because they would rather have the freedom to do whatever they want to do, which is what made them homeless in the first place. They would rather engage in drug and alcohol behavior. They'd rather not have to worry about following rules. They'd rather have to not restrict themselves.
Well, it sounds
to,
like but it sounds like
it
the provision of housing isn't necessarily the problem. Maybe you're looking at it in too short-sighted a way, and it's actually a problem that stems to what caused them to first become homeless, i.e., the addiction, the struggles in terms of their struggles in society. Perhaps those are what need to be dealt with to tackle homelessness. And if those were dealt with, perhaps they would choose to stay indoors. I just want to say, Yerf Dog says that he agrees we don't have duties by virtue of existing, but that doesn't mean there aren't actions we need to do or are better off doing. Sorry, but that doesn't mean that there aren't actions we need to do or are better off doing. Yeah, kind of what I was saying, but I mean, like a sane person, I'd say you'd have to be insane to say you don't have duties to yourself in this world. Okay, if you're able to do something to try and improve your well-being, then you should try and do that. And part of that is often helping others as well, because in helping others, you do help yourself. There's a kind of the thing about reciprocal benefits as well, social standing, status, and just building kinship amongst others. These are all helping your survivability. So for those of you who say we don't have any duties, I would say that's probably insanity. But the duty is to yourself, whether you like it or not. But it's up to you. If you don't want to muck in and do something, good luck with that. But as I said, it won't go down too well at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're exactly right, brother, because we are a social species and cooperation is paramount, as we discussed earlier. I don't know if you had stepped away or if you were listening to the entire conversation, but we did actually discuss that.
Do you know, I did actually fall asleep for about an hour. Sorry.
Yeah, I also fall asleep. Well, it's objective ethics. What do you ground your objective morality in?
Yeah, no.
Oh, sorry.
I have no problem answering your. Can I ask what question? Because this is actually why I came onto the stream in the first place. And Jay, I have no problem answering your direct questions, brother. That's no problem at all. Just really quickly. So I just recently started my own YouTube channel, and I don't know. My goal in life is to do everything as ethically as possible. And DNW, I had a lovely conversation with Chickpea Lady and another young man who was very nice to answer my questions about reincarnation. And I had put some of the clips from that video onto my channel. I linked your channel in the description and spoke very highly of you. Is that acceptable? I don't know how this whole fair use thing works. I don't want to step on toes or
that's fine. That's fine. As long as you show the channel, that's fine, brother. Don't worry about it. That's fine.
Good looking out.
I just want to say, someone asked someone asked where does morality come from? In my view, you can't escape its links to biology. I do believe that we do live in a might makes right world. And in my view, morality comes from what power allows. Okay. And it just so happens sometimes the power is psychopathic or dismissive of other people's needs. It doesn't really take them into consideration. But other times, the power is considerate of people's needs and and welfare, and it tries to raise others up, and it tries to look after everybody. And you could probably bring this back to nature. Can you imagine like an alpha male chimp or an alpha male gorilla? It is in charge. It is the strongest specimen. If anybody argues with it, it can literally rip its head off. But if it's wise, if it's intelligent, it won't want war all the time because it has an interest in its own survivability. So it will try to keep the peace, and it will use diplomacy, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, it's what the strong man says that matters. And I'm using this as a metaphor because the strong man isn't necessarily the alpha male anymore in terms of the pack leader. It can be institutions, it can be political organizations, and unfortunately, it can be money. Who has the most money, the corporate machine, or old money, families, etc., or if possible, the mob, the power of the people. What do you think, objective ethics? Does any of that make any sense? I was rambling a bit, I admit, but he has muted himself, so I said, "There, you're back. You're back."
No, brother, I got you. I try to mute myself out of respect, so no background noise. But no, I was listening to what you're saying, and I think that I agree with you to the degree that we can look at certain moral principles, universal principles, through evolution because of the cooperation aspect. I disagree when we talk about evolution and then we say might makes right, because when they talk about evolution, I think of survival of the fittest, and I don't think survival of the fittest is the same thing as might makes right. It's about what makes us what makes an organism most fit to survive within its environment. And the environment changes due to a lot of random circumstances. So we can't even terraform the environment to the degree
that's
go ahead.
That's true. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. But at the end of the day, that which is left standing, is the mightiest, is it not? It's not.
Yes,
I agree with you. It's mightiest. It's mightiest in the sense that it has the traits necessary for survival. I'm not literally saying it's the strongest. It may be the craftiest. It may be the most empathetic. It may be the most ingenious or whatever. But you know the general point I'm making.
I think it's important that we do clarify that distinction, because not for your sake or my sake necessarily, for anybody listening, it is an important distinction. It might be that the mightiest, the most fit for the environment is in fact the most empathetic. And I think that as a cooperative,
again, I wanted to say this. I wanted to say this. I think there's a lot of good fortune involved because you don't know what's going to happen. Like you don't know what's going to be able to stand given the circumstantial shifts that happen over time. So there is a lot of good fortune involved in this. So society, as we know, functions on the laws that we have, but there could be a circumstantial shift in the world that causes civilization to collapse. Then those laws, that morality may not matter in the great scheme of things, because the law of the jungle maybe arises, and in that situation, there will be a new way that has to, and maybe it will move again towards the ways that we have, or it might move in a different direction. Do you get what I'm saying, objective?
Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting down, brother. Absolutely. I think, for example, if an asteroid doesn't crash into the Yucatan Peninsula 65 million years ago, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, right? So there's certainly an element of randomness that comes into play, and it is the ability of whatever organisms, organic organisms are around to adapt to that situation. And there are a lot of hypothetical situations that could create an environment to where we might conceive of different ethical principles and things of this nature. However, I don't think that makes morality subjective just because we make a claim that something is right or wrong, because I believe the principle is based on the agency. Every moral agent has a moral obligation, and our actions that affect other moral agents is paramount. Again, I do believe in the human exceptionalism. I'm not into the vegan, the animals.
But again, I would say you might be right, but what matters is what survives. And if you are standing there on the sidelines saying we should be doing X, and you don't survive, or your idea doesn't survive because nobody else takes it up, then it's inconsequential really to matters, whether you touched the objectivity or not.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. But the one thing I would go back to, keep falling back to, is that as far as morality goes, we are talking about, by every definition I'm familiar with, human beings and human behavior. And human beings are, in fact, a social species. So the whole moral question is going to ultimately circle around human behavior. And if that's the case, morality is always going to be relevant to that situation. And so is cooperation. And I believe, as you said, yeah, so as you so aptly pointed out, that cooperation is something that we observe to be beneficial because it helps the species survive. This is the evolutionary process. It's all part of something that's predetermined by the laws of nature.
I mean, ultimately, it helps the self. I think it's a natural. It helps the self survive. Now, bizarrely, brother, it may not be good faith cooperation either. It might be some kind of Machiavellianism. So they're putting forth an argument that, on the face of it, seems helpful, or they're looking to maybe lift others up for ulterior motives to feather their own nest. So it may not be necessarily based on wholesomeness or goodness. At the end, it may be that Ayn Randall's right. It is an inherent selfishness, but it's trying to survive in society, and we may not know for sure whether the people being moral are ultimately more better minded than others in terms of well-being and caring for others, but we'll never know. So again, we're left with what stands, what survives.
Yeah, I agree. I don't get into the deontology because I think that is a fascinating thing to study, the deontology of it, the intention versus the action versus the outcome. I look at it specifically based on the pragmatic issue of the actions themselves and the outcomes of what the actions determine. The deontology is interesting, and I think that we can use that to kind of help with our empathy, because that does help with empathy, is to look at a person's intentions and say, well, they didn't mean to do this, they didn't mean to do that, the outcomes are unfortunate. And I do think it can be a useful tool, but I'm not sure that's the best tool to use to ultimately discover what is the best action. And I think the outcome is
you look at the consequences, consequentialism. Yerf Dogs is here, and he says, can objective ethics please clarify? When you say objective morality, do you mean universal morality? In other words, does objective morality equal mind-independent morality? That's an interesting question and an important question. Is this objective morality outside of the minds of humans? Does it stand alone?
Yes, I do believe. Yes, I do. I do use the definition stance independent, right, for objective, or if you're going to say subjective, it's stance dependent. Mind dependent is a useful definition for that, obviously, but it's technically stance dependent. But we can use mind. That's a functional definition. I do believe it's outside of mind, meaning that morality exists because the laws of logic exist, right? Outside, they're transcendental. I believe morality is a transcendental concept. I don't think it's something that we point to out in the universe like gravity that dictates to what people have to do. I think it's an ought question, right? Morality is about oughts, not ises per se, but we can look to the consequences. Every ought contains will ultimately lead to an is, right? So you could get,
but it is mind. Did you? I know you mentioned it exists because of logic, but would you say it's mind dependent? Is that what you said?
No, I believe it's independent.
Because only humans
can
think of it. Yeah, but the fact that only humans can think it up, is that not show it's mind dependent?
No, because we don't determine it. We only understand it. We could recognize it, but we don't determine it. So that's where the stance comes into play. So we can recognize that the entire solar system, that the Earth is rotating around the sun, right? But we don't determine whether it does that. Just because we need a mind to be able to recognize and identify that.
I hear what you're saying, but I would say, personally, I would think it's mind dependent, because I think that even tonight's conversations have shown that people have different opinions, like you and Vegan Equilibrium, and it just seems that it's a human thing. And as I say, I would link it back to nature. I would say it's kind of like a might makes right scenario, as in who has the power to be able to, I wouldn't say impose, because they're doing it in good faith often. They're trying their best, but who has the power Who has the reins? Who guides society? You know, who governs society? Whether it's hard governance or soft governance, whether it's influence or, you know, tyranny. This is what I think it is dependent on. And again, that is linked back to that. Sorry.
Well, I agree with. Oh no, brother, I agree with everyone who says that you know, that we can subjectively make decisions that we call moral. I agree with that 100%. My contention is whether or not they are in fact moral. Do they meet certain criteria of what actually moral is? And this is where I get into the egalitarian, the fairness concept. You know, the slave owner versus wanting to be a slave themselves. The person who even says, "I want to end my life," they need their freedom and well-being to make that choice to end their own life. So this is where I base it in, which is where I come with the objective side. But I agree 100%. Societies can make all the rules they want. You know, that's certainly, there's no doubt, there's no question in that.
See, I'm failing to see where we're ever touching the objectivity, where we can ever know for sure.
Right. Yeah. Me too. I'm
failing because you can say that, but I'm failing. As I'm saying to you, I think that may be true. You may have touched objectivity, but for me, it may be that it's inconsequential to humanity because nobody else can see what you can see, and they may not be able to be on the same page. You may be some kind of, I mean this in the best possible way, freak of nature who has been able to figure things out. But when if you pass or if you lose the ability to communicate, nobody ever will be able to do that ever again. So it's like, for me, it's the mind and whether the minds meet.
Yeah, I do think that we would look to the consequence of it, the consequence of the behavior. What is that? How does that lead to cooperation? Because we know that cooperation is part of nature, the laws of nature. We know, I hope that we all agree that we don't determine what the laws of nature are. This is outside of our stance, right? Even though we can use our mind to identify it, we don't actually use our mind to determine what these laws of nature are. So the best we can do is to look at the behaviors and say, is this in line with what the laws of nature, the consequence of that we see through the laws of nature?
Hold on. Then you get to the question: is it good or bad in terms of are the laws of nature good or bad? And then there will be people who disagree with you. You might say this is a law of nature, therefore this stands because it's based on a law of nature. But aren't there people who don't like nature particularly, and they may disagree that it's something to put value on, and we should battle against it? Maybe I picked up things wrong there, but
yeah, I think there's a very good discussion to be had around that. And this particular question from Yerf Dogs, I do think it's very interesting. Somebody like Spinoza, for example, he basically compares God to nature. We see this a bit with the Stoics as well. There's certainly an argument to be made.
Sorry, we need to read the question for the people.
Yes, I did. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, so does objective morality replace a deity with logic as the source of morality?
Yeah, so I would say instead of saying logic specifically, I would say nature, the laws of nature, the laws of physics. This could certainly replace a mindless deity, in my opinion. Now, I don't necessarily buy into that model per se. I don't use that vernacular, but as far as I'm concerned, this would make a much more sense to me than something like an Abrahamic God or some of these other, you know, anthropomorphized deities.
I'm failing to see how you could say it's good or bad, and I think that's the problem with humans. We're looking for something that's good or bad, but laws of nature are just that. They're just things that happen, and human society, as you said, is full of this flux of different ways of behaving, different ways of seeing the world. We exist within the laws of nature, but we apparently have different ways of seeing and doing things, which we argue are good or bad. So it's like we're existing outside of the laws, or the laws of nature allow us to happen, allow us to be, but we're not. It's a bit. We're not necessarily tied to them in terms of we're something more. You know, it's a bit like the difference between biology, chemistry, physics and chemistry and biology. So you can look to the natural world, you can look to the universe, but the universe has allowed something else to happen, which is beyond it. So, you know, there's a big difference between biology and chemistry. There's a big difference between chemistry and physics. There's a big difference between standard physics and quantum physics. Do you get what I'm saying? we are off nature. The laws of nature drive things, but maybe we're beyond them as well. We're something different that we have to work out in our own way, beyond appealing to what is nature doing, whether nature is right or wrong. Maybe we're the ones that have to make that argument for ourselves, about ourselves. Anyway, I'm talking a bit convoluted.
I think there are value judgments. I think there are value judgments that we do impose upon existence itself. I think finding purpose in life is something that we can subjectively do. But I do think that as far as the laws of nature being good or bad, I don't personally use that type of vernacular when it comes to the laws of nature any more than I use for the term of existence itself, because the alternative would be that we have no existence, and the conversation to me seems to be mute at that point.
Yeah. But I mean, you're saying there is a law there, like you're using up this objective morality like a law of nature, right? It is a law of nature that is above us. But I'm saying, as humans, we would look at this and say whether it was good or bad, wouldn't we? We'd have our own opinions on it, would we not?
Yeah, we could definitely put value. I agree. Yeah, we do put a value judgment on things, but again, if it comes down to ultimately bucking up against existence, that's our irreducible point. Then, and that's what we're going to use to say, well, it can't be good or bad. Nothing can be good or bad because existence doesn't care, doesn't have a will or intention or whatever you want to call it, goal in mind. Yeah, other than just to exist. I think that non-existence is
so then it comes back to what we think as people, and
right,
yeah. That's what that's the point I'm trying to make, brother.
Yeah, I agree.
Vegan equilibrium is here again, and he says, "Yeah, you figured it out. Kick dogs as long as you eat them after. Don't cut tomatoes for the hell of it." He is still raging at you. Now he has every right to, but I am welcoming. I am a vegan as well, objective ethics. So I do hope you consider it at some point. I know that it's not something on your agenda at the moment, but I would press you to do that, and I would welcome you, brother, if you want to have put together your best team, and we can have a little friendly, good faith debate at some point. Vegans against the world, if you want. If that's something you want to do, let me know. Yes. So there's a question here. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I agree with you, DNW, that it seems like you're using nature as the basis for your for objective morality, objective ethics, but to me, that's just an appeal to nature fallacy. Just because something is natural, that doesn't necessarily make it objectively right or wrong. And so, as far as I see it, I feel like if everything just exists and we then project our individual judgments onto what is happening, there doesn't seem to be any objective morality.
I think you can think he's saying that, but I also think he's talking about the foundations of what is in a different way. It's not necessary. It's kind of a weird kind of description of reality. Not necessarily. He literally believes this is the way things are. I don't know if he's using it as an appeal or he's arguing like he's. I don't think he's using it as an appeal for his argument. I think he literally believes this is the foundation of reality. Is that right? Objective ethics.
Very well said, brother. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, but wait, on which basis do you have you discovered that it's the foundation of reality? Like, how do you know that? Objective ethics.
Oh, yeah. Again, because I do think that it's fundamental, and that because we are cooperative species, right? As the human beings, this is ultimately what dictates our flourishing. Some animals are solo. That not every animal lives in a community. Obviously, not every species of animal lives in a community, but there are certain species of animals, like human beings, that require cooperation for our flourishing. And so I think this is the building blocks that I would use, is to show that it's simply a fundamental and we can determine oughts because we have reasons to do these things. So to get from the is to the oughts, you have to build that bridge.
Yeah, but again, to me, it still seems like it's an appeal to nature as far as I see it. But I get where you're coming from.
Okay, anybody else want to step up? The stage is available. There's a few seats. I don't know what's happened to Danny Shine. He is muted.
Hey, Danny, what's up?
Be nice to hear from him. He might have fallen asleep.
Oh yeah, it's 11 p.m. in the UK, right?
It is, but I had a little nap. I just fell asleep for an hour. I shouldn't have done that really, but hey ho, I did. I was tired. So
Yeah, I was trying to get on, but I realized you were asleep.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jay. I saw that afterwards. So.
No, it's okay. I know you're a busy person.
I'm glad it went swimmingly well. You know, I'm glad it went swimmingly well in my absence. You know, there was no real great fallings out. There was no terrible swearing or fighting. It seems to have survived. And I was going to say might makes right, but then if that's the case, well, look, we're still here. There's still a vegan here, and there's still a non-vegan. So it doesn't really matter. We're still arguing. We're still trying our best. But you know, I would like people to come on because it's been a really fun stream. Actually, I've been delighted with it. As I say, I look forward to listening back to little bits of it and seeing what people were saying. I wasn't around.
Anybody else? A really nice discussion between trafficking and objective ethics and chickpea.
Yeah. Well, we should have, as I say, more structured debates, perhaps at some point. Maybe objective ethics. So you can come back or we can do some kind of collaboration in that regard. That'd be cool. So, anybody else there want to come on? Let us know. The link is in the live chat. J.E., what's been going on with you apart from being a Caribbean black Nazi? I am joking. I don't think you're a Nazi, brother, and I'm sorry about that. I should have stood in there. I think it was more. Was it literal, or was he just being rhetorical? Was he just trying to?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask me this up.
He is here now. Speak.
Oh, there he is. So
I want to say, J.E., aside from everything, I was a little bit shocked at some of the stuff you were saying when you said like Hitler was a psyop and all that.
He's an anti-Semite.
Oh, here we go. J.E., I was a little bit shocked when you said Hitler was a psyop. I just want to ask you, where did you get that information from, J.E.?
Yeah.
Where did you get that information
from? No, okay, I would say
one thing to you, Jay. You were trolling. Okay. Just be careful how you troll on things that are very contentious. And
he wasn't trolling. He meant it. He just realized.
I will say, regardless, I will say to J.E., it is a very contentious issue. It can get you into a lot of trouble, not just on the internet, but in real life. It's something you have to be very careful when you talk about, brother. So don't talk about such things lightly. In my view, and also I'm glad you were, in your words, trolling and you're not taking it seriously that Hitler was a psyop. I'm glad is that the case?
Yeah, I was kind of trolling with it. I'm not 100%.
You do understand how that might be upsetting to some people who have had family members die in World War II, whether as combatants or in these concentration camps, or maybe even Germans who were subjugated and oppressed and brainwashed by the Nazis. Even they have trauma from it.
He just sees that he's not getting the support from everyone that he expected, so he's backpedaling.
No, that's not what it is. Actually, there were people in the comments who are supportive of it, like Shideo.
I'm not talking about people in the comments. I'm talking about people in the panel, like in DNW and other people.
What happened there, Noodles?
No, it wasn't because of that. No, I'm my own person. I'm gonna if you don't agree with me, I'm gonna believe whatever I believe anyway. Yeah.
So hold on, because I'm on the panel. You think he's placating matters? Is that right?
I think he doesn't want to get kicked off.
No. Listen, I've known Jay for a long time. All right.
Really?
And on this stream, and I'm willing to give him a chance because I don't think he really legitimately despises Jews or you don't look at Jews.
No. I have no, I don't despise Jews. Like I've never had Jewish people like do anything.
There's a difference between despising. You can still be racist and not despise black people. You can still be anti-Semitic and not despise Jews.
Right, and right. So
hold on. If that is true, that may be true, factually. But in such situations, we would accept someone was being ignorant, didn't know the facts, and if they made a public renunciation of their prior ignorant statements, would we not accept it? I mean,
sure.
If they were coming from a place of ignorance, then then we as a society would have to accept that people make mistakes, and they might have said something atrociously bad, but they have a right to renunciate it in public if we are to be a humane people.
Why does his bias lean in the direction that it leans in and not in the other direction?
What is the other direction?
So basically, I think the point of contention here was him calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide, right? Now,
it is a genocide.
Okay,
here we
a
go.
lot of people, Vegan Equilibrium, view it as such. Now, I would find it with respect, I would find it hard to call them all anti-Semites. You could call them misinformed, but to call them anti-Semites, I think, is a little bit of a stretch.
I was talking about the Hitler psyop comment, but
okay, so yeah, no, all right, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, yeah, I would agree. That was the type of thing you would hear in anti-Semitic, schizo fucking tinfoil hat fucking forums. Definitely. But he's already said that was trolling. But again, Jay, I'm sorry to be your big brother here. It's not a time to troll when you're talking about Hitler.
Yeah, if what's happening in Gaza is a genocide, then every war that's ever existed was a genocide, correct?
Oh, come on now, that's bullshit. Come on.
Why? What's the difference?
Come on. You and me both know that the Jews want to exterminate all the Palestinians. We all know that.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You sound like an idiot.
It's not the dumbest thing you ever heard. It's literally a fact. They do want to exterminate all the Palestinians.
Okay. Evidence?
They said as much. Come on now.
Who said?
Benjamin Netanyahu and other
Netanyahu said that all Jews want to exterminate all Palestinians.
Yes, he has said that.
He said that.
He definitely no, Jay. Even I can say that as the observer, he hasn't said that, because if he said that, it would, even if he thought that, and if that's what he wanted to do, that is not good PR. That is literally handing, a win to his opposition. Even if he wanted to do, I don't know what his mind wants. I don't know what he personally wants. Okay, I don't particularly like the geezer. But that's not, he is, and I don't think many is, by the way, I don't think many Israelis do either, because before this war, I believe they wanted him to step down. They were talking about getting him out of there because of some, I don't know whether it was corruption or something like that. Anyway, point is, I don't think he would say that, J.E. As a kind of strategic move, it would be very poor. And as, his back is up against a wall in terms of,
right. So
there's a lot of countries not happy with Israel at the moment around the world.
Anyway, my point is that
stupid.
So J.E. is just making things up here, and it shows where his bias lies. You hear what that blanket statement that he made about Jews want to wipe out all Palestine. Like this is anti-Semitism right here. This is anti-Semitic propaganda.
No, it's not. Okay, fine. Maybe he didn't. Wait. Maybe he didn't say. Maybe he didn't explicitly say, but he has said things that basically imply that he wanted to get rid of all Palestinians.
Like what? And is he and prove that he speaks for all Israelis or all Jews everywhere?
Well, see, hold on. I'm going to pull you back on that now. Although I don't think Netanyahu said that, okay? Saying that it is a genocide, then blaming Netanyahu, okay, for it, is that necessarily anti-Semitic? Because if he's blaming Netanyahu rather than the Jewish people themselves, you could argue he's just blaming Netanyahu.
He said Jews. He didn't say he's kind of changing his goalpost a little bit.
Oh, okay. Is this today, or is this last time he said that? Not this time, because I didn't hear it.
No, this is just what he just said a minute ago. He said,
okay, I didn't hear
all
it.
the Jews, all the Jews want to wipe out all the Palestinians. And I'm like, where's your evidence? He said Netanyahu said that, and it's like, okay, one, does Netanyahu speak for all Jews? And two, no, Netanyahu did not say that. Not to mention there are some Jewish politicians that may have said something along those lines, but they do not have control over the whole government or the whole military or any of it.
So
like
this. If you want to turn the tables here, Vegan Eagle, I agree with you. You shouldn't blame the Jewish people for what their politicians are saying. But then, isn't that exactly what the Israelis are doing when they're blaming the Gazans for what Hamas are doing and saying?
No, Hamas. Well, one, Hamas voted. Gazans voted Hamas in, and two, they have like bookstores. Like they have a bookstore called I think that's named after Hitler. Like these people celebrate October 7th. They celebrated during 9/11. I mean, it's in their culture, dude. They teach their kids to hate Jews, like to that jihad is a good thing, that killing Jews is a good thing. It's part of their culture. Now, I'm not saying that every single Palestinian is like that, but that's a lot of them. And then, if I'm being charitable, I could say, oh, well,
You're saying you're full of your own biases.
To be charitable, I could say, well, I know Europe is just, never mind. To be charitable, I could say that they're scared of their government and they don't want to, they're going to say things that align with Hamas or whatever out of fear for their own lives. But, I don't know, dude. Like, how do you cut through all of that and find out? Either way, there's no evidence.
I just wish. Well, I was gonna look. It's not easy. It is a very problematic, extremely problematic situation.
Look, there's no evidence of a systemic genocide. There's no evidence that there's top-down orders systemically throughout the IDF to genocide the Palestinians.
I do agree it's problematic, and I do agree that there are very difficult situations in terms of combative problems, and that is it's true. It is true. Hospitals are being used to protect Hamas, and they're using rings of citizens and children and sick people, etc.
So here's the thing. So once again,
it's a real problem.
Once again, what's the difference between this war and any other war that makes this one a genocide and the other one's not a genocide? J.E.
What do you think? What do you think of what Yerfdog is saying? And I think this is quite a sensible statement. He says none of us actually knows anything about what's really going on. We all get our info from secondhand sources with inbuilt biases. We're still in the fog of war. What do you think of that, guys?
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah,
there's a lot of we have to go. Yeah, exactly. We have to go on we have to use some level of deductive reasoning based on the information we're given.
But can I just say
and
something?
The thing is, the pro-Pal side, they come up with shit, a lot of shit that's just not even real. I don't know, it seems like they make it up, but I guess he's going to say that everyone could be making everything up. All the different reports could all be made up. So yeah,
right.
It's
okay.
how do I know that China exists? Because I'm just hearing about it secondhand, right?
In this day and age, though, with the slick operation of the likes of Mossad, CIA, etc., MI, the intelligence services of the UK and France, etc., I mean, I sometimes think it's strange that we even have war, because like if they really wanted to, they could take individuals out. Like if they really, really wanted to. I truly believe that. I mean, I know. Look, they do it maybe for the optics, etc., to show that we're mighty. Don't fuck with us. That's why we want to blow things up and ruin cities. But is it not the case that Netanyahu could have bided his time and then taken out Hamas with who knows what? He could have used fucking micro machine robotics. They've got fucking drones the size of bumblebees now. Who knows what they could have done? But they didn't need to blow. They didn't need to blow the whole city up. Perhaps. What do you think?
Well, no. Wait a minute. They did go after the leaders, but there's militants. There's like thousands of fucking people in their army. Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't.
Yeah.
There's tons of people trying to kill.
Do you think it's been a success? Do you think it's been problematic how they've conducted this military operation?
Well, if this is true, that it's pretty much a 1-to-1 combatant to civilian casualty ratio, that is the best. That's the best, most discriminatory targeting of any urban warfare in history. So it's actually better than almost all other wars that had urban combat. Like it's the fewest civilian to militant casualties.
But again, how do we know the militants are the ones dying? I don't know that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, the problem is that they wear their plainclothes soldiers, and a lot of them are teenage. There's a lot of teenagers in their ranks.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
but I still want to know what makes this war different. What makes this war a genocide, and any other war not a genocide, J.E.?
I mean, they're actively targeting Palestine instead of letting them live and have their own land, which is rightfully theirs.
I think J.E. Hold on. I think J.E. One second, buddy. I think J.E. is hanging on to the statements that were made previously, where Trump said, in conjunction with Netanyahu, he was going to clean out Gaza and make it into another U.S. state where they were going to have casinos and hotels. And he's thinking that they are going to remove everybody from Gaza, all civilians, and they will have to go elsewhere. Is that still the case, Vegan Equilibrium? Is it still the case that Gazans will have to leave?
I don't know. That still doesn't make it a genocide. Even if that is the case, it doesn't make it a genocide.
Well, you could call it in some ways a dilution of a people. It could be. I reckon that could be deemed a genocide in a way.
You could call it ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, ethnic cleansing.
Jews were ethnic. But the thing is, Jews were ethnically cleansed from all over the Middle East. Does that make it a genocide? Were the Jews genocided in the Middle East?
Are you talking about? When would that happen? The Ottoman Empire days? When exactly?
Well, okay, that happened back then a little bit too, but I'm talking about mostly from the 40s, more like in the 60s, 70s, 80s, up until now.
So what happened? Were they forced out of like Iran, Iraq, Jordan?
Yeah, they were forced out of pretty much all the surrounding Middle Eastern territory.
Is that because Israel? I know Egypt went to war. Israel, Jordan went to war. Was that during those?
They were all. So all Jews were tarred with the same brush as Zionists. As they weren't to be trusted. Part of the Israeli.
But again, is that because the host countries were at war and the people were in danger, so they left because it was.
It might be, but it was also because they just hate Jews.
Again, that might be because of the bloody war, and it's unfortunate that during war.
No, they weren't at war. They weren't at war with all of them.
Okay. Well, Danny, let us know what happened there, mate.
No, they weren't at war with all of them. They weren't at war with Iraq. They weren't at war with Yemen. They weren't at war.
Okay. So it was basically they were worried about there was a lot of animosity towards them at that time. This is between the 1940s
they were
and
expelled
70s.
from all those countries.
They were
yeah.
expelled. They were expelled. Okay, I didn't know that. I'm learning something here. Thank you.
I think they were expelled, or they made their life.
The Earth
very
is saying Christians were also persecuted and kicked out of those countries. I didn't know that either. Perhaps that is true. I didn't know that. I do know Christians do get persecuted in the Muslim world. I do know that, but I didn't know they were kicked out. Or something I have to read up.
Yeah, I mean, Jews are just the low-hanging fruit for most like Islamic extremists. Like, it's gonna be everyone eventually if they get their way. But
what's this not in our name?
Wait.
Stein thing? What's this?
Wait.
Stuff?
Hold on. Jay said it's because they're targeting Palestinians or whatever. Something about that's their land or whatever. Which, you know, it depends how far back you want to go to decide whose land is whose. Like, why isn't it like do you think that this American land belongs to the Native Americans, Jay, and that like white people should get the fuck out?
No, I never said that white people should. You're changing. That's moving with goalposts. You're moving with goalposts.
No,
I never said.
I'm not. I'm using an analogy.
No, I'm not. I don't believe that white people should be forced to be kicked out. What are you talking about?
Okay, so do you think
I
that,
mean,
like,
is it not a false? Is it not a false equivalence though? Because the Jews were there originally. They're not like the Jews are the kind of American Indians in a way because
that's
they
what
were
I'm
there
saying.
before.
That's my point. That's my point. That's my point. Okay, Jews were there. Jews are indigenous to that land. The
when
Arabs
I say
are
it's
the
a false equivalence, I meant there aren't any American Indians coming back to America from trying to take over. But maybe there are. I don't know.
Well, wait a minute. They're not trying, but that's because they don't have the fucking means to or the ability to, man.
Right.
Like they.
Yeah, no, I'm
Native Americans.
I'm just kind of.
But listen, Native Americans would gladly take a lot more land than what they were given, and they have been given back some land. They have.
Can I
major
just say? Yeah. Can I just say one
they have
thing?
Major pieces. They probably have an Israeli-sized piece of land. Like, with the amount of land they've been given back is probably about the size of Israel. Maybe. I mean,
right.
Not
Fair
more,
enough. Can we talk about the?
But wait, no. I'm not done. Because I want to know. Okay, I want to know what makes this war a genocide and other wars not a genocide. Why was World War II not a genocide of Germans? Was that a genocide of Germans?
Again, I think you could possibly if I think you could call it ethnic cleansing if their goal is to remove everybody from Gaza. But I don't know what the state of affairs on that is at the moment, because I don't know whether that was just something said by Trump back in the day. I don't know when he said that, like a year ago or something. I don't know whether that still is the goal.
But was World War II a genocide on Germany, JE?
It was genocide on Jews in certain countries, right?
No. I'm asking JE if the Allied forces genocided the Germans, or the Japanese, or any of the Axis powers. Was the Allied forces genociding anyone in World War II?
I mean, technically, yes. You can argue and say that.
How?
How? I would never say that, Jay.
No, that's why I said technically, because they were.
No, I think Dresden was where the most civilians died, but other than that, it was mostly combatants, wasn't it? I mean, it wasn't mostly combatants, but it was a military affair. They weren't trying to kill off all Germany. Can I just say, we should go back to the creation of Israel, the modern day Israel, because a lot of people, I believe, are under. I mean, it's not something spoken about much, but a lot of people think that the Israelis just walked in at the behest of the British, maybe the Americans, and took over the place. But it's the case that they actually bought the land, right? Where they are. They bought land.
They bought land. Well, wait a minute. They bought land, and then they actually had to fight the British for land that they were promised by the British. See, they were given a certain amount of land, and then the British were being oppressive to the Jews in that area, and they were helping the Arabs at one point to try and kill off some Jews, right?
Okay. So life abolition.
So there was
no, they're not.
Before, wait. This was before. This was before.
We lost you there, Noodles. We've lost you, Noodles. Noodles, we're waiting for you to come back. Anybody else got something to say whilst he's in limbo?
I do want to clarify.
Let me just jump in, gentlemen. Yeah, just let me jump in real quick.
Can I just read this one? I'll read this one first.
Wait, let Objectives Epic speak. He's been muted for a while.
I said I'll read the fucking comment, Jay.
All right, okay.
Life abolitionism. Life abolitionism says no, they are not. Ashkenazis are not indigenous. Jews are multi-ethnic. Ashkenazis are pure European. So what? If they went to Israel and bought the land, does it matter whether they are indigenous or not? Life abolitionism. I don't know the ins and outs of that, but if they bought the land,
by the way, most Ashkenazis have blood lineage back to Israel. Okay, just because we've mixed a bit, like over the past several hundred years.
Judaism. I mean, so what's the problem with people converting to Judaism? Life abolitionism. Why does that not make them a legitimate Jew in your eyes? I mean, I don't see the problem myself. If they converted or had a bloodline, who cares? Am I right, Vegan Equilibrium? Do you have to have a bloodline to be Jewish?
No, I mean
all the time.
It's just like how and it's just like how Muslims or white people that convert to Islam can go to Mecca, and are allowed to have self-determination in their holy spot. Okay, but it's but now, of course, he's going to go on and on about he has some conspiracy theory about how Israel for every new Jew that comes to Israel, Arab loses their home.
Now, I want to say, guys, Jay, listen, guys, when I'm speaking, it is my show, don't forget. So if I'm speaking, just listen. And the same for anybody else. If anybody's speaking, just calm down, yeah? Objective Ethics, did you want to say something, brother? Objective Ethics, you're muted. I don't know if you want to say something.
Yeah, is this working? No, is this
yes,
muted?
brother.
Oh, it is working. Oh, sorry, my phone's got a lag for some reason. So, I just wanted to say thank you very much for everyone, including you, Vegan. I know you're very passionate about your beliefs. I can appreciate where you're coming from. You take that very seriously, and I respect that. You guys gave me great pushback. I really enjoyed the conversation, and I'm going to bow out gracefully. And DNW, I want to say thank you so much for letting me use some of that content on my channel. I did link you in the description, spoke very highly of you. You did a great job with this channel. And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, whoever's in here, I wish you all a very good day, and I will go ahead and listen from the chat. Thank you so much.
Take care to Objective Ethics. Thanks for joining us, and maybe you guys can continue this conversation another time. So where were we? Jay, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to clarify my comment, the comment the other day about it being a psyop. What I meant to say is that it's a psyop in the sense that I do think that it is possible that the higher class Jews they set up Hitler to exterminate the lower class ones. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know.
Right. I'm not saying that all Jews are complicit in it or anything.
Hold on. Do you know the ins and outs of this? Do you know the ins and outs of it? I don't know if all of them were poor people that were put into these concentration camps. I'm sure some of them were very well to do. Had power even.
Right, but that's what it's a class difference. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there were.
No, I'm saying some of the Jews that were sent to concentration camp, they weren't working. Not all of them were working in factories. Some of them were from the heights of power. Am I right, guys? I don't know, but I'm presume that's the case.
Again,
there's a lot of rich Jews there was a lot of very wealthy Jews that got robbed by the Nazis and killed.
Yeah, because he had the whole thing with the Nazi looting the art and the the family heirlooms, and went into it went even into the black market to this present day. There's lots of Nazi loot, right, that came from very rich Jews. So Jay, I don't know if that's exactly the case, brother.
Well, again, what I'm saying is that it's a theory that I have. It's not something that's I have
What
like
type of information? What type of information would you be satisfied
Theory
with?
based on nothing.
No, not based on nothing. It's based on the notion that, again, all throughout history, various upper class groups of people had no issue like sacrificing lower class groups of people to further their agenda. That's what it's
But
based on.
again, I'm telling
but
you,
why does why wouldn't it be just upper class racist anti-Semitic Nazi?
Oh, he's gone.
We lost him. He'll come back though. But yeah, I mean,
but yeah, and plus too, another thing I wanted to say.
Where did you get that information from, Jay?
I'm not gonna say where, but it's from a trusted source, I would say.
No. It's good to tell us your sources, because then we can try and understand what's going on.
But you see where his bias leans. You see how his bias leans with absolutely nothing, with just bullshit that he heard on the internet and decided it was most likely true.
No, I'm not saying it's most likely true. What I'm saying is that there's
Jay, what type of evidence would you like to that would help you disband with this theory of yours? Is it not like, can you not accept that there were people from the upper classes who were killed, and is that not adequate information to dispel your rumination on the matter?
Okay, well, if there were upper class people that were killed, I guess I would also be part of it to show that, again, the.
Oh my god!
No, but no, think about
too deep, man. It's like
no.
Now you're moving.
It's not falsifiable, is it?
You're moving the goalposts as much as possible just to keep blaming the Jews themselves, right?
No. It's
you're
again,
an anti-Semite, man.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes,
by the way, Palestinians are also Semitic. By the way, they are also a Semitic people.
No, that's not what anti-Semite means. Okay, there's different words. There's words. They have different meanings depending on how you're using it. You're saying the Semitic people is referring to a religion.
What's wrong with being anti-Semitic?
Using a certain lange, right? If you're talking about anti-Semites. It was actually a term coined by a Jew hater person. They used the word to describe when people hate Jews, or what the action of hating Jews.
Can I just say, before I get shut down by the Anti-Defamation League, Danny Shine was raised as an Orthodox Jew, and he has spoken and he has said what is wrong with being anti-Semitic.
What's wrong with being you mean about being anti-Semitic, like hating Jews?
That's Danny's question.
No, I don't know about hating Jews, but like what you meant to do if you've got a problem with Judaism as a religion? What then? Like, for example, I've got a problem with all religions. Maybe Buddhism I'm not so bad, but the rest of them.
I would be in the exact same boat as Danny on this. Exactly, I would be.
I think you're saying when you have a problem with religion in general is different than saying, singling out the Jews, and when obviously most religions have really stupid shit in them, like harmful stupid shit.
Okay, but I'm basically a misanthrope. And I personally have problems with almost every group. So I have problems with women, I have problems with men, I have problems with every single religion. So but they're different. They're different problems. So I have certain problems with women in general. You might then want to call me a misogynist, but I'm not a misogynist. I'm just a misanthrope. I just don't like humans in general. And then there are different sections of humans, that I have problems with for different reasons.
but yeah, coming up with valid like things that you can point to, and using like logic to say, well, this is like actually a bad negative thing. Like that's
like, for example, I think the Bible. I think it's embarrassing to me that the people that I'm supposedly that I was brought up with to be part of, although I don't really believe in it, right? That they follow the Bible, and the God of the Bible is an absolutely awful character. We've spoken about that already.
No,
on
it's
this
stupid. Look, Judaism is a stupid religion. Okay, all like just like all religions are. Okay, but
Yeah,
you don't.
exactly.
The thing is, being Jewish is more than a religion. It is a ethnic group now. It has come past the religious point. It's actually like considered a genetic. It's a genetic thing. We are a.
But
We are
what if
pretty
Danny
much a
doesn't care
race.
about that either? What if Danny doesn't care about protecting ethnicities?
It doesn't
and he wants
matter
us
what
all-
he cares about, because Jew haters don't care that we're not religious. Jew haters don't care that we don't, wear yarmulkes or whatever, because when they want to come and kill all the Jews, they're just
Okay,
going
fair
to kill
enough.
us
Now,
anyway.
You don't have to answer this question, vegan equilibrium, but you have Jewish ethnicity, right? Now, you also have other ethnicities in your bloodline, do you not? You're not 100% Jewish, I take it.
I am.
You're 100% Jewish. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, with probably like.
I don't think you are. I don't think they.
Well, I mean, the first
no,
thing.
I am.
The first thing.
No. We did the. Okay, well, at least the we did the 23andMe thing on my my grandmother and I think with my mom, but I'm not positive. But yeah, all Jewish with the exception of maybe 1 point something or 2% Neanderthal or something like that.
Well,
Have you been
might
properly
be the most
circumcised? Can you prove
You
it?
might be the most.
Yeah. I'll send you a picture and an email, Danny. Don't worry.
Vegan equilibrium. You might well be the most Jewish person to have ever existed. If you're 99.99% Jewish, you are literally. You might be the Messiah.
No, he's just a naughty boy.
I'm glad I'm starting to get a little recognition around here.
But no,
there's only about 12 people watching, mate. Don't get too excited.
Yeah.
There's only 12
there's
people
12 disciples.
Hold on. Jesus had 12 disciples. Jesus
That's
had 12
true.
disciples.
Yeah, but they left him at the end. They abandoned him.
Who's Judas? Is it going to be Steve Godfrey? Is that who's coming for you? I don't know.
No, because he was never on my side. It's going to be you. You're the Judas.
I'll give you a big hug and a kiss, and then I'll send you. No, I can't say. Look, I can't say anything. I'll be accused of something. No, I won't. I won't say anything.
Steve Godfrey's been very mean about me.
Is he?
Yeah, he's the guy that's against Amanda, isn't he? Is that the one?
Well,
he's got it out for a lot of people, but don't worry, he's not even vegan, so he's a big fat hypocrite.
Oh well, in that case.
We want to go. He's not here, guys. So I don't want to start a slagging match when he's not on the show. If he wants
I don't
to come
care.
On,
he slags. He slags all kinds of people.
By the way, can I ask you
there.
something, Vegan Equilibrium? What do you think's more ethically in line with your thinking? Right, someone that eats, let's say, roadkill animals, or someone that buys food in a supermarket and the money is going to go towards the general pot that basically takes part in animal
what do you mean?
I mean, where do you buy your food? Let me ask you.
I think that I think ethically speaking, roadkill is the more ethical thing to consume.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I'm not I don't, because it's about rights violations. There's not really a rights violation happening there. People can, I don't know, trade secondhand leather for all I care. I don't think there's a rights violation happening there. It's when you directly support the supplier or become a direct distributor from the supplier, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, do you buy your vegan food from places that also sell meat?
Right. Yeah.
So you're just as bad as someone who eats the meat, because you're giving them money.
Because it's supply and demand. Supply and demand. You want the vegan product to outcompete the animal-based product. So you actually should buy plant-based products from those places. Now, when it comes to like restaurants and stuff,
I suppose, are you saying the most ethical thing to do is to buy the plant-based items because that's creating demand for them and it's encouraging that as a means of sale rather than so you're still doing the best possible thing? Is that what you're saying, vegan equilibrium? You're building a demand for that product.
Yeah, we are trying to outcompete the market for animal products.
Right. I hear you.
But on another note, maybe we should start a vegan supermarket, Danny.
There are those in I'm pretty sure, well, I know there's one in Germany. I feel like there's probably one in Israel.
Literally from shelf to farm, they check everything and make sure it's completely vegan in terms of the farming methodology, etc.
Well, there's not, you can't do veganic farming to scale yet. Like it will be possible at some point soon. It's just that to have a business that where people can afford things, you can't do that yet.
I mean, all right, you're probably right. But we could probably start one at a farmer's market or something. We could probably have like a vegan.
Yeah. So for example, in my garden is veganic, right? I do only plant-based like scrap compost in there, and like soil with no animal inputs. So you can do that, but like at this, how are you going to compete with fucking people that have like hundreds, thousands of acres of land where, the cheapest thing is for them to just put fucking ground up animal parts in the soil and they don't give a shit.
Fair enough. You know what, though? I want to go back to what Danny was saying because it was juicy and interesting at the same time. And that is, what is wrong with being an anti-Semitic? And what is wrong with being anti-Semitic? I'm not saying that you can say that, but he said it. Now, he said, what a vegan equilibrium moved it to ethnicity, Danny. Okay. So he's saying it's an ethnicity. Therefore, you can't say anything bad about it. What do you say about that?
Don't know. I have to think about it.
Have a think about that one.
I mean, my objection to one of my main problems with Judaism is the idea that they think, although there are different ways of understanding this, certainly, but the general idea that they think they're God's chosen people. And that's a very problematic idea. I mean, it's
that's every religion. That's every Abrahamic religion.
Yeah,
but
I agree with you.
That is true. But
I mean, the same things like the idea of Islamophobia is also like. I mean, I watched a really funny comedian. I'd highly recommend him. He's let me see if I can find what his name is, but I'll tell you in a minute. And he was saying,
I thought an interesting. Sorry to butt in. Sorry, I have now. But an interesting thing to do, Danny, would be to go through the Talmud and even to go through the New Testament and put all the and even the Quran, and put all these holy people through the DSM and see what disorders they had.
Yeah.
With the Quran, you have to. Also, if you're going to go through the Talmud, you'll have to. The equivalent would be to go through the Hadiths for Islam.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
It might be an interesting project, and then you could go on to all the other religions as well, like the Baha'i religion, Zoroastrianism, I don't know much about anything else.
Well,
Maybe the gurus from Hinduism, is that what they call it? I don't know.
Rastafarianism is just Christianity.
I'd love to run Yahweh himself through the DSM. That would be funny.
Jesus Christ. He's a real nutcase.
Can you imagine? I reckon he'd definitely come out with narcissistic personality disorder. I mean, he literally created people in his own image. Is that not narcissism? Like
on
just
steroids.
on steroids.
Don't write them without me, all right?
But I invite anybody listening to join my religion, which I think is the best religion, because we only have one rule, and that is thou shalt not breed.
There you go.
Very simple.
I can be in that religion even if I'm not in agreement with your stance, because I haven't. So what do you get? What do you get for being in this religion? I want to know.
What do you get? You don't get anything.
Nothing.
No.
Okay. I'll have
Why
to think
do you need
about
to
it
get
then.
something?
Because I'm in it for
Well, I mean, you get to save yourselves a lot of money.
Oh, Life Abolitionism says moral clarity is what you get. Oh.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like you've got your first bishop. Come up and chat, LA. Come up and chat, Richard, Yerf Dogs, or Ricardo, sorry, Martain, Retro, Shideo, all of you. I can't go back anymore. Loho. Yeah, I don't know where Brother Marcus is, but he was on earlier. So
he did say he was going to leave.
Yeah.
Wait, I just want to go back to something. Again, the Palestinians are also Semites, so if you're also being anti-Semitic, Noodles, by being against them.
No, that's not what the definition means. That's not what there's different meanings for the word Semite. You can talk about this like being a Semitic person, as in coming from a certain population that speaks a certain language, or being an anti-Semite, which refers to Jew hatred.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, Jay, that's neither here nor there. You might be right factually, but the thing is,
and that's also more bullshit.
Hold on. It's what the general consensus
propaganda.
is. It's what the accepted general consensus is in terms of what the word actually means, Jay. That really matters, does it not? So
but again,
you can pull hairs and be finicky about it, but it doesn't really matter, Jay.
But it should matter because they're also Semitic people.
Yeah, but
the word anti-Semite
words can change. Words can mean different things. Words can change. I mean, you have to look at the critical matter is. I have no problem with anti-Semitism. I have no problem with people being against anti-Semitism. Don't click me there, guys. Now, what I do have a problem with, and I can't get my head around it, is why have a special distinction in law for anti-Semitism over like hate crimes against ethnicity or religion or that there is already
guys, hold on one second. All right, go ahead.
There's already we have a madman. There is a lunatic on the show.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war.
Gather on the table,
away in a manger.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war. For the cross of Jesus.
We like to remind us of days long ago.
Little donkey,
Jesus was killed by the Jews. The Jews killed Jesus.
Jesus was a Jew that got out of hand.
Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war.
I have a rather worrying theory that may be deemed anti-Semitic, so I'm frightened to say it. But what if Christianity is a psyop made by Jews to subjugate everybody else, to turn the other cheek? It's just a question. Now, I did talk to Danny about this as a joke before. I don't know if you remember, Danny. But I was a little bit worried for a while that Jesus was some kind of psyop who created a religion to make everybody else turn the other cheek. So whilst the Jews did not turn the cheek, as in they did not abide by Christian values.
They killed Jesus. They killed Jesus.
But I believe upon researching this mad theory, it wasn't sustainable. It didn't hold up. I remember looking into it at the time. The facts didn't weigh up. It seemed to be more. I don't know. I can't remember exactly why it didn't weigh up, but
they killed Jesus.
Oh boy.
The Jews killed Jesus.
No, you could argue that it was Pontius Pilate who let it happen. So the Romans should be equally blamed, right?
I mean, we don't exactly know what happened. Okay, like the story is very
He was a Jew himself. Don't forget. So you have to add that into the mix. It wasn't as if the Jews were killing somebody outside of their own lineage. He was to them just a petty criminal.
There was a few different. There was the Pharisees who were, they were very governmental and they were set in their ways, right? And they were very strict and bitter about how things were supposed to be. Now people like that,
the Pharisees, the pesky Pharisees, right?
Then there was there was the Essenes, right? The Essenes, they wanted to separate themselves from the Pharisees because they're like, those dudes are assholes. We want to live as peacefully as possible without all this, we're really strict about a religion, but we don't like how militant and combative those people are. So they created their own, kind of secret, I don't know if it's kind of like a secret society. That's actually one of the early attempts at veganism. A lot of them were just vegetarians, but there was some who probably abstained even from drinking goat's milk and stuff like that. Now, for them, it was actually a sin. They believed it was a sin to eat or wear anything from an animal. Although I think some of them did keep goats, or sheep.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yerf Dogs is going on about this again. He says he doesn't understand why Noodles calls someone a Nazi if they support racial segregation, but at the same time you support Israel, which you say is an ethno state.
Yeah, so I'm not saying to kick out all other religions and to kick out all other races of people. It is a state that should have a Jewish majority so that Jews can have a place where they are protected, where they have, an army protecting them. Because if you let that situation get to a point where it's by some other group, they're gonna basically they're gonna make Jews the minority again. Other place, people are fine with those other ethnicities, other religions having ethno-states. Like all of the Middle East is a giant Islamic ethno-state. America is like a Christian ethno-state, right? Like nobody has a problem with this for the most part. But when Jews want to have one little tiny piece of land where they're the majority and they're letting plenty of other people in, they just need to keep
Okay. Yerf Dogs is given a definition here. He says ethno-state, a sovereign state that restricts citizenship or full rights to members of a particular racial or ethnic group. Now, by full rights.
By that definition, it's not an ethno-state. My understanding of ethno-state was different than that.
Where did you get your understanding or definition of it from?
That there was was a majority, like it was an ethnic majority. That's what I thought it was, but I was misunderstanding, or I didn't know that. I didn't know the correct definition of ethno-state.
Can I point out a couple things?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, all you English people, but a lot of what's going on in Israel right now goes back to British rule. If you do your research during World War I and prior, there's a guy named Theodore Herzl, and he came up with this idea that Israel, because of the Bible, belonged to the Jews. Now, around 1910, there were 100,000 Jews living in Israel and 900,000 Palestinians. Now there's 8 million Jews.
Palestinians.
Yeah. So
they didn't have a Palestinian identity.
I agree with you. I think the Jews should have a place of their own. I support that 100%.
They called them Palestinians, they're not Palestinians.
Was it something to do with trying to bring Jesus back? I believe that was part of it.
The Christians view it that way. If you look up Zionism, and Zionism is different than being anti-Semitic. I'm anti-Zionist, but I'm okay with all the Jewish people I ever meet. I don't have any problem with the religion.
So you're against Jews having self-determination in their home, in their holy land.
No, I'm not.
Against the Jew. Well, that's what Zionism is.
Right, but look up Theodore Herzl. Look up the Prime Minister of England, and look up World War I, and all the deals that were made on winning that war. And it's a mess. It's not just the Jews' fault, and it's not just the Muslims' fault. It's a land that's been contested since the beginning of time. And it's not fair to say that if you're anti having the Jewish people own the entire Israel state, that you're anti-Semitic. That's not right. You got to separate the two. One is Zionism.
Are you against the Muslims owning the entire Middle East?
They were there first, I guess, in mass.
So wait a minute. Then you're against you living in America, right? You think that the Native Americans should own the entire of North and South America, right?
I just think there should be an open democracy where everybody has an equal chance.
It sounds like you're
No, I'm not. But here's my deal, Noodles. If we're going to do this thing and we're going to call it a two-state solution,
you just said. Wait a minute. You just said you're against Jews having.
I'm not against Jews.
But you're not against the Arabs owning all of the Middle East. What about Christians? Christians own all of America for the most part?
All right. Okay, let me just propose this. And I know I'm playing in La La Land, but if we're going to have a two-state solution, the Jews should take the northern part of the state and the Palestinians the southern part of the state. They can all share the Holy Land and kill each other. That way, the Jews have an ethno-state and the Palestinians have their place, and everybody knows who belongs where, and the Palestinians can't set up these little, communities in the Jewish areas, and the Jewish people can't do kibbutzes in the Muslim areas. But you got to have two. You got like North Korea and South Korea, because as long as
you just said you're against Zionism, and now you're suggesting
I am against Zionism.
You just suggested that Jews do have their own state. You said two-state solution.
Absolutely, but they have to be two physically separate states.
It's still Zionism.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
Jews get their own state, if you think Jews should be allowed to have their own state, then
But just don't call me an anti-Semite, because I'm not. But this whole mess in the Middle East.
I'm not saying you're anti-Semite, but you're a pro-Zionist. You're a pro-Zionist.
Yes, yeah, I am a Zionist with certain conditions.
I'm anti-Zionist. No, I am a Zionist. Like, come on, dude.
I am a Zionist. I agree. But I'm saying that you cannot have this intermingled entity in Israel. It's not going to work. You've got to have northern Israel, Jewish, southern Israel, Palestinian. It was that way in the Bible.
In the Bible, it was in the Bible?
Yeah. What do you think?
Isn't it true? In the Bible, didn't Jews kind of? I mean, how
they conquested. They conquested the Middle East.
Well, no, I'm talking about Israel. The Jews.
I'm sorry. Right. Israel. Right. Israel. Excuse me. Yes.
I'm talking about where they first popped up in the Bible.
When they were fighting the Egyptians to take the land of Judah that God promised them.
The Israelites in the land of Judea.
Right. So I am a Zionist. I'm not anti-Semitic. But if you're going to Zion, then you need to have a completely Jewish area and a completely Muslim area. And they need to have their own governments because...
I don't even think that's... like, obviously in a perfect world, it's like DNW said, we would all move past all of this. We wouldn't we wouldn't have religion. We wouldn't care about ethnicities and all this kind of shit, right? So, and everybody could mingle together. The point is that...
But you're changing the subject. This is what we have. This is what we have.
The point is that the world hates Jews, okay? And, like, Islam, I think, is like a quarter of the world population.
Do you think that in the West,
they own all the Middle East, Christians own America and a lot of other places in the world, and Jews want this little sliver of land so that they can try to have a place where they can all live and protect themselves from all the forces that want to exterminate them. So yes,
I agree.
I think that Yes Dogs is making a false equivalence when he's like, "Oh, you're saying you're calling someone a Nazi for racial segregation, but you want to have an ethno state or whatever. You want to have a state for the majority of Jews." Well, there's a good reason to have a state for the majority of Jews. Not everybody wants to. Right, there's not this big push to genocide a lot of the other
I'm trying to prevent genocide. I'm trying to prevent genocide. Anyways, let me ask you a question then, Noodles. Didn't you used to live in the Boston area, or you still do?
I still do.
Okay. How would you feel that if in the next 10 years you went from being 100,000 Judeo-Christians, that's the big thing they call it now, even though it doesn't make any sense, to 900,000 Muslims moved in the last 60 years? I'm trying to be fair about it. Well, from the Islamic perspective, they were 900,000 versus 100,000 Jews in 1910. Now it's 8 million Jews and 1 million Muslims.
Can I, sorry, I just interject here?
Yeah, please.
What has happened to this live, this stream? It's just a bunch of people's opinions, and we all know that opinions are like arseholes.
Yeah, you're right.
No, it's a discussion.
I did want to separate Zionism from being anti-Semitic.
As an asshole, some people have ostomy bags.
Oh, jeez.
That's cute. But I did want to separate Zionism from Semitism, because everyone's throwing out, "Oh, if you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic." No, but you can be against Jewish Zionism and still be very pro-Jewish.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, it's stupid.
And most Jews,
it makes no sense.
most Jews are not Zionists. Most Jews live everywhere in the world, and they're fine with it.
No, you don't. You can be a Zionist and live other places other than Israel, and you don't have to be Jewish to be a Zionist.
I think we need to try and get back to the most important point, which is the real people to blame for all problems are
jeez, here we go.
Our parents.
Thank you, Danny. Thank you.
Go turn yourself in, Danny. And,
I blame parents.
My kids will never.
Everything.
Danny, go turn yourself in. I'll put some money in your commissary, okay?
What was that?
Go turn yourself in, and I'll put some money on your commissary.
My kids will never fight in World War III. My kids will never fight Muslims or Jews. It's a beautiful thing.
You don't have a few out there walking around.
Is that because you don't have any?
That's it.
Well done.
Brother, with respect, how do you know you didn't? I don't know.
I know.
No.
I know. All my swimmers are somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean via the sewer system.
You wanked down the pan.
You're a great man. You deserve a tax
Thank you.
medal.
And Danny, I am your biggest disciple. Call me the Church of Danny, social experimentalist Shine.
The Church of Shine, huh?
I got someone pregnant once.
Wait, what? You got someone pregnant?
Once.
Wow, wait. Did you abort the fetus vegan equilibrium?
I didn't. She had it aborted by a doctor.
Lucky you.
See ya.
God, you lucky guy, you. Well.
Wait, vegan equilibrium, do you support abortion?
Me?
Yeah.
Were you upset on the day vegan equilibrium? Have you had therapy about it?
Well, I actually didn't even know until 2 months after it happened because we so she was on birth control and we shared and she missed the pill and then we broke up, but we got back together 2 months later and she told me that I had gotten her pregnant and she got the abortion and everything, and I don't know. I found out later.
Did it look like a little? Did it look like a little? Did it look like a? Did it look like a peeled tomato? Did you ask her what it looked like?
Yeah, I did not ask that, but it was funny because it was it was interesting. It kind of like drew us closer together. It was like it kind of,
Let's do it again.
Do you think it's morally okay? Would it be morally okay to eat the fetus?
What the heck?
Why not?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Don't waste the protein.
Exactly.
That's sick, man. Come on now.
He's joking. Although some women,
you could start a vegan fetus burger company.
Like I've had a few girlfriends tell me that they want me to get them pregnant.
That's why they call you Noodles? Is that why they call you Noodles?
And I don't think that it has to. I don't even think that it's because they want a baby. I think there's like a symbolism in it. There's like a.
They want some of your 99.99% Jewishness.
It's a psychological thing, I think.
To get pregnant then abort it? That's kind of sick.
You are if you're into someone so much, it's, I don't know. How do I explain it?
Didn't you get your little noodler taken care of?
Yeah, I got a vasectomy.
Good job. You've equalized your weapon of mass destruction.
And then I started dating this complete psycho. And when I was dating her, I was like, "Oh, I know I'm playing with fire. I better do this now."
Tina, what?
You know that women will take placenta and make soup out of it? It's some ritual. It's gross.
Yeah, you've tasted it, I'm sure.
Oh, no, I have not. Ugh.
Yeah, you have.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you have.
Okay, well then you snuck it in on me. I went to the Noodles Cafe and said, I want the vegan special. And you put in the placenta soup with little fetus clumps.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm trying to convince my two nieces, but I don't think they're sold.
What,
On veganism?
Soup?
No, they're already vegan to not
eat placentas.
To not procreate. I think one gets it, the other one's kind of got too much motherly instinct.
Is this why they're threatening to send you to the loony bin?
That's it. That's it.
You said they're already vegan?
They are.
How old are they?
He said that family members are threatening to get him sectioned for mental health problems because he's.
Well, they all think I'm crazy. They all think I'm crazy, but that's okay.
What do you think of that?
How old are these vegan nieces?
24, 27, somewhere around there.
Noodles, your mic keeps getting like it's kind of muffled.
There it goes.
Your mic is kind of muffled at times, Noodles.
There you go again.
I'm asking where
your mic is still pretty muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Do they have an Instagram or what's up?
Wow, Noodles, wow.
No. Your noodle's not getting anywhere near them. Gotta keep them safe.
You don't want them to have kids, right? This is the safest bet.
Oh,
no. He's just anti-Semitic. He doesn't want them near any Jew.
That's what it is. I don't want no big noses in my family.
Lol.
Ah!
No, you have to preface. You have to say after that was a joke. You're not.
It's a joke. Obviously, it's a joke. That's why I went ha 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 ha.
No, equilibrium.
So you'll send their Instagram my way.
I will, and photos, and phone numbers, and email addresses.
Cool. You can send them a photo of me too.
You're a stud, dude. You're a stud.
Vegan equilibrium. You really think that would work? Getting both of them, contacting both of them. Do you really think that?
Why not?
Why not? You gotta. My mother always said, don't. Well, she always said, don't put all your eggs in one basket. But I say, don't pick all your fruit from one tree.
And I say, kill all your eggs before they hatch. So.
Wow.
Okay, guys. This isn't a matchmaking agency.
It's all encompassing.
Your mic is. Oh.
So, sorry, Jay. What did you say?
No. I was just gonna say that Noodles' mic was getting muffled again. But yeah, what do you say? What are you gonna say, Noodles?
I think Noodles is in the gym. Noodles, are you in the gym now?
No, I'm on the can.
Oh, great.
Great.
I got a visual.
Yeah.
So
I'm dropping
Danny,
my dogs off at the pool.
Danny, so what does your family think of your anti-procreation, as they call it?
My wife.
I know your wife. Yeah, I know your wife, but your extended family. I know you're very conservative Jewish.
Yeah. My kids don't. I mean, two out of three of them don't agree with it. One sort of does. The wider family, they're bored with it. They don't want to hear about it. They know my opinion. But they don't agree with it.
What arguments did they give? It's natural. It's biological.
I don't really have arguments about it. We don't speak about it really.
Okay.
Anymore.
Well, I admire you so much for the efforts you're doing.
Thank you.
I don't know why this is not taking more traction.
Well, I do.
The DNA, the cynical DNA.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, Pastor D, you have to admit it would be a pretty good match. We're all vegan. We're vegan. I mean, I don't want kids. You know.
Yeah. How old are you?
You and I could hang out more.
That's true. That's true. I hear you swing both ways, so maybe we could do a little more than that.
Oh, wow.
Well, who told you that? DNW?
No, you told me that. Previous podcast.
I never heard that, and I never said that.
It'd be all in the family. I've seen you on the sidewalk.
You don't even have any nieces, do you? You're
Yes,
making
I do.
them up. You are
No,
crazy.
no. I do for sure. Oh, you're trying to. Yeah. Okay. I'll put them on if I have to. They're down here visiting.
Tell them to come on the stream.
Okay. Okay. Now, Doodles, how old are you?
36.
You gotta be 36?
Yep.
Okay, well, that's not too much of an age difference for the older one. Are you into chunky women? Did you hear me?
He said they've got a bit of cushion for the pushing.
Quite a bit.
Wait, you're saying they're overweight?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So they need some retatrutide.
Take them to their noodles, Jim. Put them on the noodler.
Oh my god. I could just imagine. Noodles has all these women strapped into his basement chamber, and he's
yeah, he's starving them.
Starving them.
I ordered some retatrutide.
What is that?
It's a GLP-1 agonist. It also agonizes. It also increases.
Like Ozempic, you mean?
It also increases glucagon and one other hormone.
Why would you need that?
It's better than Ozempic because it hits 3 different hormones.
Oh my god! Are you serious? You.
And it has very little or minor side effects, if any. Like so.
Yeah, but hold on. You just said you ordered it.
Yeah, I ordered it.
For who?
For me.
But you're as thin as a rake.
You're skinny as a rail, dude.
No, I have this. I have this little like pooch around my Yeah, I'm trying to get the 6-pack a little more defined.
Bro, you don't have a fucking beer belly.
Dude, I said a pooch. I'm trying to get like leaner, like more like striations and shit.
Why not just keep you exercising and dieting? Like you don't.
Okay. So here's the thing. It is so what happens is when you diet, you lose energy a little bit too easily, right? So you don't have the drive or the motivation to work out as much. Well, like what happens with the retatrutide is it GLP-1 agonist, it makes you not feel as hungry, right? And then it also without you losing as much energy. And then the other 2 hormones that it boosts causes you to burn your body to burn fat preferentially over muscle. Most people's bodies, they want to use muscle before it uses fat. All right. Okay. So when you're losing weight, you're going to lose more fat than you normally would if you weren't taking it.
How does that help the heart though, having extra fat go around your bloodstream?
It's actually better for your heart because you have less fat on your body.
Yeah, but is there an initial problem perhaps? Does the fat go?
No, there's no initial problem. You burn it off.
Okay. Well, then maybe I should introduce my nieces to you.
No, this shit
on,
is basically the cure for obesity.
I watched today a thing about Ozempic, and it said that it affects your muscles and wastes your muscles, and also affects your heart and the size of your heart. It makes the cells in your heart smaller and your heart smaller in general.
Well, this is not.
I heard it made Robbie Williams. I heard it made Robbie Williams go. He's going blind because he's on it.
It's not. This isn't Ozempic. It's retatrutide. You can read about it.
Retatrutide?
Retatrutide.
Retatrutide. Okay.
And I'm also gonna be taking TB 500 to try and heal my shoulder injury. Which is a peptide.
Cool. When did you get a shoulder injury?
I mean, I've had it. Like, it's just kind of developed over, I don't know, past few years or something. I mean, it actually really just surfaced in the last year or so because I was doing a pretty rigorous building cycle, and I think I just tried to move the weight up too quickly, and now I have to do so much physical therapy. I have to strengthen my external rotations to keep it at bay. But I heard that I heard that TB 500 can help with tissue repair, and so people report that the long-term injuries they've had kind of just will either get a lot better, or in some cases even just go away when they take 500.
And where do you buy these two things?
I get them online from peptide dealers, which is right now is kind of going to be a golden era for peptides because they're not heavily regulated yet, and trust me, at some point they will be.
Yeah.
So right now is the time to enjoy them.
Can you just tell me what's the name again? How do you spell it? Can you write it in the comments or something?
For
so
yeah,
both of them, please, if you would be so kind.
I'll put it in the private chat. This TB 500 and retatrutide.
And if you Google it, will dealers come up?
Yeah, I'll post.
How much did it cost you? How much did it cost you?
It's like $50 for a 10 milligram vial.
And how long does that last?
What?
How long will 10 milligrams last typically?
Well, so for a newbie, that could last a month or two, but once you move up your dosage, then that'll last not as long.
Now, do you have to continue?
I'm still learning about dosing and stuff like that. I haven't even taken it yet. I got the peptides, I got the backwater, and I got the syringes, but I have to learn how to read.
Oh, you gotta shoot it up.
Well, it's subcutaneous.
Yeah. Okay, well, you can try it.
I've heard a lot of good.
You've got to inject it into your fat. Is that you've got to inject it into your fat, basically?
Yeah, into your belly fat. Yeah.
But if you go into the wrong, is it easy to go into the wrong place? Because you haven't got much fat on you.
You just take a flap of skin, and you just inject it under the skin. That's how you do it.
And
if you got it wrong.
Two questions, Noodles. If you get it wrong, is question one. Question two is, do you have to take it for the rest of your life for the injury benefits to wear off, or can you take it for?
No, you don't. So it's not like a pep. It's not one of these things that shuts down your body's production of anything. So, so you can just take it as long as you need it. And same thing for like Retta. You just take it as long as you need it. Some people cruise on it. Some people just use it until they get a desired result, and then they cut it back or they go off of it.
And if you go off of it, will you regress?
With the Retta, so they report that whatever the average weight that the average result is that people will gain back about half the weight that they lost while they were on it if they go off of it.
Okay.
But that's not across the board. Like, a lot of people can maintain the weight loss if they maintain the same lifestyle patterns that it helps to induce.
Okay.
And is
And
there
what
muscle
about
wasting? Is there muscle wasting?
If you don't eat enough, yeah, that would happen no matter what. But like the plus side of it is that if you do eat enough, what you do lose is going to be a much more fat than what you would lose if you were just on a diet without it.
Yeah, but the thing about Ozempic that I heard on the Brett Weinstein show is that the drug itself causes muscle wasting. It's nothing to do with the loss of weight. It's actually the drug itself. When they tried it on mice, even the mice that weren't losing weight were still losing muscles from the drug itself.
I don't know the difference, the major difference between Ozempic and Retta. Although one thing I will say, so obviously do all your own research, but one thing I will say is animal studies are not conclusive in humans. So more than 95% of animal studies have to be thrown out. So it's not really like any indication of anything to use animal studies when it comes to this kind of thing. And yeah, I'm not an expert. I'm not a professional. I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice.
Yeah, you're looking into it. That makes sense.
But from the people I talk to who are in that world, that does not seem to be an issue with Retta, but I don't know. So you should definitely look into it.
And Danny,
they're actually finding that there's been a lot of reports that it has more benefits than previously thought. Like it improves, it can improve joint function, and it decrease joint pains and stuff like that.
This is the Retta or the DB?
The Retta.
The Retta, okay. And Danny, you're pretty thin too. I've seen you on podcasts. You don't need to lose weight.
I've put on a lot of weight since I had.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Are you back in England, or are you still down in the Mediterranean? England, okay.
I'm back in the UK,
yeah. If I was
back in the USSR.
If I was in a country where it was legal and I could just get it over the counter.
If I retire, you can run the show, can't you?
Yeah. You mean tonight?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go just now, but I mean, I forgot that you have that ability, so I don't have to hang around for 8.
Try your DNR accent. You did a pretty good job a couple of times ago.
Oh no! Don't do that. I took that to heart. I was very sad, and I'm only joking. It was funny. All right, go ahead, and you're running the show now, Vegan.
Get on my computer then, I guess.
Yeah, get a better microphone because you do kind of phase out occasionally. It like muffles. It's like you turn your head a certain way and you can't hear half of what you say.
I'm not complaining though. It's okay.
Yeah, now it's fine, but it was bad about.
No. I'm saying, hearing only half of what he says is not that bad, really.
Oh, that was cute. That was clever.
I'll remember. Anyway, why didn't you let yourself on there, Noodles? Because I had did. to let you on.
You're on two. Oh my God, there's two of them.
I did. I let you on. Oh, we must have pressed the button at the same time.
The donkey looks better. Take the avatar off.
Little donkey. That's a nice Christmas song. We are coming up to Christmas now, guys. Have you got any Christmas wishes? Any?
And have yourself a merry little Christmas.
Good tidings to all good men. What are your views?
About what?
Deck the halls of boughs of holly. Tra-la-la-la-la. Now, what would you like to say to the world? You can make your, pre-Christmas speech here. Like we'll be listening to the King Charles the third on Christmas. So, what would you like to say now? Because obviously we'll be listening to him on the big day, won't we? The King's speech. You can have the Pastor D speech.
Yourself a merry little Hanukkah. Let your menorah burn.
They can't bear not to be center of attention. You know what I mean? It always has to be about.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
There it is. There it is. It's
Always the menorah.
Always the same. I tell you what, for a minority, they have a big mouth.
Doesn't he? But he's cute, so we'll let him pass.
I
think that's the same thing the slave masters said about. Never mind.
You smell what I smell.
What's your favorite hymn, Pastor D? I like "In the Bleak Midwinter" myself. What about you?
I made up one about Rudolph, but I'm not sure I can sing it on this.
You can if you want.
Are you sure?
Yeah, hold on, Noodles. Before you go into that, let Pastor D tell us this hymn he made up, or Christmas carol.
Okay. It goes to Rudolph. You sure? It's pretty crude.
Carol, then it's just a Christmas song. Go on.
Okay. Yeah. Rudolph the red-lipped pussy had a very shiny clit, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it smells. All of the other pussies used to laugh and call her names. They never let poor Rudolph play in any tampon games. Then one horny bungus boy, he did come to say, Rudolph, with your lips so ripe, can I spray your egg tonight? Then all the other reindeer shouted out, and with P, Rudolph the pregnant pussy, she'll spread a lot of misery. She'll spread a lot of misery. What do you think?
It needs a bit of work. Maybe next year.
Next year.
Yeah. I nearly vomited, actually, Pastor D, if you want the honest answer.
Well, I was thinking Amanda was going to have a contest, an Antonella's contest. Oh, there we go.
Almond peas, almond milk. Very nice.
Yes. We know you're vegan.
You can have nog, almond nog.
Only 70 calories, too. That's a lot less. Cool. I've got another song if you want to hear it. No.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure if I do. I mean that. God damn it. I didn't know I was so sensitive.
Dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the one I used to know.
He is a white supremacist. He is a white supremacist.
Isn't he? I have a non-Christmas song.
Anybody there want to come on, inject a bit of life into this stream? Invite people on. Pastor D, will you invite people on?
I just showed Noodle's picture to my nieces. They're interested.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
There you go, Noodles. So
It's a family affair. It's a family. That's it. 3 maybe.
Down in the basement.
No, we don't have a basement here. Sorry.
No, Noodles has.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's where he keeps all his corpses.
I think he actually has a harem. You know.
A harem? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. Oh yeah, cheers. Oh, you look very Jewish in that picture with your little beanie on. I see it now. I didn't see it before.
Is he wearing a
some,
kippah?
no, some kind of artist hat.
One of those.
Is
he wearing one of those prayer cubes on his head?
No, he's got like a peddler's cap on.
Oh right, okay.
And he winked at me. Oh, you are a cutie pie. He has one of those artist hats on, that has a little apple thing at the top.
It's not an artist hat.
What's it called?
It's
okay.
called a panel cap.
A what?
A panel cap.
A panel cap.
Yeah, like
I do occasionally wear a flat cap, but it's hard for me to find one because I've got a big head, haven't I, Noodles?
Yes, you do.
I got this one from Kangol.
Okay.
Now, I didn't think Jewish people had blue eyes.
Well, that's the 0.0001%.
That's the Aryan Jew. Okay. Oh, there we go. Kangaroo.
Microwave.
There.
Well, I'll tell you what, this stream has degenerated
of course.
into
Yeah, it really has.
small talk and such, but that's okay.
I'm making a vegan egg sandwich.
With your
How do you do that?
With your nog, he puts it in he pours the nog into a bowl, puts it in the microwave for a while, and then it comes out scrambled.
But how do you make a vegan egg sandwich?
Eggs from plants. It's like it comes in a carton. You heat it up and it gets scrambled.
Oh, there it is. Eggs from plant. I love it. I personally eat eggs from vagina, but
what's that one made out of, Noodles? Because sometimes they make it out of the stuff the stuff you
made
get
out of
chickpeas.
mung beans.
Mung beans.
How much more expensive is your diet?
When you get a can of chickpeas, you know the stuff that it's in, that liquid.
We know chickpea. We know chickpea.
What's it called?
Aquafaba.
That's the stuff. You can pour that into your cake mix and use it as an egg. Just so you know, if you want to do a spot of baking.
How much more expensive is your diet than normal, Mr. Noodles?
I'm vegan and it's actually way cheaper.
Really?
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to wish you all good night. Thank you very much. And
good night, Danny. God bless. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I didn't see you at Lawrence Anton's Antonin's Christmas.
No, I can't be bothered to go to those things.
No, okay.
Yeah.
He posted a picture. None of them.
Thanks for joining us. We might have a Christmas party here, actually, in a few days. Who knows? We'll see. It's very important to be traditional and represent one of the most important Christian festivals of the year. So I hope that
the winter solstice. The winter solstice.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, my friend went to winter solstice celebrations at Stonehenge the other day.
Oh, brilliant! Bloody brilliant!
He goes to all of them. He goes to the winter, he goes to the summer solstice, and he goes to the equinox ones as well. So the spring equinox and the autumn
Oh,
ones.
today is actually the equinox, isn't it? It's the longest day, 21st.
21st. Yeah, it must have been yesterday.
I think it's today.
Oh no, for us it was yesterday. Sorry. It's
right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I keep forgetting about 7 hours difference.
Anyway, good night, Danny. Thanks for joining us. I'll probably go soon. Anybody want to come on for a chit chat before I go? Let us know. Links in the live chat. Link is in the live chat. Nobody here.
If you don't join, I'll sing more of my songs. That's all motivate them.
Is Jay there? Is Jay there? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Guys, we might even end the show. What do you think?
It's 7 hours.
Oh. Noodles, I think we'll end the show, brother. Might as well, because it's been a long one. People need a rest.
Yeah. Ask Chickpea to come back on. Chickpea the turtle.
No, they won't come back. They're gone.
I love her voice.
We'll end the show and we'll play the outro music.
Okay.
So thank you to everybody. Thank you to
Good
everybody
night.
who joined.
All right, good night.
Thank you very much.
I was eating, sorry.
Oh, sure, we'll come back soon.
Yeah.
Pass her out. Pass her out. Bye.
Bye.
All right, see ya.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of